Ms. Johnston. Ms. Osiander.
Here.
Ms. Drummond.
Present.
Mr. Birch.
Here.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Here.
Mr. Starr.
Here.
Dr. Selcraig.
Here.
Mr. Coffey.
Here.
Madam Chair, we have a quorum.
Thank you. Ms. Johnston, could you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a difficult meeting for this body, and I'm going to ask you probably several times tonight to keep this very civil and very respectful. So thank you. We're going to begin. The first item on our business is minutes of previous meetings.
Move to approve the minutes of 6 April 2009.
Second.
Is there discussion? Is there objection? Seeing none, the minutes of April 6, 2009 are accepted.
Move to accept the minutes of April 14, 2009.
Second.
Is there discussion? Is there objection? Seeing none, the minutes of April 14, 2009 are accepted.
Move to accept the minutes of April 21, 2009.
Second.
Is there discussion? Is there objection? Seeing none, the minutes of April 21, 2009 are accepted.
Move to accept the minutes of April 28, 2009.
Second.
Is there discussion? Is there objection? Seeing none, the minutes of April 28, 2009 are accepted.
Lastly, Madam Chair, move to accept the minutes of May 18, 2009.
Second.
Is there discussion? Is there objection? Seeing none, the minutes of May 18, 2009 are accepted. We are now at the Mayor's report. Mr. Klayman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have the first thing I had to report is the Anchorage Park Foundation board member Vic Malazzi should be in the audience. Vic, are you here?
Yes.
He's with us this evening to share the park's semi-annual report on its investments in our park system. I'd note the Anchorage Park Foundation has raised $17.3 million to date. We have a lot of public assets to maintain, and we're lucky to have such a committed nonprofit to share in the work. And Vic has a few comments. And then I'll have something after he's done.
Okay, thank you. Members of the Assembly, Mr. Mayor, this is our semi-annual report to the Assembly. I'd just like to highlight a couple of things that we're in the process of doing right now. If you remember last year, one of the events that took place was the park report card that many members of the community were involved in. With that park report card, we determined there are obviously a number of parks that needed to be fixed up, and this year we're going to be fixing 14 parks up with not only Park Foundation dollars, community dollars, and volunteer labor. We're going to tackle one park per week, and by the end of the season, there's going to be a remarkable difference in those parks that we're going to be working in. You have a copy of the items of the amendment of the aim, so I'm not going to read through them. One of the parks that we started on last year was the Schlitman Park, and that's the Scotty Gomez Ice Rink. The Park Foundation, along with Scotty Gomez, put dollars together along with material and volunteer labor and rebuilt that ice rink. We're going to have an opening celebration on that on Saturday. You are all welcome to attend, and I can get an email out to all you to let you know what time the event's going to take place. As the mayor said, since the Park Foundation has been in existence, we've raised close to over $17 million to put back in the parks. A good portion of that was from the Rasmussen Foundation on the various challenge grants, and some of those were dollars other than the Rasmussen Foundation, but it's been very effective. Last, I'd like to highlight the Youth Employment and Park Program that we've been working on for the last couple of years. This year, I think we have close to 70 youth that are going to be involved in parks. There's They're going to be fixing up the parks. They're going to be involved in the various activities, stream restoration, and a whole variety of other things. And it's a great program because, one, we get an awful lot of work done in the parks. Two, it's giving the youth a meaningful job for the summer, and it's showing them respect, and it's showing them care and stewardship of our parks. With that, if anybody has any questions, again, you have a copy of the document. I'd be more than happy to answer them.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mayor?
Thank you very much, Mr. Malazzi. The second thing I have to report on, I know, as the Assembly recalls, back in October, the Assembly approved AR 2008-247, which was a resolution regarding basically the neighborhood health clinic and the proposal to move that facility to Tudor Road. When that was first discussed, there was a general cost projection of how much that would cost, and as that project has moved forward, the cost of road access, particularly secondary access to the site, has proven to be much higher than was originally predicted, and so the basic idea, which was that we would lease the land on a 50-year lease to the Neighborhood Health Center, and we would receive their building in Fairview in exchange. That proposal, as it's developed, it's turned out that the road cost has been higher than either party anticipated. Neighborhood Health Center remains very, very interested in that site remains their first priority in terms of where to relocate. There's a lot of federal money with the Stimulus Act that may help them, but they need to gain site control, and because of the road costs are greater than were originally predicted, it's our view that the question of whether we should be going forward with that site, including changed economics because of the roads, is really a better decision for the Sullivan administration, because if the city wants to go forward, there's likely to be a road bond issue for next spring. So what I'm letting the Assembly know is that, and I'll pass on a memorandum as soon as I get done reporting on this, but our suggestion is not to shelve the project and to keep it as an option for neighborhood health. I think they're going to look at other options in the community, but at this point, the resolution as originally proposed, it's not going to go forward under exactly that scenario. So we wanted to give the Assembly notification that the economics have changed, and so that will still something that we think we should be looking at, but it's not likely to go forward as originally proposed. And happy to answer questions if anyone has any.
Thank you. Ms. Drummond?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Klayman, I have a question for you that has nothing to do with anything on the agenda tonight. The last several community council meetings I have attended this month, the constituents are very upset that the state is doing such a miserable job of cleaning the roadways that it is responsible for. And I understand the city is already starting on its second round of cleaning roadways because the city is done. Is there anything your office can do to take back some of that work and get the roads cleaned before July 4th?
The short answer is that it's the state roads, and we have called the state several times. They've got a contractor that they're trying to get working on it, and it's been much slower than we would like or than anyone in the community would like. I'll let Mr. Abbott give you more details, and while he's giving more details, I'll pass out the memo about the Neighborhood Health Center.
Thank you very much.
Madam Chairman, the state essentially has used to contract with the city to do this work. We did it up until about 4 years ago. They're trying to do it with a lot less money than what it would cost the city to do state roads. As a result, they're using a contractor that doesn't have a lot of resources, and it's going to take them an awfully long time to finish up. So I don't think there's anything that can be done in the near term. The state does not have resources available for this. Even if they were inclined to work with the city to accomplish it, I think the best we can hope for is to identify extra state resources next year.
Thank you.
Mr. Coffey?
Thank you. On the Anchorage neighborhood health issue, I spoke with the folks over there here in the last week about various options relative to the fact that the $4+ million in road improvements would be necessary, and their share would have been very, very substantial. Suggested to them the reasoned way to do it would be to secure some financing, but they have stimulus money that they need to get I guess shovel-ready is the term we've used. They need to be moving forward on that. So the information that came to me from them was that they were going to be looking for every other site that they could possibly find throughout the Anchorage Bowl, and that from their point of view there was little or no hope that this thing would move forward. And it's very, very unfortunate. I did speak with the mayor-elect about it, and the idea of a road bond and that sort of thing that would allow payment over time may be something that we will explore early in the next administration. Obviously, you're not going to get it in front of anyone until next April, but a lot of planning can go into it now. So it's unfortunate because it was really a very good opportunity for us, and frankly, nobody could tell me why such a relatively short road costs so very, very much money. And it was engineers' estimates, by the way. It wasn't bid because it hasn't been designed yet. There you have it.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Covey, just to follow up briefly on that, the Neighborhood Health Center, the biggest issue for neighborhood health on going forward is site control, which is what they'll need to be able to get stimulus dollars to compete for bids with the Stimulus Act, and that's the critical component. It is possible that it is now to the question that could happen on this site, but it wouldn't happen for for another couple of months at least.
Okay, thank you. With that, we're at the chair's report. For those of you who have not attended our meetings in the past, we basically have a fairly formal procedure that we go through. There is time for the audience to speak to us, but it's fairly prescribed. You have 3 minutes to come and address us on a particular item when it gets on the agenda. I know most of you are here for one topic, and we do have a sign-up sheet going. Right now, there are about 180 names on that sign-up sheet. I have been worried for 2 weeks about how we're going to get our work done tonight. We have substantive issues on this agenda. We have labor contracts, we have property purchases, we have a whole discussion about the Knik Crossing, as well as this rights ordinance to discuss. I have tried to publicize and to let people know that we probably won't finish the agenda. Specifically, I want to mention some things now that I am totally sure we will not get to, if you're interested in other topics. The item that is listed on the agenda as, the two labor contracts, the International Union of Operating Engineers and the AMEA contract, I'm anticipating at a continuation meeting on the 16th. Items about changes to legal fines and fees, updating references in legal code. There's 2 discussion items on that, and I'm anticipating those will be postponed to the 23rd. The whole discussion about the Knik Arm Crossing will be postponed until the 16th. Additionally, I guess those are the primary ones. I had hoped, and I still will hope, that we can actually have an opportunity to discuss the rights ordinance tonight, but based on the number of people on this sign-up sheet, it may be problematic. I am going to be very strict about the 3-minute time limit. I have a timer up here. There's a light that will come on when your time is up. There will be an opportunity for the body to ask questions, but I'm going to strongly urge our members to limit the questions. All of us have been getting hundreds of emails and phone calls over the last 2 weeks, and so a lot of us have heard many issues and are still listening to hear more. I would like to ask you to please turn off your cell phones when you're in this room, because there's a disruption with our recording system when your cell phone will generate interference and our microphones will buzz. This meeting is televised, and the cell phone interference goofs up the track for the TV. When I call people down off my sign-up sheet, I'm going to call people 3 at a time, because some individuals who are in the other auditorium will then have enough time to get here to speak when their name is called. If you for some reason are out of the room when your name called, I'm going to try to keep track and then we'll call your name at the end if you're not there when I first call you. I'm going to ask, since I can tell from the contacts I've had that this is very emotional and divisive, I'm going to repeatedly ask us to be civil to each other and to be respectful and to be somewhat formal in this discussion to help ensure that that happens. I want to thank you very much. This is a great town, and I absolutely believe that we're going to get through this in a respectful, good manner. So, with that, I'm going to dive into the agenda.
Madam Chair.
I have a point of clarity.
Mr. Starr.
Your intention is to not consolidate public hearings, show of hands, or anything like that. Anybody that wants to speak has the opportunity to speak. Is that what your status will be?
I believe that we have a responsibility to hear everyone who has signed up who wants to speak to us. There may be times where individual assembly members will ask you to please not repeat testimony that someone else has given, and there may be times people will ask you to raise your hand if you agree or disagree with statements that were made. There may even be times people will ask you to stand up if you agree with a point or disagree with a point. We have a responsibility to hear you, though, and so I'm going to not stop the public hearing until everyone who has signed up has an opportunity to speak. Mr. Starr? All right. And Mr. Coffey?
I would assume if we reach our mandatory closing hour, then the public hearing will continue.
I should share that.
Thank you.
By code, we are adjourning at 11 p.m. It takes a supermajority, 8 votes to extend past that time. That happens extremely rarely. If we will also, about every 2 hours or so, take a break just so we can move and take a drink of water and and breathe a little bit. And it's not meant to be disrespectful. We'll also take a short break to grab something to eat. A lot of people come from work directly to this meeting. Is there anything else procedurally I should clear up at this point?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Drummond?
I'd like to move to continue this meeting to June 16th at 5 p.m. in these chambers.
Is there objection to that? Seeing no objection, we will be having a continuation meeting on the 16th, so that the items that I've mentioned now will go over, and any items that I have not mentioned that we have not finished will also spill over to that meeting. And we may even have to go further than that to get our business done. So thank you. All right. With that, I am also going to ask if the body would be all right with skipping committee reports tonight, unless there's something particularly important. All right. Seeing no objections to that, then I need a motion on the addendum.
Move to incorporate the addendum to the agenda, including the laid on the table items.
Second.
Is there objection? Seeing none, the addendum is incorporated. At this time, I'm going to read the items on the addendum. I'm doing that because they weren't included in the published agenda that was put out in the paper. C2, Assembly Memorandum AM 343. It's a recommendation of award to Roger Hickle Contracting Incorporated for the 76th Avenue reconstruction, Shad Street to C Street for the Municipality of Anchorage Project Management and Engineering Department, $4,185,760.79. Under new business, D15, Assembly Memorandum AM 344, Parks and Rec Commission appointment of Michael Fredericks. D16, Assembly Memorandum AM 345, Amendment Number 2 to the Management Agreement for the Anchorage Museum. D17, Assembly Memorandum AM 346, Proprietary Purchase of Computer Software Maintenance Support from NetSmart Public Health Incorporated, NetSmart, for the Municipality of Anchorage Department of Health and Human Services, $33,970.86. Under Information and Reports in the E section, E7, an Informational Memorandum AIM 63, Monthly Investment Report to the Assembly, April 2009. Under items for introduction, F11, an ordinance AO 2009-81, amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Section 26.60.015 definitions, Section 25.60.050 reservations, use and disinterment of burial sites, Section 25.60.058 columbarium, Section 25.60.065 fees, and Section 25.60.100 Cemetery Perpetual Maintenance Non-Expendable Trust Fund, all regarding to management of the Anchorage Memorial Park Cemetery. And then under new public hearings, there is an S version. Okay, and that one will just be moved at the time. I don't need to read that. Under laid on the table items, item A13, resolution AR 151, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Mike Abbott. And this is from all of us, sponsored by all of us. Item 9D18, Assembly Memorandum AM 348, Chugiak Birchwood Eagle River Rural Road Service Area Board appointment of Robert Gill to the Road Board. Item 14C2, under new public hearings, this is the another S version of the rights amendment. Is that correct? There's two of them?
I think that's the yes version.
That's the S version. Okay. All right. With that, we now need a motion for the consent agenda.
Move to approve.
All right, and I'm going to go down and ask if anyone has anything to pull. Ms. Gray-Jackson, I'm sorry. Was there a second for the consent agenda? Ms. Gray-Jackson seconded it. Would you like to pull anything, Ms. Gray-Jackson?
No, thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Flynn?
Nothing, Madam Chair.
Ms. Johnson?
Nothing, thank you.
Ms. Drummond?
9A2, the resolution for reading.
9A2. Mr. Flynn, were you going to pull A3?
Well, I suppose so, okay.
Mr. Birch?
Yes, 9C1.
Ms. Gutierrez?
I'm still looking.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Birch.
Let's see, 9D14.
D14, okay.
9 Echo 5.
9 Echo 5.
And that'll do it. Thanks.
All right. Ms. Gutierrez?
No items, Madam Chair.
Mr. Starr?
No items.
Mr. Selkirk?
9A1.
9A1. Mr. Coffey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. For purposes of postponement, 9 on the main agenda, 9D1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Those are appointments to various boards and commissions. For purpose, and on the addendum, 9D15. For purposes of scheduling public hearings, items 9F, 1, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, and 10. Madam Chair.
7, 8, and 10, did you say?
Yes, I did.
All right.
And on the addendum, 9F11.
And 9F.
And this is for date, just for scheduling purposes, Madam Chair. Thank you.
All right. I'm going to repeat the items that were pulled for clarification. 9 Alpha 1, 2, 3. 9 C1. 9 D 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 14, and 15. 9 E5. 9F, 1, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 10, and 11. Did I get them all?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Did you have anything to pull, Mr. Mayor?
Nothing to pull, Madam.
All right. Is then the consent agenda is before us. Is there discussion? Is there objection? Seeing none, the consent agenda minus those items is approved. A1, and I've already...
Move to approve.
Second.
Is there discussion? Is there objection? That item is approved. And you'll be reading?
I'll be presenting.
All right. Could Michael Swenson come forward? You there? Okay. If you could come to the mic. Go ahead.
This is a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Michael B. Swenson for his 19 years of service to the municipality of Anchorage. Whereas Michael B. Swenson began working for the municipality of Anchorage on June 11th of 1990 as a journeyman electrician for facilities maintenance. He was promoted to craftsman foreman in 1998 and under IBEW reorganization assumed the new title of journeyman wireman foreman in 2002. And whereas, although not a requirement of his position, Mike maintained a State of Alaska electrical administrator's license, which enabled him to obtain municipal work permits on behalf of facility maintenance at no additional cost to the municipality. And whereas Mike led and directed 24 employees, including carpenters, electricians, and plumbers, in the maintenance, remodel, and repair of municipal facilities and its systems, trail and parking lot lighting, stairs, bridges, overpasses, tunnels, irrigation systems, and graffiti and vandalism issues. And whereas Mike was a dedicated employee, cheerfully on time to work in the morning to help get his crew scheduled, and never misused his available leave. He shared on-call duties with supervisors for facility maintenance, emergencies, and was always available to respond to after-hours calls when needed. And whereas Mike was committed to all current applicable safety standards and kept up with the ever-changing OSHA, state, municipal, and miscellaneous code requirements, he conducted weekly tailgate safety meetings, which contributed to his work group being among the lowest of the Maintenance and Operators Department's accident and injury and workers' comp rates. And whereas over the course of his many years of employment, Mike received numerous calls and letters of appreciation from satisfied customers and departments throughout the municipality for jobs well done. Whereas Mike is a friend to his supervisors and the entire crew of trade personnel he directed. He was compassionate to his fellow employees' life situations, often offering his personal ability and skill as a counselor to lend an ear to listen or a shoulder to lean on. And whereas Mike maintains an active, fit lifestyle and promoted the same to other employees, often encouraging healthy alternatives such as gym memberships, exercise, weight loss, and improved eating habits such as yoga and the others. He maintains a serene outlook on life in general, which often put the issues of his work into proper perspective, avoiding unnecessary conflict. And whereas Mike is active in the greater community of Anchorage and beyond through his membership in the Freemasons Grand Lodge of Alaska, it's an organization encouraging and promoting a philosophy of ethical conduct which imparts moral and social virtues and fosters brotherly love. Whereas Mike is an avid golfer, he loves the quiet discipline of the game and always seeks to improve himself through it, and is certain to have and enjoy many hours, days, and weeks in the pursuit of this challenge. And whereas Mike retired from municipality employment May 29, 2009, therefore be it resolved, the municipality of Anchorage recognizes and honors Michael B. Swenson for his 19 years of service to the municipality of Anchorage and the citizens of Anchorage. Pass and approve this day.
You know, I never had any problem coming to work. It was always a pleasure. And I know you folks have a busy agenda. And I just got off the golf course, and all of a sudden I realized there's a whole lot of people wearing red here. Anyway, thank you for letting me raise my family and support my family in this wonderful city. I appreciate it.
Thank you for your service, sir.
Thank you.
A2, move to approve. Is there objection? Seeing none, that item is approved. If Pamela Provost could come forward, please. And who are you reading?
I'm reading an LD.
Oh.
This is a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage recognizing and honoring Pamela J. Provost for her 30 years of service to the community as a police dispatcher at the Anchorage Police Department. Whereas Pamela J. Provost began working for the Municipality of Anchorage Police Department Emergency Communications Center, also known as Dispatch, on April 30th, 1979, and whereas Pam has received outstanding performance evaluations from 1984 to the present, and whereas in 1988 Pam helped transition the dispatch center from a manual handwritten card system to the Anchorage Police Department's first computer-aided dispatch, or CAD system, known as PLIMS. And whereas in 1992 Pam was instrumental in developing the dispatch center's procedural manual, and whereas in 1998 Pam earned the Police Commendation Award for her instrumental work with the transition to APD's current CAD system known as Tiburon, and whereas Pam was the Anchorage Police Department's Employee of the Year in 1999, and whereas Pam was commended in 2002 for her help in developing the Anchorage Police Department's mobile data computer project, helping to train officers in how to use in-car computers, and whereas Pam has represented Alaska as the sole representative on the Executive Council of APCO, the Association of Police Communication Officials, since 2004. And whereas Pam achieved a milestone on April 30th, 2009, when she reached her 30th year of service to the municipality of Anchorage, becoming the first police dispatcher in the state of Alaska to have reached 30 years of service in a job where lives literally hang in the balance. The days are long, the pace is frenetic, and the atmosphere stressful. And whereas Pam continues in an active role in the furtherance of moving emergency communications and emergency services in Anchorage and the state of Alaska into the future. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizes and honors Pamela J. Provost for her achievement of 30 years of dedicated and continuing service to the Anchorage Police Department and the citizens of the municipality of Anchorage.
Well, I know you have a busy agenda, so I'll go. I don't have any major plans. It's been a fun, challenging job. I hope you continue to support public safety in any way you can. And I'll stay in at least until there's another Mayor Sullivan, because that's what I started under. Thank you.
Thank you for your service. Mr. Flynn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll move to approve 9A3.
Is there objection? That item is approved. Mr. Flynn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Mike Abbott. Whereas Mike Abbott has proven himself to be an irreplaceable asset to the municipality of Anchorage by serving as municipal manager, deputy municipal manager, and in the key role as liaison to the pain in the rears known as the Anchorage Assembly, and whereas Mike Abbott graced an average of 25 assembly meetings per year over the past 6 years and a grand total of 150 assembly meetings and a cumulative total of 900 hours in these assembly chambers. And whereas Mike Abbott also clocked in approximately 600 hours of assembly work sessions in preparation for these meetings, and whereas these are 1,500 hours of Mike's life that he can never get back, and whereas Mike Abbott has miraculously retained both his sanity and his sense of humor through it all, and whereas Mike has helped guide the Assembly administration through such pressing issues as budgets, union contracts, recycling, bond propositions, and Snowzilla, and whereas Mike has exhibited an almost spooky knowledge of municipal operations, including the location of vending machines and leftovers in every single municipal facility, and whereas Mike's wife and 3 daughters will no longer be granted a reprieve from Mike every other Tuesday night, sorry about that, Melissa, and whereas Mike has garnered so much face time on Channel 10 that he was voted sexiest man on public television in 2004 and 2007.
Point of order, I object to the unmoved and unseconded amendments. Mr. Flynn.
You volunteered me to read it. You get what you take.
Whereas Mike Abbott honed his already considerable skills of diplomacy, patience, endurance, perseverance, and determination in the hallowed halls of the Assembly chambers, and whereas the citizens of Anchorage will probably never know how instrumental Mike Abbott has been in ensuring that municipal government operates efficiently, effectively, and in the best interest of the community by facilitating communications between the administration and the Assembly. And whereas if the Anchorage Assembly were the NBA or the NFL, this would be the time we retire Mike's jersey. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizes and honors Mike Abbott.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I tell people all the time, I'm the luckiest guy I know. Everybody that works with me has heard me say this. I'm the city manager in my hometown. It's never going to get any better than that. I'm sure I'll have other jobs, work in other places, but for a lot of reasons, this is always going to be a really special time in my life. So thank you very much. Look forward to being back with you again, probably sitting in the cheap seats this time, but I can't imagine that now that I've had a taste of this that I'm never going to get all that far away. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
There's questions, Mr. Abbott.
There are questions. Mr. Abbott's been the go-to.
Take this with you.
He's been the go-to guy when we have problems and constituent concerns. This is the phone that we call, and so we all know him fairly well. And we all get along with him, too, which is pretty darn nice. You have a series of questions here. Mr. Klayman is first.
Mike, in behalf of the mayor's office, you don't have to open it until you get in the back room, but we have a bag of goodies to thank you for your time, your patience, and your exceptional knowledge in running the city. I know that in my work as mayor, I have been consistently impressed with your hard work and your broad knowledge, and if I didn't have advisors like you, it would be incredibly difficult to do this job well, and you make it all possible, so thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Coffey.
Mr. Abbott, have you opened your wonderful gift from the Assembly? And if so, would you care to comment? And describe it, if you wouldn't mind, for those who haven't seen it.
I've been given a keychain that will memorialize my experience for the last year or so with all of you. It has all of your photos on it. I think it was chopped out of the web page there, and I won't need any help remembering this group. This is too much time, too many really wonderful memories with all of you to need a token like this to help remember it. Thank you.
Always the politic. Very good, Mr. Abbott. Thank you.
Dr. Selkirk.
I just want to comment that I've been at community planning and development meetings. I've been at assembly meetings. I've been involved in government a really long time, and along the way, I can't say that I've met anybody really more capable than you when it comes to keeping track of the complex issues that one city has to face. And so I want to really compliment you. You've demonstrated enormous skill in this job, and you have a lot to be proud of. And it's clear to me that your future is very, very, very bright, because there's not very many people that can do what you can do. So thanks for your good work.
Thank you, Dr. Selkirk.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you. Mr. Abbott, just to echo what everybody else has said about a calm, steady, and knowledgeable voice, and greatly appreciated both as a staff member and as an assembly member having you here. But Mr. Flynn pointed out the number of hours you've spent at assembly meetings, and I was trying to find some old pictures. Didn't you have a full head of hair when you started this job?
Yeah, darker too.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mike.
Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mike, everyone seems to like you best. You live in my district. Any chance you want to trade places for a while?
Not on your life.
just thought I'd try.
Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mike, I just want to say, as you know, that you and I have had the pleasure of working together when I was Assembly staff, and now working together as myself as an Assembly member. And it's been a pleasure, Mike, and I wish you well. Thank you.
Thanks, Avi.
Ms. Johnston.
All I can say, you've come a long ways from the legislative staffer that played computer games.
Amen.
Mike, we all thank you, and we'll miss you. Best to you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Mr. Birch, item 9C1.
See a move to approve?
Go ahead. Now we can hear you. Yes.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just, this is a fairly significant award. Doyon Universal Services, $7.2 million for providing security services at the port. I was very intrigued and appreciative of the fact that it represents a 5% reduction over the prior year, but I was puzzled why there weren't more competing bids. I think there's only one bidder on this, but just wondered if maybe we could have some, through the chair, if we could have some discussion on, how it was advertised or how it was procured.
Through the chair, Mr. Birch, you're correct. There was only one bid. We did mail out, as you will notice on page 2, we sent this to 12 security firms. The port security is fairly unique in terms as it is a federal point of entry, and it carries some classifications that requires a lot of the security guards are armed. They have to have law enforcement background, and there's a lot of requirements that are not standard, I would say, for normal security firms. There was one other firm that we thought would bid, and in the end they didn't. And so that's basically where we're at. It's a pretty stiff set of requirements to actually perform under this contract.
Okay. Thank you. I would like to note and recognize the 5% reduction that was gained. I don't know if you're seeing that in your other contracts, but at a time when we have city agreements that we've negotiated that all have 5% increases built in every year for the next 5 years, I think it's very commendable that we see an agreement that actually sees a reduction. Thank you.
And my understanding is there's less people being hired, too. Just to pull in. Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Is there any?
Madam
Mr.
Chair.
Coffey, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Malden, I received a telephone call from a party with a rather significant security company here in town, and was concerned about the fact that the requirements that you referenced would be waived or not enforced as to this particular single bidder. And I would find that unusual, and I would like your comment on it. Is there provision in the contract for waiving those rather stringent requirements?
Through the chair, Mr. Coffey, no, not when we execute our agreements. We expect those terms, conditions to be fulfilled to the letter.
Okay. And there will not be any provision, and you'll know this from reviewing the final agreement, right, that would allow a waiver. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Selkirk.
When I looked at this, I wasn't going to pull it, but since it's been pulled, I will ask my question. When we do this process, do we look at what other ports, for example, are paying for security? Do we go into this process with an expectation based on like contracts elsewhere?
Through the chair, Ms. Selkirk, for the most part, no. I think we have always had some level of security guard services down at the port. If you go all the way back to the 70s, we had armed security down there at one time, and then we went through a number of years without armed security. When you move into the armed security portion, the costs go up significantly. Also, some ports hire their own security. That's not uncommon in other areas of the United States. We have elected not to do that We work pretty diligently with the Anchorage Police Department to make sure that we have protocols between our contract security guard service and the actual law enforcement portion, which still falls under APD. So it's kind of a dance that we do between coordinating these activities. But it's hard to, the new maritime laws have put a lot of new emphasis and requirements in on the port, and those costs ramp up the experience level, which drives up a pretty significant cost factor. So there's not a lot of history to pull from in any event since 9/11.
And this is paid for by port dollars or by municipal dollars?
It's paid through the port, but it's also paid through the main users of the port.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the administration, who owns Doyon Universal LLC? Are they, and the point of my question is, are they either an Alaskan or at least a wholly American-owned corporation?
They are an Alaskan-based LLC. I believe they are owned by Siri.
That's what I presumed.
No,
it's going.
That's what I presumed. Thank you very much.
Go ahead, Mr. Birch.
Yeah, just as a clarification, it indicates here that the reduction is on an average of 5% for similar patrol services compared to last year's services. I just wanted to affirm that that's not just a reduction in personnel, but it's actually a reduction in hourly rates in the structure.
Mr. Birch, I did not do the computations. My understanding from my staff was that Doyon had the prior contract as well, and we have adjusted those services over the several years prior to this. And my understanding is that this is an actual reduction on the hourly rates. There is probably also service reductions incorporated with that because they have rejuggled a lot of the schedules for the actual security guard services.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing nothing else, is there objection to this? Seeing no objection, the item is approved. Next item before us is D1. Mr. Coffey.
Madam Chair, I'm going to move to continue item 9D1 till 6:23. If I can get a second, I'll tell you why. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'll do this for the others that I pulled. As we all know, the new mayor is coming in on the 1st of July, and a lot of board and commission appointments have effects on new administrations over time. The purpose of my motion to the 23rd of June is to allow, first of all, I didn't want to do it till the 16th. We have a special meeting or a continuation meeting, and the 23rd will allow Mayor-elect Sullivan to make comments to this body on these appointments, and so that at least he has some input into our wishes as to who among these would be his kind of appointments versus others, and then we can decide at that time whether we wish to pay attention to what he would recommend or whether we want to go with what Acting Mayor Clayman has suggested to us. I will make the same motion and the same arguments for the next 7 of these as well.
Madam Chair, point of order.
State the point.
If Mr. Coffey wouldn't object, could we not save time by simply consolidating all of these and making the
Well,
same motion?
I'm certainly happy to do that, but I think we have to do them one at a time according to the way I understand the rules here.
Okay.
Yeah,
The clerk
good idea.
me one at a time.
Thank you. We can do it quickly without objection if we take it for that 2-week delay.
All right. Is there any I do have, Dr. Selkrig, you're in line.
I just wanted to say I support this. I think it's a good way to bridge the discussion with the next mayor in terms of what he thinks is important. It also allows this body to do what it chooses to do on the 24th.
Okay.
23rd, thank you.
Mr. Clayman?
I just wanted to add to note that in 2008, the Assembly passed Resolution 2008-71 that supported making an increased effort towards diversity on our municipal boards and commissions. And the various nominations that have been put forward tonight as well as other nights, and several of the people that are here to be considered are people that have come down as we ask people to come down for the Assembly meeting, so they're being asked to come back yet another time for a volunteer role. But we have substantially increased diversity on the boards and commissions with these appointments, and that has been the biggest priority that I've given staff in terms of identifying people who are willing to serve. I think, as we all know, finding people willing to serve on these boards and commissions is often challenging. It's not as if we have hundreds of people that want to serve. So I certainly think as to all these people, Mayor-elect Sullivan has had opportunities to put input and has chosen not to do so this far. I think that Mr. Coffey's suggestion that an incoming mayor should be making the choices when he hasn't taken office yet is unprecedented within this municipality. So I would encourage the body to act on it tonight, but I recognize the votes aren't there. But I did want to be heard to say that we've made a real effort to increase diversity, and I encourage the body to support all these nominees. If the body wants to postpone until the 23rd, I would strongly encourage approving all these folks on the 23rd.
Selkirk.
I appreciate the mayor's comments. As somebody who worked hard on that ordinance, I'm happy to see those before us. I don't think we have the votes to approve these tonight, and I think that this is a way for us to hear from the incoming mayor, from Mr. Sullivan, and also potentially approve these. So I'm hoping that on the 24th we'll be able to do that, and I look forward to his comments and appreciate these appointees before us. And for those of you who are here tonight, thank you for coming down, and thank you for being willing to serve.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey.
I've gotten out.
All right. Is there objection to the postponement?
Madam Chair?
Mr. Gray Jackson.
I object to
All
postponement.
right. I'm going to put it on the board then for the postponement. If you support the postponement, yes. Otherwise, no. Please vote.
Dr. Selkirk.
Okay, that's approved. That item is postponed. Mr. Coffey?
Move to postpone 9D2 to the 23rd for the reasons stated.
The clerk's requesting that you use the board to plug in your motion. All right, the postponement is before us. Is there objection? All right, we'll put it on the board.
Hold on just a second.
Just a moment. The clerk wants us. Are you ready? Yep. All right, please vote postponement.
Drummond?
That's approved. Moving on.
Madam Chair, move to postpone item 9D3 for the reasons stated.
I'm assuming that I should put all these on the board, so please vote if you approve postponement or not.
Mr. Flynn? Ms. Drummond? Mr. Birch?
That item is postponed. Mr. Coffey?
Madam Chair, move to postpone item 9D4 to the 23rd of June.
That item is before us. Please vote on the postponement. That item is approved and for postponement.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Coffey?
item 9D5, move to postpone to the 23rd of June for the reasons stated.
That item is on the board. Please vote on postponement. That item is approved for postponement.
Item 9D6, move to postpone to the 23rd for the reasons stated.
Are we on D6 or D5?
6.
D6. All right. It's on the board. Please vote on postponement. Are we having technical difficulties? That item is approved for postponement.
Madam Chair, item 9D7 moves to postpone to June 23rd for the reasons stated.
The item is before us. Please vote. That item is approved for postponement.
Madam Chair, move to postpone till June 23rd, item 9D8 for the reasons stated.
That is on the board. Please vote on postponement. And that item is approved for postponement. that all of them, Mr. Coffey? I believe so. All right. The next one is 9 Delta 14. Mr. Birch, you had that?
Yes, move to approve.
Discussion.
Yeah, the concern I have is it's a no-bid contract, sole source agreement with Smurfit Stone Container Corporation. This was supposed to be the the firm that was going to basically accept at no cost to the city and at no cost to the folks that use the Municipal Solid Waste Services Department recycling program. It's supposed to be done at no charge. Well, this adds $50,000 or $50 a ton to handle. I'm just wondering what the aggregate cost is per ton, because at some point it might be cheaper to bury it in the landfill than pack it up and ship it to south. And I'm just looking for an aggregate number. And at what point do we have a roll up on those costs per ton to the city?
Madam Chairman, Mr. Birch, right now it would cost $65 a ton to dispose of it at the landfill. So at $50 a ton, it's still less expensive than disposing of it at the landfill.
What's the shipping cost?
We drop it off at Smurfit Stone just as we would drop it off at the transfer station, and they're essentially they're in the same parts of town.
We can't pick you up out the mic.
Okay. Yes. Through the chair, Mr. Birch, the transfer station is 2 blocks from Smurfit Stone's facility, so there's absolutely no difference in travel time or cost to our fleet. And basically, the $50 is the cost that Smurfit Stone is incurring primarily to transfer the materials to their facilities down south. So that's where the cost has fallen.
Oh, okay, I thought it was just the shipping and bailing and so forth. I thought there's somebody else picking up the shipping cost.
Well, the value of the goods doesn't cover. When we started out, the value of the goods covered most of that, but the value of the commodities dropped rapidly last summer, and because of that, that's what caused the offset that they've charged us. And incidentally, they've already started to reduce the cost back down to where they hope to get to zero.
And again, through the chair, the concern I have is the financial impact that this is having on the ratepayers and the folks that are using the solid waste services system. And I'm just hoping that there's some moderation and that we don't get into a point where we're spending more to recycle it than we would to discard it as we do with everything else.
Understood. At this time, we have no intention of changing our rates or anything because of that cost. So,
thank you,
Mr. Coffey.
I'm the fund certification on the back of the memorandum accompanying it, and that fund certification is from the CFO. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, it's sort of unusual. It was like an afterthought.
Possibly, yeah, but it has been certified.
And there's no effect on the ratepayers for the $50 a ton additional cost from solid waste services to pay for these things to take it.
No incremental cost, as Mr. Madden just explained.
How many tons do we send out?
In a typical month, we send out between 40 and 50 tons per month.
40 to 50 tons?
Yes.
So at $50 a ton, that's how much, 20,000?
It's about $2,500.
$2,500.
That's less than $1 per user on the system right now.
My zeros. So that means that over the course of a year, around $30,000 is available from your existing budget.
That's correct.
Okay. So I take it then when we go back to the zero, we can take that out of the budget because you clearly had an excess.
Well, if our fuel costs don't change and
they went down too. So, all right, thank you.
Thank you very much. Seeing no further discussion, is there objection? Seeing no objection, that item is approved. Delta 15, Mr. Coffey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's the Parks and Rec Commission appointment. Move to postpone till June 23rd for the reasons previously stated.
I'm waiting for, thank you. I'm going to put that on the board. If you please vote on postponement.
Ms. Drummond, Mr. Starr, Dr. Selcraig.
It's the postponement one more.
That item is postponed. The next item before us is under the informational report, E5. Mr. Birch?
Move to approve.
Accept, sir?
Excuse me, move to accept.
All right. Mr. Birch, do you want to speak to that?
Yeah, this is yet again an example of our rush to judgment on labor contracts, in this case the APDEA police contract in December 16th. The information memo reports a clerical correction because there's an inadvertent omission, and by the backup, it indicates that those standing on the strict wording of the section would give APDEA members a benefit certainly worth hundreds of thousands of dollars over the term of the contract. I'm writing to tell you that APDEA does not intend to enforce the strict wording of Section 6. I think this is just an example of what happens when we rush through, in this case, the labor agreements that were approved in late December and January, and the financial cost and impact on the city. We've been trying to unwind these agreements since then. I commend the APDEA for coming forward with this revision, but basically it's because there was insufficient detail and homework done on during the review process. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Coffey?
I just wanted to commend APDEA for evidencing a clear understanding of how to build a relationship with with the municipality and particularly this body. And I concur with what happens when we do things in a hurry. And I think we have it now where at least it's reviewed by the Department of the CFO regarding funds when we do labor negotiations, which we apparently didn't do under the previous administration. And of course the question then is it also reviewed by legal before we sign it and bring it to us? And I understand now with our new 30-day period that hopefully there will be time so we don't have to find out after the fact and maybe find out with regard to a bargaining unit that's not quite as forthright as APDEA has proved to be. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there objection to acceptance? Seeing none, that a report is accepted. We're now at the items for introduction on our agenda. Item F1, Mr. Coffey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Move to postpone the public hearing date, which is currently set for the 23rd to July 7th.
We need an introduction, sir.
Second.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Move to introduce.
All right, and you want to introduce it with which public hearing date?
The second, with a revised public hearing date of July 7th.
July 7th?
Did we get a first, second, and third?
We need a first,
Thank you.
second, and third.
If I can speak to that.
I think you've got it.
Okay.
Ms. Selkirk, Dr. Selkirk, you were second?
I was the second, yes.
And Mr. Gutierrez was third. So that one's done. And did you still want to speak to it, sir?
Yes.
It's introduced.
Well, the reason for the postponement, if that's fine, that's fine. I'll leave it go.
Okay. F3, sir?
Madam Chair, this one moved to introduce, but not change the public hearing date. I had a discussion with the CFO.
Well, when you introduce, you're going to have to say a public hearing date.
It's got one on the agenda, but I'll say it, 6:23. Leave it where it is.
All right. Sir?
So I need second, third.
Third.
Thank you. Nothing more on that. Item 9F4, move to introduce and set a public hearing date of 7/7.
Hold on a minute.
Okay, now who was the second?
I'm sorry.
You're not using the system.
All right. The clerk is requesting again that you use the system if you can.
Well,
All right?
It was not.
it's
Did we
not
get the
lit.
second was
It's
Ms.
not.
Johnston, the third was Dr. Selkirk.
Okay.
All right. Moving on, Mr. Coffey, the next
Item
one.
9F5, move to introduce and set a public hearing date of 7/7/09.
Just a minute, Mr. Coffey, you skipped 4. Was that purposeful?
I thought I just did 4.
I thought you just did 3.
No, I said I wasn't going to do 3, and I moved 4, and now I'm on to 5.
All right, Mr. Coffey.
I'm sorry.
At this point, F3 is not been approved, and it's not on our agenda.
Yes, ma'am. I thought I said move to introduce, and
I thought
second and a third went along, and I didn't change the public hearing date. I said the 23rd was here.
Okay, we agree. I've got it. All right.
And then 4, I thought we just did 4.
No, sir.
Second.
All right, I'll
Now
do
we're on
4.
Thank you.
Okay, you're doing it.
You guys came down for this? I mean, move to introduce.
Second.
And to set a public hearing date on 7/7.
All right.
Thank you.
That item is moved to 7/7.
On item 9F5, move to introduce and set a public hearing date of 7/7. Thank you. On item
Wait a minute.
9F,
Just a minute. Ms. Johnston was the second. Mr. Birch, Mr. Starr was the third.
I'm going to be the second.
I'm going to 9F7 next, Madam Chair.
Wait, just a moment, please.
Yeah.
All right. Go ahead, Mr. Coffey.
9F7, move to introduce and set a public hearing date of 7/7.
All right.
Thank you.
And third. Johnston was the second. Ms. Craig was the third. All right. Go ahead, Mr.
Thank
Coffey.
you. 9F8, move to introduce and set a public hearing date of 7/7.
All right. Ms. Johnson was the second.
Third.
And Dr. Craig was the third.
Thank you. Finally, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
9F10, move to, never mind, it's got a public, I will just move what do we do? This is an appointment. It's set for the 23rd, so.
Just introduce it.
And move to introduce. Thank you. And the hearing date on the 23rd comports with the
All
other.
right, just a minute. Mr. Gutierrez was the second, but I didn't hear a third. Ms. Johnson was the third.
And Madam Chair, it's an appointment to a board or commission, so it's for the same reasons as the previous ones.
All right, very good.
Now, let me look at my addendum.
That's everything I had on my list, Mr. Coffey.
9F11.
Oh, you're correct.
It's on the addendum.
Go ahead.
Move to introduce and set a public hearing date of 7/7.
Second. Third.
Ms. Johnson was the second. Dr. Selcraig was the third.
Thank you.
All right.
That's
Mr. Coffey, I had a question as to
Mr. Kleiman.
number 11. And that's this 2009-81 has to do with the cemetery, and it was an effort to implement all the recommendations of the audit that we received about a month ago. And so my query is, I understand on others you're trying to get the new administration's input. If we're just following the audit suggestions, why is there a need to have it come postponed further?
Well, Mr. Kleiman, I suggest that you talk to him afterwards because it's already been done.
Yep.
Thank you. All right. With that, we are through the consent agenda
Yes, we are.
and all of the items that had been pulled. We're next at item 11A. Mr. Coffey,
Thank you, Madam Chair. As with the other appointments, move to postpone till 6/23 for the purposes previously stated.
Second.
Is there, all right, I'm sorry, Mr. Coffey,
It's 11A, Madam Chair.
and you moved it to...
The 23rd, as we've done with all the others, we can deal with them all
All right.
on that night.
Is there discussion? I'm assuming we want this on the board? Ms. Gray Jackson, you want this on the board?
Yes. I should.
All right.
Mike did. Said he did.
It's on the board. Voting on postponement. Please vote. That item is approved.
Thank you.
All right. 11B.
Madam Chair, you looking to me on that?
I'm trying to see the status of that. There is a motion to approve on the floor.
Madam Chair?
Mr. Coffey, the motion was from
What
you.
would be to postpone until, I think you asked for the 23rd, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, this one, sir, is dependent upon getting that legal
Oh, I'm
review.
sorry. I'm reading it too quickly.
Yes.
We're waiting for the legal opinion. I moved to postpone until July 21st on 11B. Sorry. Thank you. I have that date here.
All right. Is there objection to postponing to July 21st? Is that what you said,
That's
sir?
correct, Madam Chair.
All
The
right.
second meeting in July.
All right. There appears to be no objection. That item is postponed.
11C, the same motion it also deals with the same subject matter, July 2109, please.
And was there a second to that? Yes. Ms. Johnston. All right. Is there objection to postponement? Seeing none, that item is also postponed. 11D. Mr. Starr, did you want to make a motion on that one?
I do. I move to postpone indefinitely.
Second.
There objection? Seeing no objection, that item is postponed indefinitely. 11E, Mr. Coffey, that's
Thank
also
you.
yours?
Yes, move to postpone till July 7th. Dr. Selcraig and I have a couple of things still to work out. Can I have a second? Thank you.
Okay. Is there objection to postponement? Seeing none, that item is postponed. I need a one-moment logistics problem here. Just a second. Okay, thank you. All right. The logistics problem was that the other theater is also full now, and the lobby is getting full. And so we were talking about how we can make sure that everybody's name is clearly heard. And I think we've got an answer. Right. The next item before us is 13A. Oops. All right.
Move to continue.
All right. I'm trying to see if we have a motion pending on this one.
13A.
Okay. Continue public hearing. Ms. Drummond.
I move to continue the public hearing to the 16th.
Is there objection to continuing the public hearing on this?
Point of order, Madam Chair.
State your point, Mr. Coffey.
Point of order is to notice public hearing. We have to open it for now and then advise people that it will be continued. Thank you.
Wait a minute. The clerk is suggesting that instead of that motion, we just move it to the end of the agenda, since the 16th has already been officially designated as a continuation meeting.
Into your mic.
All right. The motion is to.
Second.
The motion before us is to take 13A and move it to the end of the agenda. Is there objection to that?
Nope.
Seeing none, that's done.
Madam, yeah.
All right. Now, 13B, we had a work session scheduled on the 19th.
Madam Chair, I think we'll make a motion to continue the public hearing to the 23rd, but after you give notice of that fact to anyone who wishes to testify tonight.
Second.
But this one,
except it's not up yet.
All right. This one, since the desire was to move that entirely to the 23rd, I believe that I have to open the public hearing and then make the motion. So I'm going to, if no objection, do that. I'd like to open the public hearing. This is for an ordinance to amend Anchorage Municipal Code Charter. This is on updating references and fines from the legal department and to correct some code citations. We're going to have a work session on this on the 19th, and the desire is to do it on the 23rd. You still can speak to this, though, if you'd like to right now. Hearing and seeing no one. Mr. Coffey?
Move to continue the public hearing on 13B, the fine ordinance, till 23rd of June.
All right. And was there
Second.
And is there objection to doing that? Seeing none, that is continued to the 23rd. The next item before us is 13C. I'm going to open the public hearing on that. This is an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Code Chapter 2.6, Office of the Ombudsman. If anyone would like to speak to that, please come forward. Hearing and seeing no one, public hearing is closed.
Move to approve.
Could I clarify? It's the S version?
Yes, 2009-50S.
All right. Is there objection to, all right, the S version substitution on that? All right, the S version is before us. Is there discussion? Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We moved a little bit fast because I was going to move to continue this public hearing until 6:23. And the reason why is because I've had some conversations with past ombudsmen on this issue, and I think Chair Vice Drummond is familiar. And I would like a little bit more time to review this before we make a decision. So I would appreciate support on postponing this until the 23rd. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I'm going to, since my vice chair isn't here right now, I'm going to just take a moment to fill you in. Ms. Drummond and I have been meeting with the ombudsman, and we have reviewed the material that she obtained from the past ombudsman, but I'm happy to postpone if you have some concerns on that. Is there any objection that, could I take that as a motion to postpone, Ms. Gray Jackson?
Madam Chair, it's a motion to postpone.
Second. And the date was the 23rd? All right. Is there objection to postponing to the 23rd? Seeing none, then, that item is postponed to the 23rd. The next item is 13D. This is the HLB work program.
Madam Chair, move to change the order of the day to move 13D to the end of the agenda after 14M and 13A.
Thank you.
Second.
Is there objection to doing that? Seeing none, we'll deal with that later on. The next item before us is 13E.
Madam Chair?
Go ahead, Mr.
Move
Coffey.
to change the order of the day to move 13E to the end of agenda after 13D.
Second.
Is there objection to doing that? Seeing none, that item is moved to the end of the agenda.
Madam Chair?
Go ahead, Mr. Coffey.
I understand 13F, we want to put that on the 16th, so I'll move to change the order of the day to put it at the end of the agenda, and that way it'll come up on the 13th for sure.
Second.
If we don't get to it tonight.
And Dr. Stolkrig seconded.
Thank you.
All right. Is there objection to that? Seeing none, we'll do that. All right. New public hearings. I need just a second.
Okay.
Are we going to get to that tonight? No. Are you through? Let me see. All right.
Yeah.
We're now at 14A on the agenda. This is A063. It's an ordinance authorizing the sale of properties foreclosed by the municipality for delinquent taxes and special assessments. If anybody would like to speak to us on that, please come forward. Hearing and seeing no one, public hearing is closed. What's the wish of the body? Move to approve.
Second.
Is there discussion? Is there objection? Seeing none, that item is approved. Next item before us is AO67. This is an ordinance authorizing withdrawal and transfer of a 10-acre parcel of HLB parcel number 3-035 from the HLB inventory to the Real Estate Services Division. If anybody would like to speak to us on this item, please come forward. Hearing and seeing no one.
Madam Chair?
Oh.
Before you close the public hearing, I'm a little bit uncomfortable zipping through these because we're assuming there's no one who wants to testify on this. It is entirely possible there may be people who want to but couldn't get in the room.
All right.
Or couldn't get in the building.
Valid point. Could I ask either the security guard or Ms. Duke to announce that I'm calling people for the public hearing of a transfer of a 10-acre HLB parcel?
It's 14B. It's 14B.
It's 14B on the agenda. Could somebody say that out in the lobby?
I'm wondering if it wouldn't be more appropriate to simply continue these public hearings to a later date unless they absolutely have to be done tonight.
Well, Mr. Gutierrez, when I checked with the administration, these two were the two must-dos.
Okay.
And at this point, those are the only two must-dos on the agenda. Is
Madam
there
Chair?
anyone that out in the lobby, was that announced out in the lobby?
I'm going.
Sir, did you announce that in the lobby?
Announce what, ma'am?
Okay.
Apparently not.
Could you stand in the lobby and announce that we're opening a public hearing on transfer of a 10-acre HLB parcel, 14B? Thank you, sir. And I'm going to take about a 2 or 3 minute at ease while he does his walk. Oh. I thank you for your patience. This is kind of a unique meeting for us. All right, I'm going to start off by saying Mr. Gutierrez was correct. There was someone who wanted to speak to us at an item that we just approved, two of you. And so I am going to need a motion.
Madam Chair.
Just a moment. Do you know which one, Ms. Drummond?
Yes, ma'am. Move to reopen the public hearing on 14A, Ordinance AO 2009-63.
Yeah.
Second.
Wait a minute. Just a minute. What I need is a motion for immediate reconsideration since it was approved.
So seconded.
Move to reconsider.
All right. Is there objection to reconsideration? Seeing no objection. All right. Since we've started all over, I need a motion to approve first.
Move. When you
wait a
got
minute.
public
I need a
testimony,
public
Madam
hearing.
Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Gentlemen, my apologies to you. We're having process difficulties. If you could identify go to the microphone there, right in back of you. Yeah. And you can start off with identifying yourself, and you have 3 minutes.
Yes, good evening, Assembly. My name is Clint Desjardins. I'm an Anchorage resident. And I'm here to speak very quickly to state that according to the Constitution and our revolution from England, as this country and this city is up under, private property is sovereign before God. It is according to the Declaration of Independence. Therefore, all property taxes, if somebody has the deed, are therefore immoral and illegal, according to our Constitution. Therefore, to foreclose on someone's private property for not paying city taxes is, in fact, by the definition of a tax. The city owns every single person's property in the municipality. Therefore, if the city needs other taxes to pay for services, I do agree with government, simply put, they need to find another funding for taxes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, on the Assembly, my name is Robert Woofter, W-O-O-F-T-E-R. I'm here for Beverly Alec, an 82-year-old retired woman, not present, doesn't have the stamina to stand by. For about 2.5 months, she had her house foreclosed on, actually, Beverly Alec, A-L-E-C-K, and first learned about it after the fact. As you're probably well aware, there are procedures available to the city that aren't available for ordinary foreclosures done for creditors. This particular one was for $3,000 and change at that time in 2006 on the issue of an unpaid sewer assessment. She was in and out of the hospital at the time. I had been told by various folks I talked to within the real estate sections of the municipality since the end of February of this year that only the Assembly could address a possible waiver, not of the actual principal or interest, but of the penalty and the interest on that penalty. Toward that end, I prepared exhibits, but I found out at about 20 after 4 today, I was called to be told, we're not sure that even the city can do that. This may have to go to the state RCA. So my purpose today, given that late-breaking information, is to ask for essentially a continuance or to take the Beverly Alec property off for at least a period of a month while I'm able to figure out if the RCA is willing to work with us. My understanding, again, is that it may be even beyond the Assembly's capability because it is, I'm looking for the term here, driven by a tariff-driven matter, in essence. That's the entirety of my purpose here this evening. I was actually prepared to simply ask you for it, give everybody a handout to show the breakout that the city provided me today for an update. But if it is, in fact, outside the purview of the city, and perhaps staff can respond to that, I don't know.
Okay, thank you. I think we'll ask the municipal attorney to weigh in. Mr. Reeves, could you comment on this?
Yes, Ms. Osiander. Our understanding is that if the Assembly acts tonight on the measure, that will not affect Mr. Woofter's client's right to pursue this with the administration and, if necessary, with the RCA. And therefore, the administration recommends that the Assembly proceed to adopt the measure without deleting this parcel.
All right.
This deletion is not necessary in order to work this out with Mr. Woofter's client.
Okay. Just a minute, sir. Dr. Selkirk?
My question's been answered. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for coming forward. Is there discussion? Mr. Starr?
Does that mean, based on the August 4th date timeline, that they would have to resolve it between now and August 4th as the property is designated to be sold on the ordinance, or do we assume that even after that August 4th date, the property wouldn't be sold? Mr. Starr, through the chair, I believe that the administration would have the authority, after adoption of this measure, to continue to work with Mr. Woofter even beyond that date if it proved necessary. In other words, this measure does not require that this property be sold by that date. Public hearing closed, ma'am?
Not yet, sir. But I'm about to.
Okay.
Seeing, Mr. Craig, you're back in the
I'll
for
wait until after the public hearing is closed. Thank you.
Madam Chair, a 10-second comment. In the interests of making sure that all information that's relevant is out there, I've been told that each and every agency in the city rejected any interest in the subject parcel. Just want to put that on the table, too.
Thank you very much. Seeing no one further, public hearing is closed. Dr. Selcraig, you're first in queue.
I'm wondering, what's the downside of pulling this parcel out? If there's let's say there's an intent on the Assembly's part to provide more time and consideration to this particular parcel, why not pull it out?
Ms. Selcraig, or Dr. Selcraig, through the chair, I think the downside is that if, for some reason, it's not possible to accomplish what Mr. Woofter and his client want, for example, if it requires RCA action and the RCA will not do it, will not approve it, then that will require another trip to the Assembly and another imposition on your time. On the other hand, if you pass it tonight, as recommended, there's still the same opportunity tomorrow that exists today for Mr. Maynor and his staff and AWW and the RCA, if necessary, to work this out with them.
And I guess my question is does it take in order to address Mr. Starr's concern regarding the August deadline, do you need an indication from the Assembly that we would like you to extend beyond that deadline if necessary? I mean, I'm just a little worried as the administration changes and the history is lost. Does that leave it at the will of the administration to decide whether or not to extend the time?
I think Mr. Maynor can handle that one.
Dr. Selcraig, through the chair, action by the Assembly tonight does not foreclose an extension from removal from the auction in August, especially if we have recommendation from legal to do so. So it's tonight your action is not placing this property on that August auction.
Well, I guess I appreciate the will of the administration to work this out, but I don't see it a big inconvenience for this body if we have to revisit this parcel, and so I'm going to move to remove that. What's the number specifically? Have you got, Mr. Starr, do you want to go?
It's line 8 on the...
You want to go ahead and move, and I'll second?
I move to delete line 8 off of Exhibit A on the AM attached to the ordinance.
And were you the second then,
Yes,
Dr.
thank you.
Selcraig?
Yes.
All right. You want to discuss further the deletion?
I'll just speak to that. I mean, we already hold the clerk's deed at that, and so the added pressure to move it to foreclosure sales is sort of unnecessary. I don't see anything wrong with leaving it in the status of the clerk's deed in held with the municipality, and I'd like to provide some comfort and take the pressure off of the 84-year-old woman that we don't need to sell her property by August 4th. So if it doesn't make the list, I think that requires it to come back to the Assembly to put it back on the list, and I don't find that to be burdensome. So I'd urge approval and caution. I appreciate the testimony.
Mr. Starr, apparently the clerk has no record of an original motion to approve on this item. So if you wouldn't object, could we have that first, please?
Sure. Move to approve AO 2009-63.
And Dr.
Second.
All right. So Mr. Gutierrez was the second. All right. Now, could you restate your amendment, sir?
Sure. Delete the listing on the attached AM. The AM number is 268-2009. Reference property listing number 8 on that schedule. I'd like to delete that.
All right, and Dr. Selkrig was the second. Is there discussion on that point? Dr. Selkrig, you're in the queue again?
No.
All right, Ms. Johnston?
Yes, I have a slight concern because I had a constituent come up to me earlier this evening with another concern on a parcel. Mr. Maynard, will this have any effect on the constituent that we were discussing earlier?
Assemblyman Johnson, through the chair, the other circumstances are totally different and are not related. That action may also be removed pending probate determination of the occupant of the property.
Could you tell me which item that was?
Yes. Those would be items 9 and 10.
Okay, thank you.
Excuse me. The amendment is before us. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Is there objection to the amendment? There appears to be no objection to the amendment. All right, the amendment is approved. Ms. Johnston?
I'd like to actually have an additional amendment to remove line item 9 and line item 10.
Mr. Birch was a second to that? You want to speak to your amendment?
No, but this, just to say that this is another issue that I think needs a little bit of time to address.
Seeing no further discussion, is there objection to this amendment? Dr. Selkrig?
I think I want to be careful in this process. I mean, we had an 83-year-old woman that had been in the hospital, and I guess I'd like to know a little bit about the circumstances, that just to kind of randomly remove them. What's the problem? And it seemed to me that there's a flexibility in place through the administration if people are working things out, that they can extend the August deadline. So I guess I'm curious about what the problem is.
Ms. Johnston?
There's a discussion as far as this ownership of the parcel, and it's also an elderly man who is currently living there, and the parcel is under his daughter's name, and Mr. Maynard's trying to work with him to discern the ownership.
Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, is there objection to the second amendment? Seeing none, that amendment is incorporated. Is there discussion on the main motion? Seeing none, is there objection to the main motion as amended? Seeing none, that item is approved. All right. We're working the system as we go here to try to figure out the logistics. Right now, we have I have sheets with 174 names, and there are more sheets being filled out. We're going to work our way through. We are going to forego our dinner break so that we can hear more of you. However, there will be times when assembly members will need to leave and come back. There will be assembly members who may be eating something at this desk, which has never happened before, to my knowledge. And at this point, I'm going to take 5 minutes max, and then we'll start with the names and go through. So I'm relying on the police chief. He's doing great so far to try to keep a system. Do you have any remarks you want to make, Chief, before we start? Go ahead, Chief.
Everybody hear me? Yeah. You would ask for cooperation. We don't want the number of folks to change in this room. The people who are in this room, if you have to use the restroom, we would ask that you leave your ID with one of these security officers or officers at the door. That will ensure. We're having to use poker chips. So with that, we would ask for cooperation, and not everybody help us with that, we'd be glad to help you with it.
No, at this point, the Assembly is in recess for 5 minutes only, 5 minutes. And the chief is right there if anybody wants to go talk to him. Assembly members could return to their seats, please. All right, if we could come to order. I'd like to open the public hearing on the ordinance amending Anchorage Code 510, Equal Rights Commission and Unlawful Discriminatory Practices, and also the various S versions and amendments. So I'm going to call 3 at a time and allow some flexibility within that 3 group in the potential case that somebody's not in the room. The first 3 people to testify are Joanna Manaviller, Stephanie Taylor, and Deanna Nelson. If you could come forward, state your name, you have 3 minutes.
My name is Joanna Manwiller, and I'm an Anchorage resident. And members of the Assembly, I appreciate this opportunity to be able to speak. I'd like to read a paragraph from the Anchorage Daily News from Saturday, June 6, 2009, written by Julia O'Malley, and these are her words. I've been openly gay since I was 17, and I can say I've never worried about getting fired or renting an apartment. I have a huge supportive family and wide network of friends, so maybe I've been isolated, but every stranger I've come out to, from my high school principal to the cable guy, have been totally respectful. I didn't want to get caught up in the same old fight because I believed the world had changed. I believe most people in my town were tolerant, whether it was said so in an ordinance or not. And this has been her experience. I think this is the experience of our country, which is based on human rights. I don't think we need to add special rights for special groups. And I'd like to close with just saying an old saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Come forward, please. I'm just going to remind you that the longer it takes between testimony, the less chance we have to take any action at all. Go ahead.
My name is Stephanie Taylor, and I am here representing myself, my family, and other like-minded Bible-believing Christians in the community. I am a resident of East Anchorage. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak on this ordinance. I will speak on 2 major concerns that I have with Ordinance 64. My first concern is that this ordinance would not allow freedom of religion and the free expression thereof as stated in both the U.S. and the Alaska Constitutions. This ordinance will open the door to countless lawsuits and legal battles where institutions and individuals with religious convictions to the contrary would be guilty until they prove themselves innocent in a court of law. President Obama was in Cairo, Egypt last week speaking to the Muslim world. The following excerpts are from that speech. The fifth issue that we must address together is religious freedom. People in every country should be free to choose and live their faith based upon the persuasion of the mind and the heart and the soul. This tolerance is essential for religion to thrive, but it's being challenged in many different ways. He then went on to say, freedom of religion is central to the ability of peoples to live together. We must always examine the ways in which people protect it. End of quote. This ordinance as written would not protect religious freedom. My second concern is the urgency with which this is being presented and put up for a vote. This ordinance has been revised at least twice in the last week. It is quite obvious to me that this is still a work in progress. There are many unanswered questions regarding the application and potential consequences of this ordinance. Each time a revision is made, new questions arise. In December, the Anchorage Assembly approved union contracts that were being rushed through by the former mayor as he left office. Within weeks of those votes, it was determined that the contracts would have to be renegotiated because of the budget shortfall. Although questions arose about the contracts, the Assembly did not take the time to thoroughly research the fiscal impact before voting to approve them. Had this been done, many problems and countless hours of additional work might have been avoided. It appears that we are headed in the same direction now. There are too many unanswered questions about the application and impact of this ordinance. We are dealing with people's lives and their livelihoods, and as such, more time is needed to thoroughly examine all of the issues and ramifications of this ordinance. Governing in this hasty manner is not only inefficient, it is not responsible. The citizens of Anchorage deserve better. Please vote no on Ordinance 64. Thank you.
Thank you. And if Jonathan Taylor, Barbara Bernard, and Yolanda Clary could be prepared. Go ahead, ma'am.
Sorry, I can either see you or my little thing here.
No.
Thank you for providing this opportunity for your constituency. I'm sorry, my name is Deanna Nelson. I've never done this before, obviously, to express our opinions publicly. My comments will address the assertion by the proponents of this ordinance that it is a civil rights issue. When I was growing up, that their effort is comparable to that of blacks in their struggle to overcome the societal resistance to changing Jim Crow laws that were still oppressing them when I was young. When I was growing up in the Chicago area in the 60s, my dad took a teaching job at Chicago Vocational School. CVS was a vocational high school in inner city Chicago. As an English teacher at a vocational school that had a 97% African American population, he sought to find literary resources that would engage his students. One of the books he had them read was this one. It's called Black Voices. It's an anthology of African American literature. It was in this book, when I was about 13, that I read the writings of someone who became one of my favorite black authors, Langston Hughes. Last summer, nearly 40 years later, I returned to that volume when looking for poetry for my 14-year-old literature-loving daughter. Taking a detour to learn more about a favorite childhood author, I soon found out that Mr. Hughes was gay. This discovery did not in the least change my esteem of him as a person or a poet. The gay community has contributed to our shared history and culture in many rich and substantive ways. Now, this same group, with the backing of well-funded and prominent organizations such as Equality Works and the ACLU, have couched their arguments using civil rights language as an attempt to draw a close parallel between discrimination against the black community during Jim Crow days with the current perceived discrimination against the lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgendered community. This is a specious argument that distracts from the primary problem with the wording of the ordinance before us this evening. The ordinance contains a religious exemption as well as exemptions in the hiring practices of small business owners. Why? The inclusion of such exemptions upholds my assertion that this is not a civil rights issue. It is not a civil rights issue and not a discrimination issue. Indeed, the exemptions almost seem arbitrary. Having decided in favor of such exemptions, should they not also be applicable to individuals, to persons in any situation who choose to exercise their right to freedom of religion by not taking actions that would appear to be an endorsement of what most religious people would consider to be immoral behavior? The ordinance is not about civil rights, it is about special rights. I would support the efforts of the Assembly to ensure the same civil rights by our Constitution. The Assembly ought not be in the business of adding special rights to our municipal code. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, sir. Oh, wait, Mr. Coffey? You are in queue? Okay. Go ahead, sir.
Hi. My name is Jonathan Taylor. I'm from Anchorage. I'm 17 years old, and I'm here representing myself, my family, and other like-minded Bible-believing Christian youth in the community. Thank you for hearing my comments on Ordinance 64. No law shall be made respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. It's from the Alaska State Constitution, Article 1, Section 4. My first concern with this ordinance is that it does not define bona fide religious or denominational institutions. This would force churches and other religious institutions to go to court and allow a judge or jury to determine whether or not they are bona fide. That prohibits the free exercise of religion, which is in direct conflict with the state constitution. My second concern with this ordinance is that it does not allow exemption for religious institutions on the issue of sexual behavior. It says that the religious institutions may give a preference as to whom they hire, yet it says nothing about whether religious institutions may require all employees, members, etc., to abide by the teachings and or beliefs of the institution, including those related to sexual behavior. Taking away rights from one entity so that more rights can be given to another is not equal rights. This assembly has an obligation, a constitutional obligation, to all religious institutions to protect their rights. Ordinance 64 does not. I urge you to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And go ahead.
My name is Barbara Bernard. There once was a time when the color of skin determined friendships, civil rights, and the water fountain to use. When I went to public school in the 50s and 60s, Turnagain, Central, Romig, and West, children with differences, whether physical, emotional, or psychological, were excluded from my experience. Exclusion was about fear and inaccurate information. Can you imagine yourself enforcing those beliefs now? Each generation has lessons to learn. Who have we excluded? Who is not fully included in the conversation of life? This is the continual discovery of being human, a lesson learned from my family of origin. My parents, Glenn and Norma Groth, who were members of this community for years, became pioneers for social justice in their 60s when they began to confront the beliefs they were raised with as they listened to gays and lesbians who trusted them enough to tell their stories. My mother-in-law, Theone Bernard, a school cook in northern Minnesota with a high school education, also decided in her 60s to become an advocate for gay rights. They all made their decision to advocate before they knew their grandson was gay. I am here today carrying forward my family legacy of courage, to be willing to learn even when I am fearful or uncomfortable, to change my mind, and above all, to be inclusive and even celebratory of differences. My husband and I are the parents of two beautiful young men, Hans and Stefan Bernard. My older son, Hans, is gay. What I can tell you is that when I became a mother, this is not the version of motherhood that I imagined, and yet I consider myself to have been very gifted in this journey. As I look at you as assembly members, I am grateful to several of you for mentoring my son in the world of politics. He learned under your tutelage as a student representative on the Anchorage School Board. Part of your legacy is with him, as at age 26 he serves as the Deputy Legislative Director in the Governor's Office of the State of Oregon. One of the reasons Hans lives in Portland rather than in Anchorage is that in Portland he is treated as a citizen with civil rights. I look forward to the day when the municipality of Anchorage is a community in which my son would be welcomed, have equal rights, and be celebrated. Ordinances and laws can be steps to create equality by providing rights and recourse while encouraging communities to become inclusive. There will always be more work to be done despite laws. Inequities will continue to exist. As I look around this room and see so many of my friends who have many things in common with me, irrespective of my sexual preference or theirs, I anticipate the day when we can tell her story and history and say there was once a time when gays, lesbians, bisexual, transgender individuals in the municipality did not have civil rights, but that time is no more.
Thank you.
As an assembly, you are creating a legacy. What will the legacy be? Thank you. Thank you.
I'd like Cindy Hayner, Allison Mendel, and Nathan, I think it's Calmecchio. I apologize if I butchered it. Go ahead, Ms. Clary.
Hello, I'm Yolanda Clary. I've lived in Anchorage, Eagle River, and Girdwood for several decades, and I enjoy the city very much. I have become active. I have joined several organizations. I like to do many things, and I've enjoyed living in Anchorage. I have found it to be an all-inclusive and non-discriminatory community that embraces all. One of the groups that I joined was the Bridge, what is that community? I don't belong to it now. Bridge Builders. And I had several friends from several parts of the world. I also am multilingual, and I teach English to many foreigners, and that would be people from Egypt, Indonesia, Pakistan, or maybe 20 countries. So I enjoy many cultures. I have not been discriminated against, nor my family, and I've enjoyed living here, and I plan to continue living here. I am not supporting this ordinance. I don't believe that it needs to have the word sexual orientation. Those are poor choice of words. And I also want to avoid wasteful time and money, as mentioned by the second speaker earlier, when the Assembly, the previous administration, passed quickly several, I think like 6 union contracts. And I don't think we should pass this one in such a haste. The present acting mayor was not elected by us. He is holding a chair. He is holding a position, and he is acting in a rush, maybe to make a name for himself. I don't know what it is, but I think it requires the voice of the people of all of Anchorage, the municipality. And I hope that this is not passed. I think it's the wrong time. And again, I do not feel that I have been discriminated. I think that Anchorage has been an all-embracing community, and I hope that many come out, more than there are today, or continue to do so, that will support no on this ordinance.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Madam Chair and the members of the Assembly, my name is Cindy Hayner. I'm a resident of 25 years here in Anchorage, Alaska. On May 31st, my 14-year-old adopted daughter went to the Diamond Center with her 20-year-old sister for a family outing. When she returned home that afternoon, she was a bit shook up and panicked over her encounter in the women's restroom there. A man dressed as a woman entered the women's restroom while she was in there alone. He turned to say, "Hi, how are you?" in a really deep voice. My daughter froze. She was unable to speak. She left the restroom rather quickly. My daughter was not equipped to handle the situation and should not have to in a women's restroom. I explained to her that if I were there, I would have asked him to leave or contacted security. She then informed me of another incident where she came in encounter with a male cross-dresser over at Costco. This time, she was with my 7-year-old foster child. I was waiting there with the basket of goods on the other side of the register, and that was on May 22nd. Am I to escort my children to the restrooms because we want to give these folks special rights? I'm just concerned and tired of these multiple accounts that my girls, who have been able to use the restrooms before, cannot go into women's only restrooms without the fear of a male cross-dresser being in there. This should be illegal for a biological male to enter a female restroom, and now I hear this ordinance will try to make this type of dress and behavior acceptable. It should be the duty of the city to protect families against cross-dressers, whether they're heterosexual or homosexual. Please help the women of the city to be able to go into women's restrooms without fear. Help mothers to be able to let their girls go into restrooms without chaperones because of a concern that a man may be in there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If I could, excuse me, if I could ask Katie Harvey, Jessica Bush, and Mark Essert. Go ahead, Ms. Mendel.
Thank you. I'm Allison Mendel, Chairman Osiander. I'm here to testify in favor of the proposed ordinance. It is long past time to make this important change in the law. Social science research tells us that people who know gay people or have gay people in their families are less likely to discriminate or to support discrimination. Many of you know me. If you don't know me, you probably know who I am. I'm a divorce lawyer. I've been in business in Anchorage for 25 years. I have a family, including children and grandchildren who live here. If you do not support this ordinance, you are in effect saying that you deserve legal protections that I do not deserve. Some very strange arguments are being made about why this is a good idea. None of them make any practical sense. I want what you already have, and I have yet to hear any good reason why I should not have it. There is no such category as good homosexuals any more than there is a category of good heterosexuals. All people come in an endless variety, from heroes to criminals. The variety of heterosexuals include murderers, pedophiles, adulterers, and inconsiderate people. No heterosexual has to prove that you deserve your civil rights. Gay, lesbian, bisexual, and transgendered people are no different. Some are admirable and some are not. We should not have to audition for social approval in order to be guaranteed the right to a home and a job on the same basis as everyone else. In our system, a person's religious beliefs have only a passing acquaintance with the civil rights of others. We are each free to hold any belief we like, but none of us are free to impose a belief system on others. I cannot refuse to serve Baptists or pagans in my business, even if their beliefs are anathema to me, and they should have no right to refuse to serve me in any business on the basis that I am a lesbian. Our society continues to function because we agree to disagree. This does not imply disregard or disrespect of anyone's religion. It is simply the only way we can conduct a society of many beliefs. I want to be able to have a home, a family, a business on the same basis as all other Anchorage citizens. I do not want to have to hide or lie in order to have these things. I want to be able to put my wedding picture on my desk, just like you do, without risking being fired because of it. If you think there is some reason you deserve this and I don't, I want to know what it is. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Just a minute. Mr. Birch had a question for you. If you could come back. Mr. Birch. And is Nathan Calmecchio here? All right, go ahead.
I just, in the course, we've had a lot of communication, a lot of emails and phone calls, and I've had a lot of, extended discussions with folks on both sides of this issue. Have you had, or would you care to share any firsthand account of discrimination, either, restaurants you've been turned away from, jobs you've been denied, or, a home or a loan you weren't qualified for based on your orientation?
Well, first of all, I have been my own boss for about 23 years, in part because I found it very difficult to be a lesbian in the work world. And things were worse 25 years ago than they are now. It might be easier now. I am an attorney, and I have many clients who tell me horrible stories of things that have happened to them. Being fired because somebody thought they were gay, whether they were or not. I have had clients who were evicted from housing because of a perception that they had friends who were gay or that they themselves were gay. I have had other attorneys on the record in court cases accusing me of having particular opinions in a case because I am a lesbian and therefore I should not be listened to by the court. I could go on all night with examples like that. I'm afraid it's rather common.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please step forward.
Good evening. My name is Jessica Bush. I'm here today on behalf of anti-discrimination and for many of my friends and for a lot of the youth teenagers that I talk with today and help with coming out. I am a born and raised Alaskan resident, American voter. My forefathers fought and died for this country, and I have been gay ever since I can remember. I remember liking girls since I was 4. I've never been into boys. So people who say I had a choice, that isn't true. I've been experiencing discrimination ever since at least the age of 3 from my neighbors, harassing my family, commenting about what a little boy they had, and my family who dealt with harassment and discrimination from coworkers, from residents, from jobs, as well for having a gay daughter. They were both religious, well-rounded, well-educated, and renowned. During my years in school, I found out that I got lacked of education. My teachers would throw away my homework assignments. They would allow kids to discriminate me and make fun of me in class. While no one would come to my aid, I would go to my counselor to talk and comfort, just to have my counselor go behind my back and tell my family I needed therapy. I went to a therapist to tell me just to take pills, but this was all in my head, which led to a Great Depression, which led to alcohol. And many times I went to church thinking maybe a priest could help me. Or they told me I was going to go to hell, which led me further and further towards suicide until I came across a few older lesbians who came to my aid, told me it was okay to be gay, who shared their stories among other girls and boys who were in the same shoes as I. As soon as I got out of high school, I tried to go to college, get an apartment, get a job. Found myself turned away at the door, homeless, at least for numerous years, because no one would rent to me. Found out unless I pretended and went and prayed, maybe I could have my soul saved. Job employers refused. They said they didn't believe in having a gay person because of the moral of the employees. I couldn't go to college because I couldn't find any funding. Once they found out I was gay, no one wanted to be a sponsor or offer me a scholarship. So I had to work, minimum wage. I experienced many of my friends who have committed suicide around the years, from families who would tell them to go throw them out the door. I had friends who got beat by their parents until they were told they would be beaten until they were straight. I hope that you do pass this for at least, not me, at least for the future generations.
Thank you very much. Could I come? Isa Pinson, Susie Dove, and Charles Tile. Go ahead, sir.
Hello, my name is Mark Gessert. The reason I have come before you tonight is to propose you add sexual orientation to the list of anti-discrimination laws already in place. Already many cities and states throughout the United States already have such protections in place. I am currently a student attending college, but have had numerous experiences in past jobs where I was laid off, let go, or forced to resign because I was harassed to the point where I couldn't take it anymore. While attending a vocational trade school in Seward, I was constantly harassed, even though I never made a pass at my fellow students. Upon graduating from the program, I worked at various automotive dealerships around Anchorage. I did my job to the best of my ability, but was constantly belittled and given fewer hours and jobs than people hired behind me. When I complained to my supervisor, I was told that I had to make the best of it, and that I shouldn't complain since I did have a job. I attended the University of Alaska Anchorage, which includes sexual orientation in its diversity statement. Although all I ever did was wear a few buttons and pins, I was verbally harassed and sometimes worried about my own personal safety, especially using the restroom. Should this ordinance pass, I have no intention of putting on a dress and trying to walk into a women's restroom, unlike a certain website admits. Some people believe you make a choice when it comes to admitting you're gay, lesbian, bisexual, or transgender. I disagree with this. For the longest time, I considered myself straight, but I finally admitted that I was bisexual. In conclusion, it doesn't take a lot of courage to admit that you're heterosexual, but it takes a lot to admit you're homosexual. Thank you for your time. I hope you made the right decision.
Thank you, sir. Could you speak to the mic? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson, stupendous assembly.
Start with your name.
I'm Ethan Wilkinson, and I'm an adopted citizen of this United States of America. I'm sorry, I'm so emotional.
That's fine.
Ma'am, if you need proof, I have proof that I've been discriminated so many times, and this is the latest one from the Equal Rights Commission.
Okay. If you want to give us any documents, you can give it to our clerk, and she will pass it out to us.
Ma'am.
You want to speak first?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
That's fine.
There is no There is no strong reservoir of freedom today than of the United States of America. We must never underestimate the wisdom of our founding fathers who gave us the supreme law of the land. It's of moral and legal turpitude of this benevolent institution to amend unjust civil practices against minorities, which is obsolete of a bygone era. To the Assembly, I implore you to have compassion and providence. Please amend and legislate the law that discriminates. It's not an American value. It is but a reflection of a society's affliction towards the disfranchised. Let's stop this mendacity amongst hate mongers, homophobes, and pious zealots. America can proclaim as the leader of a free world if its citizens are not emancipated. We ask ourselves what kind of nation we are and the direction we'll have to move into. We are all but one. Eliminate, eradicate the last vestiges of this injustice. Equality now.
Okay, and you can give your documents up here. Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mrs. Alexander and Assembly. My name is Susie Dove, and I also stand here representing my husband, Air Force retired Major Edward Dove. He teaches junior ROTC at West High School. I am here today to voice my concern over the sexual orientation ordinance that is being addressed this evening. This goes beyond being a Christian issue. It's a human issue. I am a Christian woman, and I do have love and compassion for people of all walks of life. But this ordinance crosses the boundaries of any human rights. Please carefully read the small print and realize that this ordinance is just not right, and it pushes the beliefs and lifestyles that homosexuals, transsexuals, and bisexual people have onto us who are heterosexual. Please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Phyllis Rhodes, Christopher Narvaez, I hope, Narvaez, and Tony Glavnik. Go ahead, sir.
Does my hair look okay?
No comment.
Just for the record, my name is Charles Tice. I'd first like to start by thanking the Anchorage Assembly for hosting this hearing on this very important issue today. I would also like to thank Mayor Klayman for having the progressive fortitude to bring this issue before the Assembly. Over 230 years ago, our nation launched its improbable experiment in democracy with the Declaration of Independence that was founded on the premise that all men are created equal, that we are endowed by our Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And while our founders themselves struggled to live up to these words and ideals, they ultimately knew the legacy they were leaving behind was one that forcefully and unequivocally advocated for civil equality, for civil discourse, and yes, civil disobedience. And such has been our nation's history, one of the unjust suppressing of human and civil rights. But such also has been our nation's history of progress, of overcoming, of persevering in an effort to narrow the gap between the promise of our ideals and the reality of our time. Throughout our history, from the plight of the bloody patriot to the bonded slave to the woman who dared to reach for the ballot, from the African American living in the Jim Crow South to the illegally detained prisoners in Guantanamo Bay to the gay, lesbian, bisexual, and transgender community that stands before you today, all found themselves
when juxtaposed with our nation's ideology, on the right side of history. All found their cause rooted in the suppression of their basic civil and human rights by the very government that has been instituted to procure and protect these rights. Our Founding Fathers' legacy was to leave to successive generations, to you, to I, to the fine people standing here in this room today, the task of bringing everybody together under the banner of equality. To the Anchorage Assembly, this is your chance to be on the right side of history. When your children's children look back on your actions, your deeds, what will they see? To those who disseminate hate and fear, liberty has always had its foe. And mark history's words, you will be defeated. In the words of the great Dr. King, the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice. May you be just. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Phyllis Rhodes, R-H-O-D-E-S. I've lived in Anchorage for 42 years. I'm a mother, and I'm a grandmother, and I have a lesbian daughter. And I have been in a same-sex relationship with my partner for 20 years. I have a brief story of my own. I worked in the same office for over 20 years. I was very careful not to reveal my sexual orientation. I was fearful of losing my job, and I was fearful of being harassed. I retired from that job 13 years ago. 7 years ago, I began as a volunteer at the Gay and Lesbian Community Center, and also I volunteer to answer the Identity Helpline, which is information and referral in the evenings. During that 7-year period, I can tell you that not one of those years went by that I did not speak with someone who had lost their home or more often had lost their job because their sexual orientation had been discovered. They won't all be here. They've already been whacked by the system. They're not going to come here again and reveal who they are and take a chance again of losing a job. These people had good work records. They had received promotions, yet they were dismissed as soon as it was perceived that they were homosexual. So I hope that answers the questions of some, and especially some people sitting on this assembly, about whether do we need this amendment, because we do. This is a wonderful city. It could be even more wonderful and safer and more inclusive home to us all if fear and hate were not being taught, if fear and hate were not being tolerated. Doing something about this is up to you. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Dear Assembly, my name is Christopher Narvaez. I would like for you to know how important it is that we must pass this ordinance. I've been a resident of Anchorage for the past 6 years. Working in the field of technology, I really am glad to have my profession. In addition, I've had many professional challenges that have hurt me economically, professionally, and psychologically. The term "that is so gay" has been used in positions I have held. This term relates to an entire group of Americans, as well as myself, being negative. There are many other options to describe what someone does not agree with, or something that is not understood by a coworker, boss, or just in general. Having worked recently at a tech shop here in Anchorage, the term was used negatively all the time by my supervisor. Now I can take a joke from time to time because we are the butt of someone's jokes. But the problem with that is that it became out of hand and it was becoming hurtful to me. My supervisor was using the term gay negatively all the time, and to him I was indifferent and not part of the team. I tried to have a discussion with his boss, who was his best friend, and at that time he told me that the quote, and I quote, Chris, the term "that is so gay" is used negatively. but you have to accept it as a form of pop culture. There's nothing you can do, and you just have to accept it. At that time, I felt hurt. At that moment, I felt hurt and intimidated. He was not fully aware, me coming originally from New York City, that I had worked in print production for a major record label. Instead, on February 3rd, 2009, this year, I quit that position. It was a difficult choice. It was very difficult. You see, we have a home. We have a home that we own. And I had to quit because of someone's ignorance. I felt uneasy, and this may happen again. I have to pay my mortgage, I have taxes, and I have to put food on the table for me and my partner. It's been difficult. We've had to borrow money from family, and there's no reason for this to happen. Just because I have a partner of the same sex. Passing this ordinance not only helps the LGBT community, but everyone as well as myself. It protects us all from having to pay higher interest rates and taxes because someone has foreclosed on their home.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Allison Patatka, Susan Case, Rachel Rennan, I hope. Go ahead, Ms. Glavinick.
Good evening. My name is Tony Glavinick, Glavinic. I'm a lifelong Anchorage resident, and I live in Assembly District 5. I graduated from Stellar Secondary School in 2008 and now attend American University in Washington, D.C. Part of the reason I chose to go there is because American University and the District of Columbia are very protective and supportive of lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender individuals. I feel safe, respected, and valued there because I know that my school and the city around it will be there for me if I'm harassed or discriminated against because of my sexual orientation or gender identity. I don't necessarily know that here. I love Anchorage. It's a beautiful place with countless opportunities, but it doesn't have laws to protect me. I'm in the process of finding a summer job right now, and if someone decides to discriminate against me in that process because of who I am, right now I can't do anything about that. When I was in high school, I was involved with Anchorage Youth Court, Big Brothers Big Sisters, the Alaska Teen Media Institute, and a number of other local organizations. Many other LGBT youth that I know are the same way. They're some of the most involved students in their schools and communities. Anchorage needs bright, motivated young people like us, but right now, Anchorage is telling us that you don't want us here. So we leave for cities that are willing to stand up for our rights. I don't think Anchorage wants to be known as a city where you can be legally discriminated against because of who you are, who you love. But that's what we're saying right now. Tonight you can change that. Passing this ordinance with the amendments supported by Equality Works to ensure that transgender people are protected will tell me and my peers that you do want us here, devoting our energy and passion to making Anchorage a better place. Without it, you're going to just keep watching us leave and never come back. Thank you.
Please come forward.
Good evening. I'm Susan Case. I strongly support the efforts to include sexual orientation in the non-discrimination ordinance. I ask that you look into your hearts with compassion on the whole community of Anchorage and all its diverse citizens who only desire to live and work in this wonderful city without fear. This is an important step in breaking down the walls that separate us as we work through the struggles and confusion to take away the arrogance and hatred that infect our hearts and uniting us in making Anchorage and the state of Alaska a place where we can all be proud to live. It hasn't been easy for any of us, as reflected in the recent articles and personal opinions expressed on both sides of this issue. But your decision personally affects two members of my family and a whole community of friends that I love, one of which who can't be here this evening because she's devastated by the bathroom amendment for lack of a better term. In closing, I want to express to all of you that I sincerely appreciate the efforts you've made and continue to make to improve this community. But I ask that you seriously look at this issue. There are real fears. In our church, when someone comes in, we have parishioners who have to hide, because if they're on TV or if they're spoken or they are in the military and it is determined that they've made a statement about being gay, they will lose their jobs. They will lose their income. It's real, it's not imagined, and it's not an agenda. I don't care who says so. I thank you for your consideration, and I don't envy you your jobs.
Thank you. Deborah Mahalko, Carla Huntington, and Elston Lawson. Go ahead.
Thank you, members of the Assembly and Madam Chair. My name is Allison Potocka, and I am a 12-year resident of Anchorage and a lifelong Alaskan. And I am an appreciator of the Bible, the Quran, the Torah, the Tibetan Book of the Dead, the Bhagavad Gita, the Book of Mormon, and any other holy book that you could put in front of me. But I wish to stand in front of you today to support the Equal Rights Ordinance. In his acceptance speech of the Nobel Prize in 1977, Gabriel Garcia Marquez stated, "The interpretation of our reality through patterns not our own serves only to make us ever more unknown, ever less free, and ever more solitary." Here are some patterns of our city that I have found and I wish to relate with you. Anchorage is a city that has come to pride itself on its diversity. In the 2000 U.S. Census, we boasted that we have a 28% minority population and have had a 12% increase over the last 20 years. We have a higher percentage of multi-ethnic and civilian veterans than the rest of the nation. And in 2006, our Anchorage School District reported 43% of its students are of more than one race and 95% speak more than one language. As a middle and high school student, I did participate in Anchorage Youth Court, serving 3 terms on the board of directors and 1 as the president of the Bar Association. And because of my involvement, I was able to celebrate with the organization in 2002 when Anchorage was awarded the title of All-American City. This title is awarded only, as I'm sure you know, to 10 cities each year and is granted because we hosted the Special Olympics, we created and nurtured Anchorage Youth Court, and we also formed the Bridge Builders Organization. All of these programs worked toward embracing differences in physical ability, age, and ethnicity. Looking at all these data showed that this city has done much to interpret the realities of everyone according to their own patterns as to make them known, free, and united. Yet there is one vital sector of our city that we have forgotten to embrace and protect, which is why so many of us are here already today. As it stands, homosexuals have no protection against employer and landlord discrimination. I do not wish to debate religion or morality with anyone. I stand here for tolerance and for equality. Tolerance not meaning we all must like each other and get along, but accept that we are all here, we're all put here, and are all deserving of equal rights protected. The 3/5 clause in separate but not equal did not work before, and they will not work now. I do not understand how a city can tout its diverse population and then would shun another, other than to say that we appreciate diversity only when we can see it with our own eyes and not feel it with our own hearts. I believe that if we do not embrace these people, we run the risk of falling into the category of interpreters that Gabriel Garcia Marquez spoke against so fervently, and making ourselves ever less free, ever less known, and ever more solitary. Thank you.
My name is Deborah Mahalko. I was born and raised in Anchorage, Alaska. I'm here today because it is important that our city support and protect all areas of diversity. Uncontrollable factors of birth that range from eye and skin color to sexual orientation. These factors have no bearing on how any individual performs the functions of their employment. I have worked in the sales and marketing field for 15 years. The fact that I am gay is irrelevant, and as irrelevant as to how I perform my job duties as is my shoe size. In December 2005, I was hired as a general manager by Parkwood Inn. My job was wide-ranging and included the overseeing of all departments of the hotel. My primary focus was streamlining the front of the house,
and to market the hotel to increase visibility and sales. I was given no budget for this and was told to be creative. So with $0 and out-of-the-box mentality, I set off an email and fax advertising campaign to target markets, achieving sales that would not have happened otherwise during the slowest time of year. The owner of the hotel was pleased with my work, and in the normal process of office communication, my employer asked about my boyfriend or husband and invited us to dinner, which I politely declined, saying I separated my home life and working relationships. I had noticed the Christian fish symbols on the hotel stationery and other paperwork. I avoided using pronouns that might define my partner's sex. As a GM, one of my duties was to cover the front desk shifts if someone was sick or absent. During one such shift that kept me at work for 16 hours that day, my partner brought me dinner. My employer was in the office as well and could see the front desk from his door. In parting, my partner told me to have a good night, to be safe on the way home, that she would wait up for me, and that she loved me. When she left, he came out, remarked that it was sweet that my mother brought me dinner, and said that he didn't realize I still lived at home. I told him that she was not my mother, and things immediately changed. He asked if I was gay, and I did not lie to him. After that night, I told him I had a candidate for the maintenance position available, and his response was, "He's not gay, is he?" He would not even look at this person's resume, he assumed. He asked for the first time where I was advertising the hotel, and that he did not want me marketing to gay people. That week I was put out of my office and told that I would be training his wife on the financial side of things, that he wanted her more involved. I was asked to go to the church with him, with the implication that he would see me differently if I did. In a matter of weeks, after he realized I was not heterosexual, a factor that had nothing to do with my job performance, I was reduced to the duties of a front desk, yet still being paid salary and working 60 hours each week. I was still being pressed to attend his church and being told that I worked in a Christian business. Thinking that orientation was covered in EEO laws, I mentioned this to him and asked if he realized he was discriminating on the basis of orientation. He only smiled and told me I should go look again. I did, and found it was not included and that I had no real recourse. My work environment became more and more hostile, and I resigned my position. I was able to find suitable employment fairly quickly because I am skilled in my field. Others may not have been able to find employment so easily.
Thank you.
Thank you
very much. Mike Mason, Randy Magan, and Dr. Becky Bay.
Hello, I'm Carla Huntington. My last name is spelled Huntington. I have lived in Eagle River, Alaska for 25 years and Alaska for 30. I'm an attorney. My focus is on the area of family law. I do appellate work and mediation. I'm here because I strongly support extending the protection against discrimination to people who might be discriminated against because people believe that their sexual orientation is gay, lesbian, bisexual, transsexual, transgender. I preferred the first draft, but the current draft is pretty good. I think it does a pretty good job of balancing some weighty and competing constitutional and personal issues. And I really hope you pass this second draft, except the part I'm about to speak to. I have a handout that addresses Section 520.080B, capital B, and that's the provision that talks about the whole bathroom issue. I'm not arguing that. I think it's fine to be really clear in this ordinance that the law hasn't changed and that we can have bathrooms that are men's bathrooms and women's bathrooms and the line shouldn't be crossed. I just think the language in here is a little bit murky and open to confusion and also to into litigation that everyone has talked about being worried about. So I passed out some language that I think is just a little simpler, a little more straightforward. To those of you behind me, instead of having the provision it has, it says, notwithstanding any provision of this chapter, it shall not be unlawful for employers or operators of public accommodations to maintain and enforce gender-segregated restrooms or to impose reasonable dress codes, work rules, or other rules of general application. I just think it's straighter and simpler, and it's not substantively different. I'd hate to try to have people calling me to ask me what biological gender always means, and stretching the as such in terms of what's a bathroom as such. So that's why I have this language. The other handout that I brought up is just a list of people. I live in Eagle River. A number of people knew this was up today. We're not going to be able to come all the way into town, but they wanted to be on the public record in supporting this ordinance. I have to admit, a couple people from Palmer snuck in and signed us, but basically everyone here is from Eagle River and Shuyak. The other issue I wanted to talk about is to note that the issue of whether or not sexual orientation is a matter of choice, or whether it's determined at birth, I don't think it's germane to this ordinance. Civil right to be free from discrimination in employment or housing, etc., is not limited to groups who are born into that group. The current statute doesn't allow discrimination based on religion, and certainly many people are not born into the faith that they follow as adults.
Thank you very much. Hold on. Ms. Huntington, wait a minute. Oh, we got a question. Can you come back? Ms. Drummond.
Thank you very much for coming, and thank you for the suggested amendment. I guarantee you I will consider it. It's my understanding that there are a number of people who have signed up to speak that are not residents of Anchorage. Do you have any knowledge of those folks, since you mentioned people from Palmer?
No, I just know that when people asked me to sign this and a couple of people signed it, I didn't cross it out because they were from Palmer. But this happened in Eagle River, not out in the lobby. This was from days ago.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Come forward, please.
Hello and thank you. My name is Mike Mason. As a fantastic orator, Mark Hamilton once said, responsibility means if you have the ability to respond, you have the responsibility to speak. I will take a moment to remind all present of the words in our great Constitution, that all persons have a natural right to life, liberty, and enjoyment of industry, and are equal and entitled to equal rights, opportunities, and protection under the law. The essence of this matter is not what one religion or one advocacy group feels, but whether we, as Alaskans, can allow inequality to persevere. Denying the rights of an entire minority is beyond morally reprehensible, and something I cannot in good conscience stand idly by to watch happen in my city. I want to make it clear, I do not seek to force or push my opinion on others, merely to be free from their persecution against myself, my brothers, sisters, our children, and yours. The protection of a minority, from the tyranny of a majority is one issue each and every Alaskan ought to be proud of. I won't ask you for liberty. I will scream for it from the mountaintops, from City Hall, and on the steps of your courthouses. I will fight for liberty because I know better than most that freedom is not free, and because it is the American thing to do. I urge you to vote yes.
My name is Randy Megan, and I live in South Anchorage. And I'm neither wearing red nor blue. I'm wearing white. I'm not going to talk about whether I'm homosexual or heterosexual or bisexual or asexual. I'm not going to talk about my religion or lack of religion. I'm going to talk about rights, because that's what I think this is about. I think one of the rights that's going on here tonight is the right for people to speak freely. And I will celebrate that right. And I think it's, instead of being weary up there, I think we should be proud that so many people have turned out tonight to express themselves about this ordinance. While I disagree with many of them, I will fight for their right to express themselves. This is about rights. This is about the rights for minority peoples. There's soldiers from Anchorage in Iraq, in Afghanistan, fighting for our legal rights, rights that have been written down, specified in the law. This is about putting further rights into the law. It's about rights for all people, for a minority group to have their rights protected. Some would argue that this puts the rights of a special group above others. Read the language, it doesn't. This isn't about special rights. This isn't about taking away rights. This is about protecting the rights of a minority group. When we're judged by a higher power or by history, how do you want to be judged? Do you want to say that you stood up for the less fortunate, the disadvantaged, for those who suffer discrimination? Do you want to say that you put additional rights for people When we look at our democracy, do we want to judge our democracy by how it treats the majority of people or how it treats people of dissent, how it treats people that are in the minority? I think we want to judge our democracy by the rights that it gives everyone, not rights that it takes away. Thank you.
I'd like to call Patricia Anker, John Brower, and Donna Edmonds. Go ahead.
My name is Elston Lawson, West Anchorage, and I want to dedicate this testimony to my old pastor, Reverend David Ray. I was raised in North Pole and Fairbanks. I'm a lifelong Alaskan. I literally attended a one-room school in the North Pole Baptist Church in the late 1950s. My teacher was David W. Ray, who also happened to be the pastor of the church. Dr. Ray was a transplant from Denton, Texas, who held a doctorate of divinity and consequently was the only person in town who had the qualifications to manage us kids and our education. And manage us he did. He divided the upper grades of the school into two teams, the Phidals and the Sophies, and he gave us topics to debate and then resolve. He taught us that the purpose of debate was for two sides to find areas of common ground. Only then would the love or philos of wisdom or Sophia sustain a worthy human endeavor. While faith was a pillar of Dr. Ray's life, so was knowledge. Inform your faith, he would tell us whenever we would defend a position with some vague appeal to our personal beliefs instead of facts. To Dr. Ray, the greatest sin is hate. The next greatest sin is ignorance, because ignorance leads to hate. And the sin before ignorance is hubris or pride, because when we're proud, we cease to listen and learn from others, which leads to ignorance, which leads to hate. On the other hand, Dr. Ray told us that the greatest virtue is love. The next greatest virtue is understanding, because understanding makes love possible. Before understanding comes tolerance, because tolerance allows us to understand others who are different than ourselves, and that in turn allows love to follow us throughout our days. His favorite text of the Bible was in 1 Corinthians. When I was a child, I spake as a child, I understood as a child, I thought as a child, but when I became a man, I put away childish things. For now we see through a glass darkly, but then face to face. Now I know in part, but then shall I know even as also I am known. And now abides faith, hope, love, these three, but the greatest of these is love. Pastor David Ray was a great teacher and a great man who informs me to this day, nearly 50 years later. I attribute many of my most cherished values to his teachings. I know if he were alive today and here, he would support this ordinance, because just as we are all God's children, so are we all equal in the eyes of the law.
Thank you. Ms. Drummond has a question.
Thank you very much for coming and for your patience. I understand from you that a number of people have signed up who live outside of Anchorage to speak.
I don't know if that's true. I do know that a number I talked to this fine young man out there demonstrating in a red shirt, and I said, where are you from? And he said, oh, I'm from the Valley. And I said, what church do you go to? And he said, well, I go to the Church of Hope in the Valley. And I said, you come in on a bus? He said, yeah. And I said, oh, okay. So apparently there are a number of people bussed in from outside of the municipality of Anchorage.
Thank you very much. Madam Chair, I respectfully request that the Chair request that only Anchorage residents be allowed to testify. Since we have 9 hours of testimony ahead of us, I would rather limit it to people who live in Anchorage.
I was requested this on the break, and I already shared with the rest of the body that it is not my plan to do that. A lot of folks in the Valley spend the bulk of their day in Anchorage. There is no precedent for requiring proof of where you live when you testify to this body. So I'm going to allow everyone who wants to come, unless I'm overruled by the entire body. So at this point, please speak, ma'am. Oh, just a minute. Hold on. Dr. Selkirk?
Is it appropriate to just ask people whether or not where they're from, just their address? Not that we say they can't speak, but at least to give us information about. I'm reminded of Antelope, Oregon, where they bussed in people from Portland to change kind of an initiative. I mean, it just seems to me it would be appropriate for us to at least know if people were not from this community, we could still hear their testimony.
Thank you. So you've all heard that. There's been a request that you identify where you live. Please speak, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Dr. Bay. I'm licensed physician in the state of Alaska. I actually don't reside anywhere in Alaska. I'm here temporarily, but I think that this issue and this ordinance are significant enough that I wanted to step forward and simply address some very basic issues. And if at any time you feel that my testimony is superfluous or out of line, please let me know.
Ma'am, you have the right to say anything you want to for 3 minutes. Go.
So what I wanted to really address was I agree with everyone who's spoken before me with regard to human rights and civil rights. These are not an issue of who can scream louder outside or who can stand more people in line here. This is the United States. We talk about freedom and liberty for all. Having said that, I want to look at the ordinance itself where it describes biological gender. So I'm a physician. I'm familiar with genetics, physiology, anatomy, etc., but I do not understand the term biological gender. My problem with the concept of biological gender has to do with my understanding of the definition of the word gender. Gender is a psychosocial construct used to classify a person as a man, woman, both, or neither. Gender encompasses all relational aspects of social identity, psychological identity, and human behavior. So when we're talking about transgendered persons, trans and transgender are umbrella terms used for persons whose gender identity or gender expression does not match with the sex they were assigned at birth. These are people who we know have substantial psychological and emotional angst. These are not people who choose to dress up on a Saturday night and go to a bathroom to bother little girls. I am sure that there are laws in Anchorage that prohibit such behavior. Saying, "Hi, how are you?" in their natural voice ought not be illegal. The fact that the little girl that we heard about earlier was scared is unfortunate and an opportunity for her mother to talk to her about different people and diversity. There are laws.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you. Gender dysphoria, which is actually the psychiatric term used in the DSM-4R, is a serious medical problem that, if left untreated, leads to emotional suffering. And this quote is from the AMA House of Delegates resolution of 2008. So we're saying that they're people with a condition that can lead to serious mental anguish.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
May I have one more statement to account for the applause in the middle of my thing?
Just a moment.
Ma'am, could you please finish the paragraph you were on? I'm interested to hear the rest of the definition.
Thank you. What I wanted to say was that when people come to me for treatment for their gender disorder, the first thing that I'm going to recommend to them is they have to, not the first thing, but one of the things is they have to live as a member of the opposite gender for a minimum of a year before we can consider treatment with hormone surgery, etc. They are required to do that per the national recommendations and international recommendations for treatment of gender identity disorder. So if these people can't go to the bathroom in their workplace or downtown, how are they supposed to decide if they need to make the transition, and how are we as physicians supposed to determine whether they're appropriate for treatment or not? As a physician, I'm not going to go into the potential complications of being without a bathroom for the whole workday.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
I want to ask you, there are people here who have strong beliefs on every single thing we're saying. Please don't interrupt when they're talking. And, I mean, you can applaud this one, and then somebody's going to applaud on the opposite side just as strong. Let's try to get through this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please come forward.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the Assembly. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. My name is Patricia Anker, and I am here on behalf of Concerned Women for America of Alaska. With members in all 50 states, I represent the nation's largest public policy women's organization. I have lived in Anchorage for 43 years. This ordinance is not about equality, it is about special rights. The term sexual orientation does not define a true minority as defined by the Supreme Court. There are no immutable characteristics like skin color, no economic deprivation, no suffering from a long history of discrimination, and no political powerlessness as evidenced by this Assembly today. By the Supreme Court's own definition, this bill has no basis. Have there been any impact studies done on this? This is what I would like to ask the Assembly. Have there been? When they decided to build the pipeline, they did an impact study to see how it would affect the caribou, how they would cross the Yukon River, etc. Have there been impact studies done on this? This is a sweeping ordinance that will change the identity it will have an impact on the identity of Anchorage. What studies have been done to see how this will affect our city? Furthermore, I don't understand what the big rush is. This has come up really quickly, and there's a lot of questions that haven't been addressed and need to be addressed. Without documented cases where someone has been denied access to education, housing, and employment, I ask, how dare anyone associate themselves with those who were truly discriminated against? During the Civil Rights Movement, I very much remember the images of intolerance and racism. African Americans should be offended at the audacity of this special rights interest group to suggest that this group has suffered discrimination. They should be enraged that these people seeking special rights would equate the grievous sufferings of those who are forced to take their battle for equality to the streets. How dare they hide behind those who truly suffered, bled, and in some cases died for the cause of equal rights. Most significantly and most personally, this ordinance threatens my civil liberties. I have taught kindergarten at a private school for 20 years, and I cannot imagine discriminating against a child based on the color of their skin, economic status, or who their parents are. These are issues over which the child has absolutely no control. However, children do need to be taught to control their behavior. None of us are free to act on every impulse we feel. I cannot drive a BMW off the car lot unless I pay for it. I am not free to lie to my boss or punch someone else in the nose. If I do act on any such impulse, I have learned there are negative consequences to such behavior. This is a simple truth that needs to be taught to children, even in areas of sexuality. I teach them that marriage is a sacred relationship designed by God so babies can be born, that God has a special purpose for daddies and mommies, and that when daddy kisses mommies, it's a good thing.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Please come forward.
Good evening, Mayor Kleiman and the Assembly. My name is John Brower. I'm a 25-year resident of Anchorage, Alaska, and tax-paying citizen. I also am the current chair of the Anchorage Equal Rights Commission, and I'm speaking tonight on behalf of the commission members. When the ordinance that is under discussion tonight was introduced, I decided we had to call a special meeting of the Equal Rights Commission to review this ordinance. The Anchorage Equal Rights Commission did not author this ordinance or introduce this proposed ordinance, but we will be the agency charged with enforcing the ordinance if it becomes law. We discussed the ordinance from 2 points of view. First, is this ordinance needed, and will it serve our community well? Secondly, is the Commission able to handle this additional protected class with regards to our caseload and budget? I will address the second issue first, and that is, can the Equal Rights Commission handle the increased caseload if this ordinance becomes law? I want to clearly state that it is our belief that you cannot put a dollar value on equal rights for all citizens. However,
We understand that as a practical matter, there will be an impact on the Commission investigators and staff if this becomes law. Our Executive Director, Barbara Jones, who is a civil rights attorney, researched how the addition of sexual orientation impacted other agencies around the country. She contacted places like Washington, Louisville, Kentucky, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. The conclusion was that the increase in caseload would be 5 to 7%, and that is well within our capabilities without staff or budget increases. The issue of need for this ordinance was also discussed. The Commission members discussed that the municipal policy in Anchorage Municipal Code 5.10 is equal rights for all citizens and visitors. As a result, the Commission members voted unanimously to support the proposed ordinance. That resulted in the Commission adopting a resolution that I would like to read into the record at this time. Since this resolution was passed, veteran status has been removed from the ordinance. This resolution still contains veteran status reference, and the Commission does support further conversation regarding the adding of veteran status at a later date. I think you all have a copy of this, or at least I gave it to the clerk, and if you don't have it, you'll find it someday, I guess. The Anchorage Equal Rights Commission resolves, whereas in the municipality of Anchorage, citizens, visitors, and workers have no legal protection from discrimination in employment, housing, education, public accommodations, and financial practices based on their sexual orientation. Whereas in Anchorage, the municipality of Anchorage, some veterans have protections from employment discrimination, yet other veterans and their families do not have legal protection from discrimination in housing, education, public accommodations, and financial practices based on their veteran status.
Okay. Thank you. You do have questions. Mr. Gutierrez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, a couple of questions for Mr. Bauer, but first I'd like to hear the rest of the resolution, if you would, please.
Okay. Whereas the Anchorage Equal Rights Commission's inability to address discrimination based on sexual orientation and veteran status interferes with the policy stated in Title V of the Municipality Code to ensure equal opportunity for all Anchorage persons, the Anchorage Equal Rights Commission hereby resolves that the Anchorage Equal Rights Commission supports the efforts to amend Title V of the Municipal Code to include sexual orientation and veteran status as a protected class, dated the 21st of May, and signed by the Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Bauer, first, it was an honor to serve with you for 2 years on the Equal Rights Commission, and I thank you for taking the time to come out here tonight. We have a substitute version that may or may not be before us once the public hearing is over. Have you had a chance to review that? Do you have an opinion? Do you feel comfortable expressing an opinion on behalf of the Commission?
If you're talking about the S version, which I was at the work session on Friday. Is that the version you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yes. I'm comfortable with most of that. The only thing I'm not comfortable with is the home-based business of up to 4 employees. Because it's my understanding that in other situations, other protected classes, it's home-based business of 1 employee. And if we do this, then this could open the door to discrimination under any protected class, sex, marital status, any of them, for home-based businesses of 4 or less employees. I think you could better word it to define certain types of businesses there, like personal care businesses. I don't have the answer, but I think that needs to be looked at a little. Other than that, I'm very comfortable with it. I'm particularly comfortable with the way we opt churches out of it and talk about gender-based bathrooms and so on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's all.
Mr. Burt?
Yeah, this has been changing a lot, and I can appreciate it. Changed a lot just since Friday.
It has.
It's just not very well done yet. And regarding the veteran status, you'd indicated that you would be it was your intent to bring that forward or to keep that in play. Have you really encountered any widespread discrimination against veterans? I mean, if
let me first say, as I said in here, we did not author or bring this forward. This is somebody else's work. We are just addressing it as it was presented to us. I don't have any personal information on veteran status because we stopped researching that as soon as we knew it was being pulled. We have been contacted by some veterans organization in town, and they want to meet with the Equal Rights Commission in July. I don't know what the intent of that meeting is. If they want us to proceed to this or they want to say we don't need it, I don't know. But beyond that, I do not have that. I can find out more for you and get it back to you, Mr. Birch.
Yeah, it came as a surprise because it's been perceived as certainly as a military-friendly town. We've got a lot of military.
If I could take my chair hat off and just speak as John Brower for a minute, I would have preferred to see these two ordinances come on a standalone basis. I believe sexual orientation has merit, but I think it should pass on its own basis. And I think the same thing with veterans. I would have preferred to see them come as two separate ordinances, standing on their own merit. But that's me speaking, not the commission now. So,
thank you.
Dr. Selkirk.
I just want to note that I have been contacted by veterans organizations, and they think there is some issues, and they plan to, I assume they'll be working with you and resolving them. And
that may be the people that contacted us also.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
At this point, I'd like to call Richard Kohler, it's either Anja or Anya Gensel, and Megan Lockard. Go ahead, please.
Madam Chair, members of the Assembly, Mr. Mayor, my name is Donna Edmonds, and I've lived in Anchorage for 33 years. I have 3 issues with this ordinance. First, let me begin by saying that I do have gay and lesbian extended family members. In addition, for 3 summers, I worked under a gay manager, and we had a great working relationship. I really liked him, and I was sorrowful when he died due to complications from his lifestyle, and I cried at his funeral. I missed him a lot. Nevertheless, as a Christian, I do not believe that multiple sex partners, recreation of sex, adultery, pornography, prostitution, or homosexuality are healthy, acceptable lifestyle choices. Therefore, I do not support any legislation that promotes these lifestyle choices. Secondly, all of us are sexual beings, and we choose when, with whom, and how we use our sexuality. We have always been a nation based on individual choice. As long as these choices do not have negative consequences for others, government has no business being involved. You cannot change people's opinions by adding more rules and regulations. Reading the U.S. Equal Employment Opportunity Commission's website, one finds that the section entitled Whatever Practices Are Discriminatory under Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, which states Title VII's broad prohibition against sex discrimination specifically covers sexual harassment. This includes requests for sexual favors to workplace conditions that create a hostile environment for persons of either gender, including same-sex harassment. Job rights and protections for homosexuals are already provided by the federal government, which the states must comply with, and apparently it's not being done. As it has been pointed out in numerous articles, we in Alaska have been able to live together peaceably and tolerably. The only time you hear of tension is when the Assembly attempts to pass regulations trying to force the acceptance of our minority sexual choice upon the majority. Finally, I'm appalled at those who are apparently trying to railroad this ordinance through before Mayor Sullivan takes office. I'm angered that as a body you've sought to create a new war over something that has been not documented to be a huge problem in our community. If discrimination based on sexual orientation was a major problem, we'd be bombarded daily through the news media of stories validating this claim. You were elected to make decisions that benefit the community as a whole, not to try to destroy the community that placed you into office. If you pass this ordinance, the division you have generated will continue as this issue will appear on the next spring's ballot. No one in Anchorage benefits from this kind of fighting. I find this whole process to be totally acceptable. Best wishes to you. You have a tough decision and a tough job ahead. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Anya Gensel, and I am a transsexual. And I've come here today to share my experience with you of being a transsexual in the United States for the past 26 years. It's not easy for me to be here today to talk to you. I am not out. I have lived my life very stealthily because it is very dangerous to be a transsexual in the United States. I have been brutally assaulted by the police in Houston, Texas, and nearly shot for simply walking away from police officers that were catcalling me. I was left with my skirt torn and my underwear ripped away, and this was done in broad daylight. I have been denied medical treatment, emergency medical treatment, because I am a transsexual. I have been denied health insurance because I am a transsexual. I have been openly fired from a job that I loved and I did well because I am a transsexual. And on top of that, my former employer called my new employer and informed them that I was a transsexual. And believe it or not, I am one of the lucky ones. Many are not, such as Tyra Hunter, a young African-American trans woman who received injuries in a car wreck in our nation's capital. Once it was discovered that she was a trans person, paramedics refused to treat her. And once she finally reached the emergency room, she was refused treatment. She died. It was 2 hours. Had she received treatment, she would probably be with us now. This is not an isolated incident. This happens frequently. 1 in 12 of us will be murdered. 56% of those murders will remain unsolved. When lawmakers exclude us from protection under the law, you send a clear message to these would-be harmers of us. It's okay. It's okay to deny us medical treatment. It's okay to abuse us because we're not worthy. We're something less. And, there just simply aren't enough of us to demand our rights by sheer weight or volume. There will be no 1,000 or million tranny march in Washington. There just isn't enough of us. So we need our allies where we can get them.
Thank you very much. You do have a question. Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming out, Anya, and everyone else this evening. Well, first I want to know, what does it mean to be transgender?
Well, it's not easy for anyone. It's not something you just wake up and do. I've been transgendered since I was age 14. I just simply didn't pass as a boy. For some, it's real obvious early on. For some people hide it.
So is there a standard for diagnosis and treatment?
Yes, it's called the Harry Benjamin Standard, and the one doctor had mentioned it, that you must live for a year as a female or a male, the opposite sex, and you must undergo extensive psychological testing by more than one physician.
Two other questions, Madam Chair. Okay. Do you believe that the current ordinance adequately addresses the concerns of the transgender community?
Mark Air felt, and I realize Mark Air's been out of business for a while, but Mark Air felt like they could openly fire me for being a transsexual. They had no problems with it. So I don't know. You guys decide.
Thank you, and we will. My other question is, what are your thoughts regarding exemptions for the public restrooms in the ordinance?
I am really nervous with it. I'm opening up myself to a good deal of potential harm just by coming out here and being open. But, as a woman, I don't welcome the idea of sharing a washroom with a fetish transvestite, which is, I believe, what everyone is concerned with. And transsexuals and intersex people are much different than fetish transvestites. It's not about sex for us. And I believe that there are better ways of doing it. Many of us carry a slip of paper from a medical professional that states that we are undergoing physiological changes to change our gender, and those simply aren't available to fetish transvestites, which, it seems like everyone is concerned with.
Okay, one last question, Madam Chair, and then I'll be done. But the last question is, what effect do you think that this will have on transgender persons in our community?
If you pass this law, as is, I think that you open it up to people such as myself who have completely undergone sex reassignment, and I, without being too graphic, I do have female genitalia. It may be possible that I will have to use a male washroom, And that sets me up for violence and all kinds of bad stuff. And I'm frankly scared.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Please. Go ahead.
My name is Megan Lockard, and I live here in Anchorage. If I sound really nervous, I am. I wanted to come here today because I understand that this is a very heated, emotional issue for a lot of people. And for me, it's not any different than anyone else. I was raised in a Christian home. I was raised with a Southern family where pardon the expression, if God wanted men to sleep with men, he would have made Adam and Steve, not Adam and Eve. That's how I was raised. If a man lies with a man, it's a sin. God made us how we are, and that's how you should be, right? This is how I was raised. So when I had my children, this is how I raised my children. When my oldest child was old enough to start walking and talking and showing interest in things on her own, she wanted to get her hair cut short like a boy. She wanted to play with boys' toys, and we'd tell her, no, honey, no, you're a girl. Girls don't wear boys' clothes. Girls don't play with boys' toys. They don't, they don't wear boys' clothes. You have to keep your hair long. Girls wear pink and they keep their hair long because that's just how it is. And my child was absolutely miserable. For years, she was miserable, depressed, crying, not understanding at a very young age why I would do this to her. My first thought, now that I know, is why would a child choose to put themselves in this kind of position? Does a 4-year-old child just say, hey, I'm going to wake up and I'm going to piss off, pardon my French, every Christian person out there just because I have nothing better to do? Probably not. Probably not. Once I started taking college classes and I was educated about different issues, I found out that, hey, there's a thing where you're assigned a biological sex, but then you have your gender identity and your sexual orientation. And I was like, wait a minute, they're separate? There's 3 separate categories? How can this be? I never learned this in school. Nobody told me this. I should have learned this in church. What's going on here? So after taking this class, I sat down with my child and I asked her open-ended questions. Tell me how you feel. Little did I know that my daughter didn't feel like a girl. At 8 years old, she didn't feel like a girl. Is this something that I did wrong? I was brought up in a Christian home. I was brought up in a Southern Baptist family. What did I do wrong? Was I not pushing my values enough?
Thank you. Thank you very much. At this point, I'd like to call Michael J. Williams, Piper Charisse Moritz, and Reverend Michael Burke. Thank you. Go ahead.
Madam Chair, assembled members, fellow citizens, my name is Richard Kohler, RN. I represent only myself, and I'm here to urge you that this experiment in social engineering be voted down. I am a research nurse, and the proposed experiment in social engineering does not sufficiently describe the benefits to society that we citizens can expect. More importantly, the proposed experiment does not adequately address the potential risks to society that may evolve if this experiment goes forward. Although society has in the past required government intervention to provide liberty and justice for all, this legislation is designed to grant special sanction for behavior in contrast to the established subjects of equal opportunity laws that address human traits. As a health researcher, I warn you that there may be unintended consequences of implementing changes to society. No matter the good intention, consequences that can be devastating and long-lasting. As a health researcher, if I wanted to study this type of social engineering in a population, I would have to present my proposal, a well-written proposal, to an institutional review board, detailing the anticipated benefits as well as any potential adverse consequences that may occur from it. I would then be required to obtain informed consent from every participant, fully explaining the risks and the benefits of their participation. No one could be forced or coerced to participate. Government, however, can conduct experiments by just passing a law. The consequences be damned. In this case, I submit that an unapproved research project might be preferred over a well-intentioned government body passing a law. Ever since Nuremberg, the Tuskegee experiments, and the ensuing Belmont report, researchers have had legal obligations to the human subjects that are part of their studies. Elected representatives in government, however, can be guilty as hell, but free as a bird. They may suffer politically, and they may severely stain their legacy. But because they are representatives of the people, they cannot suffer legally. It's a great country. It is a great country where informed consent from human subjects involved in potentially serious, relegated to the whims.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chief, are we okay on our room capacity? All right. Go ahead.
Madam Chairwoman and members of the Assembly, good evening. My name is Michael Williams, and I am a lifelong resident of Anchorage. I believe that the merits of the proposed ordinance are self-evident. To argue in defense of it seems to me to be hardly necessary, and yet in the past several weeks there has been a large outcry against it. Unfortunately, the objections ought to be considered not for any real merit in the objections themselves, but because so many people are being misled by them. Frankly, the arguments against the ordinance are at best silly and absurd, and at worst distorted falsehoods born of bigotry and fueled by fear. More than 100 cities in 12 states across the nation have amended their anti-discrimination laws to cover sexual orientation and gender identity. These are long-standing amendments to longer-standing statutes. They have been in place for some time now. And yet the ladies' restrooms of this country remain unharassed by mobs of zealous transvestites, running counter to the predictions of a certain eminent clergyman and other local mouthpieces. Children continue to be safe from their teachers spontaneously cross-dressing, again, running counter to the aforementioned predictions. Decorum and professionalism continue to be the rule in the workplace. Civility and enterprise continue to flourish in the transaction of public services and business, and heterosexuals continue to be the supermajority. It is said that those of the LGBT community will be granted special rights if this ordinance passes. Wrong. Nowhere in the wording of the ordinance does it say anything remotely like this. One needs only to read it. This ordinance is purely and simply about equal rights for everyone. This ordinance, if passed, will merely ensure that gays, lesbians, bisexuals, and the transgendered will be given all the rights and privileges due them as hardworking, tax-paying citizens. They would be enabled to live their ordinary lives as they wish, needing only to worry about maintaining their work ethic, being tranquil and respectful tenants, and polite and honest customers. To oppose this ordinance is to be on the side of hatred and unfairness. To support it is to be on the side of equality and the fundamental principles of our society. Ladies and gentlemen of the Assembly, I hope, and I hope this also for your constituents, that you decide this issue on facts alone, that you judge this matter according to reason, your conscience, and your intrinsic sense of justice. Thank you.
Sir. The unfortunate thing with yelling support during a comment is it can inflame an already potentially divisive situation and make it worse. So if you could please refrain, I'd really appreciate it. Go ahead.
Thank you.
First, I echo that I thank you for the chance to address you. It's great to be able to have the voice to be able to finally speak up about this.
And if you could start with your name.
My name is Piper Cherise Moritz. I'm a pre-op transgender male to female. I've been living full-time as a female for 2.5 years after having almost been killed in Texas over this. At that time, I was working as an over-the-road trucker, and all I did at that time was have on a bra, and it became an issue with a coworker. I confronted the coworker, and I wound up in the emergency room. I moved here thereafter. I had known that there was something different inside of me since I was about 7. I loved to play dolls with my sister. I loved to play dishes. I was never a fighter. I tried on my mother's bra when I was 14, and I remember how good it felt. I remember how natural it feels. I have been victimized. I've been discriminated against. I've been harassed, not only in Texas, but right here in Anchorage. This past Friday was my last day at a business here in town for which I have worked, Denali Graphics and Frame. I have been told that my behavior was unacceptable, that it was immoral, and people have made fun of me. Employees have harassed me, and I have been told that me wishing to be called she is just pushing the envelope too much. It was unacceptable. I now, today, am able to wear what I wear right now. I came from work to be here, and for a business, Switchboard USA, in the same building, who said, girl, you come over here, we can use you. We will accept you and support you just the way you are. When I was fired from Denali Graphics and Frame in July of 2007, I went to the Human Rights Commission, I went to the Labor Board, and I was told, particularly by the Human Rights Commission, that our rights as transsexuals didn't exist. That the law was very specific as to what it guarded when it came to defining sex, and that transsexualism was not covered. I think that this proposal is a step in the direction of not granting special rights, but granting equal rights. I, ironically, was on the flip side of this issue when I lived in Denver.
Thank you. Thank you for coming forward. Marilyn Carpenter, John Todd, and Paul Brandon. Go ahead, please.
Good evening, Mayor Clayman, members of the Assembly. I'm the Reverend Michael Burke. I am the pastor or senior pastor or rector of St. Mary's Church here in Anchorage. But I come before you tonight to speak not only as an Anchorage resident, but as a Christian pastor, a priest, and like so many of the people here, a believer in the Holy Word of God, the Scripture, the Bible. It seems that religion has been tossed around in this conversation. It's been used and misused a lot over the last several weeks. I deal every day in matters of faith and values. So let me add this and my voice to the discussion. It strikes me that whenever angels, which are messengers of God, appear in the Holy Scripture, they always say, "Be not afraid." And I'm struck by the amount of fear that has been used and misused and magnified and inflamed throughout this debate. And fear and reasoned, rational discussion of public policy do not dance well together. But I don't believe there is anything to fear. In fact, the Scripture teaches us that God is love, and perfect love casts out all fear. And in passing this amendment, no one is having anything taken away from them. No one will lose the right to assembly or dissent or their religious beliefs or practices. I mean, think about this. Use some common sense. People in some of our conservative churches, which many of you are members, you may believe that it is wrong to be divorced or to drink alcohol socially, to use rippies or gamble. You may believe it is wrong for women to be in leadership. But you do not discriminate and refuse to serve those persons in your businesses, in the community, because as a civil society, we have established as the rule of law basic equality that allows us to have a civil conversation with one another about those areas which we do disagree. And I am a firm and a strong believer that we bring our religious values into that conversation. But equal rights is the bedrock basis, the prerequisite that allows that conversation to happen in a healthy community. So I urge you to support this. Our conversations, our biblical theology will continue. My reading of Holy Scripture is very different than many of you, but so be it. Let the conversation continue in respect for one another.
Thank you. And you have a question, sir? Go ahead, please.
Hello and good evening to my fellow citizens of Anchorage. I am Marilyn Carpenter, and I am speaking tonight as a Christian, as an American, and as a mother. As a Christian, I have faith in Jesus, who when asked, "Teacher, which is the great commandment in the law?" answered, "You shall love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul and with all your mind. This is the great and first commandment. And a second is like it. You shall love your neighbor as yourself. On these two commandments depend all the law and the prophets." Jesus made it very clear that your neighbor is everyone, especially those that some might shun or treat as outcasts. Jesus told us that when we care for the least of these, my brethren, you did it to me. As an American, I was raised in the land of the free, and every day in school and here tonight pledged allegiance to the flag that promised liberty and justice for all. Countless brave men and women have fought and died so that this could remain the land of the free. Time and time again, courageous men and women have fought and persevered so that the flag's promise could truly mean liberty and justice for all. Some battles are waged on foreign soil, some of these battles are contested in courtrooms, and some are presented here in the Assembly Chamber of Anchorage. As a mother and grandmother, I want all of my children and grandchildren to be safe. I want every mother's child to be safe and to be free from fear of discrimination in the workplace, fear of cruel judgments, fear of prejudice and false stereotypes, fear of misled hysteria. I am blessed with wonderful children-in-law, and a grandchild. Some of them are gay, some are not. All of my adult children are self-supporting, tax-paying homeowners who volunteer in the community, donate generously to charities, and have promised to find a good nursing home for my husband and I when we need it. There are many rights and privileges that my gay children are denied that are given readily and without question to my non-gay children. My heterosexual children are free to be themselves in ways that are not always possible for my non-heterosexual children. This inequality is not only distressing, but it's also not in keeping with the teachings of Christ nor the values of our country. Anchorage Assembly members, tonight you have an opportunity to pass a simple but critical ordinance. It is simple because it is right. Anchorage citizens should not be discriminated against because of their sexual orientation. It is critical because it fulfills the commandment of love your neighbor as yourself.
Thank you.
Raise this up a bit.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Assembly members. My name is John Todd, and I'm an active voting member in Eagle River. I've heard a lot tonight about civil rights. I'm here tonight to speak about my parents who actually have lived through those times and actually were denied those privileges, not just living in fear, but actually having those things happen to them. They've been through segregated bathrooms. And I'm sure we're all old enough to members in here that old enough to remember those times when those things actually did happen. They were denied schools. They were denied equal housing. They had no access to quality jobs to provide just the basic food for their families. I remember sitting on, my mom and dad telling me they were sitting on the back of the bus. I don't see that in the city of Anchorage. I see equal rights going on right now. You're free to go to any school, as so mentioned by your testimony tonight. You're free to go to any job by those who have quit their jobs, but the fact that you quit your job meant that you had a job in the first place. Nobody told you to quit your jobs, but you quit your jobs anyway. I asked the question, where are the atrocities? I mean, like the Honorable Assembly member said earlier, where's the data to back up all these things? You know, I don't see any video. I don't see, in this day and age of videos and of Twitter and all those things and Facebook, I don't see any atrocities. And we call it the liberal media, but if it's truly liberal, then where's the documentation? And all I ask for the Assembly members to do is don't and those who tend to speak out against civil rights, don't take my people's culture and what they've done and what they've truly suffered with documentation and video and things of that nature. And please don't take that as your own fight. If you want to fight your fight, fight your own fight. We have our civil rights, and you need to fight for yours. If that's what you truly believe. Don't jump on the bandwagon. You don't know about police dogs, and you don't know about the billy clubs and the fire hoses. As a matter of fact, 40, 50 years ago, we wouldn't have been even allowed in this assembly to even talk. But yet you're here tonight to discuss your so-called civil rights, but they're more like civil liberties because you already have equal rights. You know, there's no fire hoses, there's no lynchings, there's no burning crosses in your yards, there's no white-only signs, there's no homosexual-only signs, heterosexual-only signs. You know, you're not eating out of back of restaurants. You go right through you pay your money just like everybody else, you get served like everybody else. And as far as we have gay civil rights movements and civil rights marches, but you have gay parades that are peaceful. We have civil rights marches that were not. And you have corporate sponsorship for your gay parades. You know, there was no corporate sponsorship back in that day. And of course, let's gather the data and the facts and not be hasty about this thing that's so important. In this day, like I said, please don't disgrace the memory of my ancestors by grouping your civil liberties with my civil rights. Thank you.
I'd like to call Ken Rosenthals, I think, Michael Pauley, and Lorne Lehman. Go ahead, sir.
My name is Paul Brandon. I've been a resident of Anchorage since 1980. And as I'm listening to everybody talk about, you know, they're a Christian and Jesus is love, I am too a Christian. But what is really a Christian? See, what I'm hearing tonight is every time a Christian stands up and says something is right or wrong based on the moral truths of the Bible, I'm hearing people say it's fear and, you know, you are causing hate and fear. Well, you know what? Jesus loves everybody, absolutely true, but Jesus also is not tolerant of sin. He puts clear in his word what is right and what is wrong, and he says homosexuality is wrong. Because we see that in the Bible, does that mean that we can't speak and say that the Bible says that? We are still to love everybody in every group. That is correct. We try to tell them that Jesus is there for you to be able to change you and to save you. Those are the truths of the Bible. Anybody can stand up here and say, oh, I'm a Christian and you have to have special rights. These are what they are, special rights, not equal rights. Equal rights has already been given. The other thing that I have a real problem with, there's lots of reasons why what a person does in their bedroom between two consenting adults is their own business. Okay? But to promote that as an alternative, acceptable lifestyle to everybody else is not acceptable, and it's wrong. So I really urge you to vote against this amendment, keep the equal rights as they are. But the other thing is that I have a real problem with is that there's so many things in this code that are written poorly. You're going to open the municipality up for lawsuit after lawsuit. What's a bona fide religion? Are you qualified to be able to say what that is? I don't think you are. It's too rushed. Why is it rushed? Because a mayor who was not elected has chosen to push this through in a 2-week period. If you let the due process work, the new mayor who was elected by a 50%, 57% thing should have the right to veto something. That's how checks and balances work. To force this, and I would say you should table this whole thing until we get a new mayor in place. Because to not do so does not really give anyone the time to learn what the law is. And again, if you're standing on what the Bible says, he's very clear about what homosexuality. Does that mean that God doesn't love the people? God loves the people, but he hates the sin, and Jesus can change that. And that's really what the truth is. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please help me make us this civil and we can get through this well. Thank you. Sir, before you come forward, I'd like to call Trevor Storrs, Martin Foreman, and David Johnson. Come forward, though, sir, please. And your name is?
My name is Ken Rosentrade. I live near downtown.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. May our Almighty Creator God bless each one of you. You have jobs to do that most of us wouldn't want to do.
Thank you.
The opening line of this ordinance says the public policy of the municipality is declared to be equal opportunity for all persons. I don't know, maybe we tend to overcomplicate things a little bit. Who does that leave out? Just as it stands. I wonder if the more we delineate and the more we add, the more confusion it makes and the more opportunity for what the man just said about lawsuits and so on, confusion. It seems to have the result of adding to the fact that there's equal opportunity for all persons, but especially for these persons. I have 3 questions for the Assembly. The first one was a bit rhetorical, and I think you've shown us tonight what the answer is, and that was, have you run out of things to do? And I appreciate how you adjusted things in the agenda tonight to get to this, because I was wondering, why is it, if it's so critical, why is it the last thing? And I appreciate what we did to move it up. But it seems like it's kind of a divergence into social experimentation. With all the things that are on your backs, the $17 million budget deficit or whatever it is at this point, you know, and deteriorating roads and fixing the potholes and improving our snow removal system and helping pedestrians be able to get around in the winter without risking their very lives. I know there's a lot on your back. And I wonder about beefing up the seemingly not quite fully funded and equipped police force so they can better deal with actual crime like rape and homicide, breaking and entering, vandalism, and the list goes on. My second question was, where is the documentation? There seems to be a sudden urgency since early May implying there must be some big upswing in documented cases of discrimination referenced by this proposed ordinance change. It seems like there's a vibe that seems to say, we got to get this law passed as soon as we can. And I couldn't find, I looked for documentation on the website, the Assembly website, I couldn't see any. I looked for some when I came in, I didn't see any. So, where's the list of cases? And then the third question was, do you really think the solution to discrimination is to codify discrimination with an ordinance that will legalize and encourage? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Goodbye.
I guess I'll call the next 3 then. Margaret Gadsden, Stacy McAfee, and Sergey Korolev. Go ahead.
My name is David Johnson. I'm from Anchorage, and I represent the leadership of Anchorage City Church, which is a congregation of approximately 1,000 worshipers, and we are individually and corporately involved in many areas of service in our community. We care and love the citizens of this city, and the treatment of individuals, groups, is important to us. We sincerely appreciate the service, the Assembly's service to our community. We understand that the path of public service that you follow is often rocky, with little reward from society around you. Thank you for your dedication, your sacrifice to Anchorage. We're also grateful for the good work and the huge effort of other groups who have alerted the community to the concerns that we share about the proposal before you. We want to clarify that what we have here tonight is a statement from the City Church leadership. We oppose the ordinance for 4 reasons. First, from our perspective, it takes away long-held civil rights of our neighbors, businesses, nonprofit organizations, and many others in our community. We believe the ordinance has the possibility of dividing our city rather than uniting our citizenry. Second, the proposed ordinance finds in Section 1 that discrimination based on sexual orientation adversely affects the welfare of the community, and we respectfully ask that the Assembly make public the research that demonstrate that sexual orientation discrimination here is significant enough to warrant substantially altering existing ordinances. I appreciate those who have courageously tonight given examples of it. Due to the scope of the issue, considerable time is needed for public review and comment to protect all interests. There are many areas in our city that when a change is required, often months are needed with much public review rather than days, as has been the case here. Third, we object to the so-called religious exemption because it singles out religious organizations and fails to protect the rights of individuals, businesses of all kinds, and organizations to live their lives or operate their enterprises according to conscience or religious belief. Finally, we are aware of costly litigation arising from similar ordinances elsewhere in the United States, and so we oppose the ordinance because of the potential negative consequences here. We believe there is no great benefit that would result from rushing this ordinance into law, and no great harm prevented by more deliberate consideration of the concept. Therefore, we respectfully urge that you appoint a task force to catalog incidences. Thank you for your attention. May the Lord Jesus fill you with wisdom and strength.
Thank you.
As you serve Anchorage.
Thank you. Could you come forward, please? Hold on a second. Dr. Suffolk?
I had a question for the last speaker.
Could you come back? Mr. Johnson? Go ahead.
I guess I have 2 questions, actually. It's me over here. Over here. Thank you. One is that you said that you believe that the ordinance before us takes away civil rights. And briefly, what are you concerned about?
Well, I think, just speaking for myself, I think an issue would be for me as a landlord. I'm not currently, but if I were, then I would not have the opportunity to foreclose the possibility of people moving in maybe in a shared dwelling, a fourplex or something, and people who have behavior that I might object to. In this case, homosexuality, for example, because of children.
And based on the testimony you've heard so far, do you believe that in certain circumstances, gays and lesbians and transgender people are experiencing a loss of their rights?
Well, I think I'm speaking for myself again.
From what you've heard, I'm just wondering.
Well, I clearly hear those who, as I said, courageously gave examples of it.
And so if there were a task force assigned, can you imagine that you would support legislation or an ordinance that would actually, what you have here is this rub, right? You've got this rub of individual rights in terms of how people want to live, and there are 2 different ways of living. So I'm asking you, when you ask for a task force, can you honestly, and I'm asking just can you imagine yourself being willing to give up some rights?
Well, I think as I see this, that when people come together and discuss these things at length, often there are solutions that emerge that elude us now. And so what I'm asking for is the time to carefully consider it, a task force being a good way to do that.
And you would be open for imagining, do you imagine that your view on this might change in that process?
Well, one of the things that I didn't have time to finish saying was that we are willing to participate in an effort of that sort.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the Assembly. My name is Michael Pauley. I grew up in Eagle River. I work as a communications consultant. In the past, I've worked as a legislative aide in Congress and also for several years as a legislative aide in Juneau. As you consider whether or not to adopt Ordinance 64, I would urge you to carefully consider what has happened in other states and cities that have adopted laws that prohibit discrimination based on sexual orientation or gender identity. I think by now that you've all heard the story of Elaine Huguenin, the professional photographer from New Mexico, who was recently found guilty by her state's Human Rights Commission for engaging in illegal discrimination. Her crime was that she politely declined to accept a job from a lesbian couple who wanted her to photograph their same-sex commitment ceremony. The lesbian couple in this case admitted that they had no problem finding another photographer for their ceremony, but they felt the need to punish Elaine because they were no doubt deeply offended by her religiously based disapproval of their relationship. As I have thought about this case in New Mexico, I can't help but wonder, did the legislators who voted for New Mexico's law really intend this kind of result? And I suspect the answer is mixed. I think many of the legislators who voted yes would probably be shocked and dismayed that the New Mexico law is actually being used to punish an individual for having a sincere, conscientious objection to homosexual conduct. I also suspect there were some legislators who fully anticipated this type of result and wholeheartedly approve of it. This group sees religiously based opposition to homosexuality as an obnoxious cancer that must be eradicated from society. From their perspective, if we need to use the coercive power of government in order to crush religious opposition, well, then maybe that's just the price we have to pay to build what we think is a more enlightened society. There is absolutely no doubt that what happened in New Mexico can and will happen here in Anchorage if you adopt Ordinance 64. So my question for those of you who are thinking about voting yes is simple. Is this your intent? And will you go on the record and say whether that is your intent or not? Do you wish to turn my religiously based opposition to homosexuality into a crime? If that is not your intent, then do not adopt this ordinance. Place it on the shelf for further study and try to draft something that works for everyone in this community, not just some. For those of you who do intend the New Mexico result here in Anchorage, I doubt there is anything I can say to you that would change your mind. Do what you're going to do it quickly, but don't have any illusions that this will settle the debate.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Stacy McAfee. I'm 33 years old, and I'm a dyke. I knew at 8 that I like women, not into men, no offense. I have a lot of male friends, though, but I came out at 28, though. I spent almost a decade married to a man. I tried to believe that my homosexuality was just a figment of my imagination, or that it was something I could control, or something that I was choosing. And after 8 years, I realized if I stayed in that marriage, I would have killed myself, because I'm gay. In the last 5 years since I've come out, I've had multiple instances of discrimination in Anchorage. The first one, and the most traumatic for me, was by a psychiatrist. I was going to a psychiatrist because I'm autistic, so I was talking to him, discussing my panic attacks that I've had. And he flat out said that my panic attacks are caused by my butch partner because I'm afraid of her, and I'm afraid of being homosexual. I actually have panic attacks because I'm afraid of heights. So when I fly, I kind of freak out on the plane. I've lost many friends when I came out. I've lost my dad because I came out. Why in the world would I have chosen this? Can anybody answer me? Any of you? I don't think you can. I'm in the process of losing my kids because I'm gay. My ex continually tells them I'm going to hell. Most of my kids are under 10 years old. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chairman, members of the Assembly, and Mr. Mayor, as well as staff. Thank you for taking as long as you have to listen to testimony. As I think, I've been a long-time resident of West Anchorage.
And your name?
And I wasn't bused here.
Well, I know
my name is Lauren Lehman.
Thank you, sir.
And I come tonight to testify in opposition to this ordinance, and I don't think that surprises any of you. You'd be quite surprised, I'm sure, if I said otherwise. I come here and I thought about it quite a bit because I've heard testimony, I've listened carefully, I've tried to listen somewhat dispassionately. I believe I'm coming here not as a bigot, and I don't think I'm afraid. And yet I want to caution you about this because there are unintended consequences that I believe will occur. First of all, when you look at that list of qualities that are intended to be protected, this is the only one that is really behavioral, unless one could argue in some cases perhaps marriage or choosing to marry or not marry. But otherwise, all the other qualities are innate qualities you are born with. And even after hearing the testimony, I ask, what is the problem that this is purporting to fix? And does this supposed fix create more problems than leaving the law as it is? So I ask, why force people who legitimately believe we should not be encouraging, through government policy, aberrant sexual behavior, whether heterosexual or homosexual, to embrace it, or risk lawbreaking, or at least risk very expensive legal defense? Let me just tell you that words have meaning. In 1998, the definition of marriage was challenged in Alaska. I led the legislative effort to put on the ballot a constitutional amendment to maintain the definition of marriage as a union of a man and a woman. It wasn't an easy thing to do. I'll tell you that now. It was tough, but it was the right thing. And Alaska became the first state in the United States to protect marriage in our Constitution.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good evening, I'm Martin Foreman. I live in Eagle River. Thanks for hearing testimony tonight. I want to thank the Lord and the people of Anchorage for the opportunity to address the Assembly. I realize that most people in the world and the rest of the world don't have this kind of opportunity to participate in their government. I personally harbor no particular ill will toward supporters of Ordinance 64. For those, however, who would label me a bigot for opposing Ordinance 64, I'll point out that biblically we all have sinned and fallen short of the glory of God. We all start out in the same boat. The manner of one's sin is irrelevant to the fact that all of us are in sin and need the redemption of the Savior. Ordinance 64 is meant to address a civil rights issue. It should seek to balance the rights of those who want to practice an alternative sexual lifestyle free from the threat of injustice with the rights of those who have religious or ethical objection to the legal institutionalization of those lifestyles. If this ordinance passes, I fear that those who are even merely perceived as unwilling to publicly endorse alternative sexual lifestyles, they would automatically become targets for lawsuit. And even if they eventually are cleared of any wrongdoing, the cost of litigation could effectively drive them out of business. This ordinance fails to guard the rights of all the individuals involved, all citizens, and for this reason, I believe Ordinance 64 should not be passed. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, Madam Chair and Assembly members, everybody who is in the building. I promise my presentation will be funny, but that's why I request extra 3 minutes.
Not that funny.
Okay.
What's your name again, please?
Thank you very much. My name is Sir Gay, and last name Korilov, and we will talk about discrimination in a minute. But right now I want to just break ice a little bit, because I'm used to sit on a Wasilla Planning Commission like you sitting right now, and I know time is going quick. That's why I recommend you to use me as a last witness, and then we'll go home in peace and come back later. Joke. You are in charge now. But I'm seriously was at the service of City of Wasilla, and I'm resident of great state of Alaska for last 8 years. 3 of my kids born here. I'm husband of 1 wife, have 4 kids, business owner, and I'm right now on a board of directors for multiple organizations, religious and non-religious. And I'm here just representing my case. I have an issue. My name is Sir Gay. If you break it in syllabus, I was discriminated big time. My second occupation in the United States, greatest country in the world. Greatest country in the world. I'm talking patriotically right now because I represent a big group of immigrants. And don't look at me, strange, because we're all immigrants. Somebody in this generation, some in previous generation. All right? Okay, thank you. And my point is, when I was school bus driver, kids giving me a hard time, and they call me Sir Gay, and they make fun of me. And I decided to change my name to Richard. I like this meaning. It's a brave ruler, and I hope to be one day. But right now, I'm just speaking from my conscience, and I don't like to bring anger into the building. I was working very hard outside to bring peace between both parties and encourage them to smile. Isn't it right? Who was outside? Did I run around and ask everybody to smile and be cheerful and encourage each other? I have a solution. Can I boldly announce? It's not enough time, not today, not next Tuesday, not Tuesday after, to deal with this issue. We have to sit down and, as all leaders from both sides, including some people who is interested in this city, and really detailedly answer questions from both sides. It's not enough. This is so hot topic. If you were outside and listening how crowd was yelling and police coming, it was everything peaceful. But I'm coming from a background, for me it was very shameful to be called Sergey, and I was thinking to change my name. I was sexually discriminated by kids on a school bus. And the last question, can I?
If you have questions, people apparently want you to continue. All right. So,
can we vote on this? Can I have another 3 minutes?
No. Dr. Selcraig, you're first.
So your experience on the bus was that because your name was gay, that you experienced discrimination?
Yeah, I experienced big time discrimination.
So,
for me, it's very...
Okay, well, so I have a question. So what would it be like if you couldn't change your name? What would it be like? Do you think you'd continue experiencing discrimination?
I try to pronounce my name Sergey now, but the original origin of my name, if you call me in Russia, Sergey. Sergey, it just basically, but it doesn't mean what it means.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering.
With the people on both sides of aisle, this is why I'm calling for solution. We have to sit down and have long talk and address all these issues. I have dozen questions.
I have another question. Do you live in Matsu still?
Yes, I do live in Matsu.
So did you come in with a group of people or by yourself?
I came with 4 people in the car, and we attended this big event in Sullivan Arena when Rudy Giuliani and all this big, Zig Ziglar was there, and then we stopped by here. Yeah.
Thank you.
Can I ask my last point?
No, sir. Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you very much.
Wait a minute.
I just wanted to thank Mr. Kola for peacemaking and for lightening the mood a bit. Thank you, sir.
I'm just really this big peacemaker. It's what it's all about.
Thank you.
All right?
Thank you.
But solution, please consider it. Consider the solution. It's not going to be easy.
Thank you. I'd like to call Dave Bronson, I believe it is. I should have had everybody print here. Mark. We have no idea. Number 50, Mark Jobin, and Roger Van Orman. Go ahead, please.
Hi, my name is Mother Gadsden. I'm a citizen of Anchorage. I'm a lifelong citizen of Anchorage. And I want to thank all of you for being here this evening and listening to all this testimony. This meeting is a perfect example of democracy in action, and democracy is messy and takes a long time, but that's part of what makes it great. I would like to speak in favor of passing this change to the ordinance. I think I'm a big believer in the 14th Amendment to our Constitution, and that guarantees us equal protection under the law to all of our citizens. And I think, unfortunately, there are groups of our society that need to have their protection specifically spelled out, and that folks, sexual orientation is one of those groups that needs to have that actual spelled out for them, just like all the other groups that are already included in the ordinance. And I'm also a big believer in treating everyone the way that I'd like to be treated. And I think unfortunately if we have to include that in the law to make it happen, then that's the way it has to be. And in response to some of the other things people have said, I think part of the reason there might be lack of documentation is because there's been no legal recourse for folks of sexual orientation when they have things done to them, like when they lose jobs or when they're denied housing or, all of those kinds of problems. I think that, if there's no recourse, then who are you going to complain to? Where is there going to be a record? Anyway, that's all I needed to say. Thank you very much again for taking my testimony, and I encourage you all to vote in favor of this change. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I think the name was Mark O'Brien earlier. So. Please come forward.
Okay. My name is Dave Bronson. I'm chairman of the board of Alaska Family Council. I speak on behalf of Alaska Family Council. I just want to say tonight there's been a lot of poignant and touching stories here of people who believe they were discriminated against and probably were, and I'm certain they believe they were. And on an emotional level, tonight I simply can't compete with that. It's impossible. All I can do tonight is appeal to your reason, because at the end of the day, that's all we have. And you're going to have to make a logical decision on this. A point I'd like to make is and this came up in a lot of the anecdotal stories, and people identify themselves as who they are. I am homosexual. I am GLBTQ, or whatever the latest phrase is. The fact of the matter is, and again I appeal to your reason, the facts are this. No one is born gay. It is not genetic. Okay? We're not reinventing the wheel here tonight. There are organizations who deal with this full time. Okay? There's an organization called NARTH. NARTH.com. You can go there. It's not a Christian organization. It's not a religious organization. It deals with reparative therapy for homosexuals. I'm sorry to bring this up to you tonight. We're not covering any new ground here. Okay? So the question is this. If someone is not born homosexual, if it is not genetic, as is Dr. Collins, who is the director of the Human Genome Project, he says homosexuality is not genetic. It is not innate. If it is not, then there is culpability here. That is, people are coming to you tonight to ask for special privilege, special recognition under the law, under the Municipal Code of Anchorage, based on a behavior that is chosen. On the other hand, if homosexuals are homosexual by birth, if it is innate, if it is genetic, there is no culpability on their part, and we have no reason to discriminate against them. The facts are this. They are not born this way. We as a society discriminate against people each and every day for behavior. We never discriminate, or we should not discriminate, for who they are. Okay? You can go to the Human Genome Project. You can find out where it says in the human chromosome why you are black, why you are white, why you are anything. Okay? There is no place that it says where you are of a certain behavior. And at the end of the day, this is based on behavior. And you are going to have to decide tonight, or probably next week, or the week after, based on the 375 people on the list.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm Roger Van Ornum, and a resident of Eagle River. Been here 22 years. Anyway, people talk about discrimination. I've been discriminated against a few times in workplaces and in housing. And I have called the Human Rights Commission and talked to them, and they say, Mr. Van Ornum, you're a male, and you're a white American. You have no rights. You are sorry, we can't help you. So I can't understand why people that's got an illness or a sickness can say they have unequal rights. And earlier they were asked, the commission was asked, how many times in the last 5 years, 10 years, have they been called to a scene where they've had a problem with the sick people that have, I don't want to use the word gay, because I'm gay, I'm happy, I enjoy life, and I'm gay. But using the word gay and is not, or whatever they want, everybody wants to call themselves, I've listened to the people tonight, and if we give this ordinance to them, or pass it for the mayor, or whoever started this, our community is going to go backwards, and it will not be good. And I guess that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Ed Singer, David Robinson, and Crystal Dyson. And Mark O'Brien was the previous name. Any of those people here? Oh, good. Okay. Here's one. Trevor Storrs was also.
Lady Chairman, members of the Assembly. I want to begin by saying we've been hearing a lot about religious freedom this evening. My name is David Robinson. I'm a citizen voter of Anchorage. We've been hearing a lot about religious freedom this evening, but we have to be reminded that not all religions, not even all branches of Christianity, view homosexuality as immoral or wrong, and somebody else exercising their religious right of expression and firing me because their religion says what I do is wrong is in contravention of my ability to exercise my freedom of religious expression to live a loving life in support of a supportive community. On top of that, you have to remember that no one's right is protected beyond the realm which it begins to have a measurable effect on another person's life. Your freedom of speech, your freedom to bear arms, including your freedom of religion. When I can't pay my bills because I was fired, because somebody saw me here today testifying in support of this ordinance, and then I have to go home without a job, or I'm evicted from my apartment, no right is protected beyond the bounds of your own life and your right to express it within the bounds of your existence. The protection of homosexuals does not force anyone to participate in any act that they personally find morally reprehensible, which is their right to believe. They simply may not tell me that I can't act in a way that they don't agree with. In regards to the testimony on genetics that was just going on, I would also like to remind everyone that the Human Genome Project has also not produced a gene for diabetes, intelligence, artistic ability, or the ability to dance or rhythm. There are many things that are polygenic and stem from a great many sources in the genome, not simply one. In terms of the discrimination in Anchorage, even if you do not see it because you are a white, heterosexual, married Christian in Anchorage, that does not mean that the discrimination is not there. And remember the harm that the fear of discrimination can do. Children in school afraid of what they may say or wear or whom they may hang out with.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mark Winery, Chris Rewalt, and Shirley A. Schneider.
Hello, my name is Mark Winery, and I thank you for this opportunity to speak. I'm curious why there are so many people so fired up to defend their right to harm others just for being different. I saw a button on the way in that said, God loves you. But in the context of being here to harm that person, it felt more like an insult than a blessing. If you love someone, you don't fire them. You don't evict them. All the people talking about freedom want the right to deny freedom to others without the government trying to enforce freedom for all. Nothing in this ordinance will require any religion to change its holy book. Nothing in this ordinance will require any person to change their religious beliefs. Nothing in this ordinance gives special status that heterosexual people don't already enjoy. One of the things I just heard that I have to comment on is about people being born gay or not born gay, and that has some effect on whether or not they should have rights. As soon as they have a blood test to determine whether you're a Christian or Muslim at birth, then I think we should consider what time and what choice this is made. Because until that blood test is given, maybe we should look at religious beliefs, because that's not something that's given at birth either. Or should we say, religious beliefs is a belief that's deeply held, not changeable by that person themselves. They believe it, they live it, that's their lifestyle. So is heterosexuality, so is homosexuality, and they should all be equal.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Ed Singer, and I've been a resident of Anchorage for 28 years. Thank you all for being here this evening and listening to a lot of testimony.
Mr. Singer, I apologize. I didn't... Oh, you were back there. I missed you. Go ahead. I apologize.
I'll be speaking to 3 points this evening. The first being from a historical viewpoint. In all histories of all the great cultures of the world, a culture remains strong and vibrant as long as it maintains certain values in its culture. Whenever a culture lost or compromised those values, it ceased to be strong and vibrant. Take, for example, the Roman Empire. In the beginning, Rome was strong because it had a government ruled by the people and because it supported the concept of the family. In the last years of the Western Roman Empire, despotic emperors replaced the republic. The family became less and less important, and homosexuality became a widely accepted part of Roman life. My second point comes from legal and moral view. From the Code of Hammurabi to the great religious lawgivers to modern times, homosexuality has been considered to be an unacceptable lifestyle. Both civil and religious laws of many cultures and many centuries have confirmed this belief. My third point is personal, as I witnessed the birth of the modern homosexual movement on May 21st, 1979. I was attending a concert at the San Francisco Opera House the evening that the manslaughter conviction was handed down for Dan White, the man who killed George Moscone and Harvey Milk. Although I felt that the manslaughter decision did not satisfy justice, I did not protest in the streets, as did thousands of homosexuals during the White Night riots. After that evening, the homosexual community began a radical shift in its policies and began to force acceptance of their lifestyle upon everyone. The ordinance before you is doing exactly that. If you have not noticed, there's a rising tide in our country. Americans who love their country and love their government, but are distrustful of many of the people who have been elected to public office and the policies these officials have passed. We remember the patriots who in 1775 stood to resist what they felt to be an abusive and unresponsive government. Those patriots gave us the liberty we now enjoy. Today, it is our American duty to see that that liberty is not destroyed by allowing the demands of the few to outweigh the rights of the many. As at the Alamo in 1836, tonight we draw our line in the sand. We say we cannot go beyond this point. We say we will not surrender to a tyranny that will force us to accept that which is unacceptable. We hope that you will make the correct choice. If you do not, we will remember at every future election.
Thank you, sir.
Wow, can you feel the love? I'm Shirley Schneider, and I've lived in Anchorage for 4 years after living in Fairbanks, where we have the same type of bigotry since 1962. God, am I nervous. I have taken this opportunity to speak not so much in favor of the gay rights ordinance coming before this assembly, but to speak in disfavor to the arrogance of those who oppose it. This ordinance is not the best this assembly can do, and if I were one of those affected by it, I would gather up my pride and leave the room. Sooner or later, one will come before this body that is not a mockery to the freedoms we all have the right to enjoy. When it does, character assassinations and inexpert bigotry will not carry the day. I have come because I read the harsh, uninformed, and tasteless rhetoric, and I quote, normal homosexuals and perverted homosexuals, unhappy homosexuals and happy homosexuals, men dressed in drag, haunting bathrooms, and post-employment affiliation with the outcasts. Those words made me sad. When self-absorbed satisfaction reared its ugly head,
And again I quote, he'd won before, and if I remember correctly, some very nice assembly members lost their jobs that time. I knew I must be one of those present this evening who refused to be a victim to bullying. If I had not, I do not think I could ever scrub myself clean. It seems rather impractical to me to claim belief in God while one's words carry the same loathing used to quarantine the leper, carry the same superior message applied to confine the Jews to the ghettos, and to fan the flames of extremism causing death and despair, of which this wonderful city was victim to not so long ago. In closing, I would like the members of this assembly, during your debate of the ordinance, to ask yourselves this. If Jesus Christ were sitting in on your debate, what do you think he would be thinking? Thank you.
Thank you. Donna Meeks, Stan Roach, and Grady Pinnell. Yeah, he's coming.
Good evening. My name is Chris Raywalt, and I want to thank you as the Assembly for your service to the community. I come to you because this ordinance has the potential to affect me in many areas. I am owner of a fourplex and also overseer in a local church assembly. I want to thank you for taking the time to listen to the citizens on this issue. Obviously, by the crowd, it's an important one to many people in the community. And I am not coming to you angry. My face is red. I had too much time in the sun. I apologize. Don't misinterpret my red face. I come in love. I want to emphasize that the religious liberties that this ordinance has the potential to impact are one of the foundational aspects of our country's history. My concern is that this ordinance is a potential infringement on the rights of individuals and religious organizations to make decisions consistent with their conscience. I have this concern not strictly on this particular issue just of sexual orientation. My question in general is if we are becoming a country where a Christian or any other religious convictions are no longer tolerated. If all religions are asked to not live within their convictions, to be tolerant, then it could be akin to moving towards a national religion known as tolerance. What is a religion without convictions? The very idea that the Founding Fathers were working against and the beginning of the Constitution was based off their experience from the Church of England, where they came from a national religion, and they did not want that. That is why there was so much care taken to not infringe on the religious liberties. The statement, separation of church and state, is very famous. It's not in our Constitution. It was written by Thomas Jefferson in a private letter in which he was actually defending the rights of a local church against the interference of the city around it. And seeing how this legislation has impacted others in other states in the country, I fear that this is an important ordinance that we need to look carefully at the implications. I ask that you do not approve this ordinance and that there should not be such a rush to make such a significant change to civil liberties. And there should be further discussion on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I have a question.
Okay, could you come back? Could you come back? And that was Schroep.
Once again, I have a question.
Dr. Selkirk.
Did you know that the S version, I assume you started out explaining that you had a fourplex. Do you know the S version excludes fourplexes and duplexes?
Yes, I know that now. And
I guess I had a question, and that had to do with talking about this as an un-American thing. And let me phrase the question. If your church chose to discriminate against people for color, would you think it was wrong for the country to say that that isn't right, or the city to say that isn't right? I mean, is there some limit to what's appropriate and what isn't appropriate in terms of a society when it interfaces with a religion?
I believe there is. I believe that in this instance, when there is, as was discussed earlier, behavioral issues, that constantly there is guidelines within the Christian church of which behaviors are sinful. There's many behaviors. There's anger, there's self-control. And to have an ordinance that goes directly against those scriptures is the rub, as someone put it earlier.
I think that, and I say this in all honesty, I think that defining the rub is the hard part, where the rub is. Churches don't believe in divorces, but I don't think you would not want to rent to a divorced person, or maybe you would. The issue before us is this, and I appreciate a lot of the testimony tonight, and I don't think there's anyone evil in the room. The struggle here is, how do we live together? And so I had to ask you, in terms of the things that you presented, I guess you answered it nicely, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
The importance is that I guess I'll wait for my mind to come back to me.
Well, I appreciate your answer, and I appreciated your comments. Thank you.
Please come forward. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Donna Meeks, and I have lived in the Anchorage area for over 30 years. And it's been a blessing to live in this city and to get along and work well with people. I would ask that each one of you very prayerfully consider your vote and to vote against this. There's not this evening, the people that have shown up here, everyone is very concerned. And I would ask that you would consider this to be on the ballot and let the people vote for it. And this not lay on the shoulders of you folks that are here in this room. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, members of the City Council. Thank you for your public service to the people of Anchorage, and thank you for taking care of so many pressing matters during these challenging times.
And your name is?
My name is Dr. Grady Pinnell. I'm a pastor of Eagle River Grace.
Thank you.
And I've been a resident of Eagle River for over 2 years. I retired from the Navy after 26 years of service. Much of that time I spent serving as a chaplain with Marines and aboard ships, submarines, and cruisers. I can tell you I counseled as a pastor over thousands of young men and women that wear the uniform, oftentimes those struggling with sexual orientation issues. Not once did I ever see one of them mistreated or the subject of a witch hunt or some type of discrimination. Oftentimes after we talked, it would be understood that they were known to be gay in their work section, but they were respected for the standard of their work. What I found to be the case oftentimes is that sexual orientation was accompanied by some other social and psychological issues that confused the issue over what the real issue was for many of these people that had problems. Anyway, what I'd like to point out, a few weeks ago I received from a colleague in Seal Beach, California, an email, which is really my concern there. He commented on a sign that appeared in the annual Gay Pride Parade in Long Beach. The sign said, "Civil rights, not religious rights." That concerns me. What this is, this amendment, as I understand it, and maybe I'm wrong, maybe if we heard more from the city attorney, or maybe from the Civil Rights Board, Mr. Brown, whatever it was, maybe would change our opinion. But it seems to me, like many of the military regulations I had to write, which were a bunch of gobbledygook that accomplished nothing until it went to court, and some poor judge will have to decide it. That requires more time to craft something that a judge is not dumped on with. Anyway, I see it as newly created civil rights for sexual behavior versus long-standing religious freedoms protected by the first clause of the First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. It is a hasty addition to a good ordinance I do not think will equally serve the best interest of all the citizens of Anchorage. It should be disapproved for several reasons. One, it creates more new problems and solves none. Two, this will once again incense segments of our culture and society against each other, because of the things that, and as I see it, things were going pretty well. I mean, there are a few sad cases we've heard tonight, but the data indicates that things were going pretty well. I think we were at the point that we could all live and let live, but now we have once again turned our energy and resources to fight each other. And let me say this, we have bigger enemies than each other to fight, men and women, and we both need to unite to fight those kind of things that are pressing in this world. Three, it will not ease the impassioned concerns of gay activists have with traditional religious conservatives' beliefs about human sexuality, marriage, and the family. Nor will it change our understanding of our faith.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like Mary Trimble, Vic Fisher, and Paul Swetzoff. Go ahead, please.
My name is Stan Roach. I live in Palmer. We have a Bible camp there, and thousands of children from Anchorage have come to our camp and still do. I pastor the Independent Baptist Church here in Anchorage. I started 20 years ago, and this thing of sexual orientation, talking about sexual choices, but it's like abortion. Abortion started in case of rape or whatever, and people try to justify it, but it's come to the point now that when the child is all but the head is left the womb, now the abortionist can kill the baby and suck the brains out of it and crush the skull. It has grown, and that's what this sexual orientation is going to do. It's going to grow. A lot of people have sexual choices, and they talk about sexual choices. A lot of men they like little boys or they like little girls. Well, don't they have their rights? We call that child molesting. God made man and God made woman. And I have heard people tonight that I'm not sure what they are. And there's a lot of names that I've heard that they tell me what they are, and I don't know what it means. God made Adam and God made Eve. Man has come up with all these new names and these new ideas. But God made it so simple. But today it is so perverted and twisted. And we at the Independent Baptist Church believe that one man, one woman make a family, make a marriage, and everyone in this room, every person that has come before here, everyone's come in this building today, has a daddy and a mama. It wasn't Jim and Tim that bore Susie. Everyone's got a dad and everyone's got a mom. The word gay means happy, jovial. We're talking about sodomy, sexual activity between the same sex. You know, we're all free, and there's one thing, I love America. I love our country. I'm a Vietnam veteran. I served in the Marine Corps, and I love this country. And I work with veterans and try to do all that I can to help veterans. But we're free. And you have the right to choose to be a Christian. You have the right to choose to go to hell if you want. That's your right. The Bible says God is not willing that any should perish, but that all should come to repentance. But we're free. And we are free to raise our children free from this, what we're calling sexual orientation, this sodomy. We're free to raise our children right, and we do that. And I will not have someone coming in to my church or coming in.
Thank you, sir. Could you tell me your name again? I missed it here.
Stan Roach.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I'm Mary Trimble. I'm from Eagle River. I've lived there 20 years. And I thank you for maintaining a civil environment for this hearing and providing an opportunity for us to speak. I am opposed to these amendments. As currently written, the ordinance provides equal opportunities for all persons. I'm a small business owner. I'm certified to administer the Woodcock-Johnson Achievement and Cognitive Exam. I have a master's degree in education and have taught several grade levels. Currently, I have the opportunity to have a civil conversation with the parents of the children that I test, whether they are heterosexual or homosexual or transsexual or transgender. Often I need to discuss changes in their home environment as well as provide cognitive and achievement suggestions. An example of a heterosexual couple that came to have their children assessed was an attorney father who was suing the mother for custody. And he said the children were not achieving a correct education. They were being home educated and wanted me to assess the children. I did, and I found that they really were cognitively intact but were suffering from the fracture of their home. They were really emotionally fragile and unable to focus on problem solving. So taking the children's needs into consideration, I gave clear recommendations about the relationship between the husband and wife and resolving that, so at least it was something that the children could consider a stable environment. Similarly, I assessed a 5-year-old twin from a homosexual couple, and this child had regressed to the point where she was in diapers, whereas her sister was excelling. Because the amendments to this ordinance had not passed, I was able to have a conversation, an open conversation that provided recommendations for changing that home environment and making it more stable. If this amendment passes, I would fear a lawsuit. Please leave the ordinance as written.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Dr. Selkirk.
I'm curious about the specific part of the ordinance that you are, is there some specific part, or is it the broad whole, what,
I'm very concerned about speaking openly, especially in the situation of the homosexual couple. They could say that my recommendation of providing a stable home was discrimination, but I was not.
Did you suggest that the stable home was a man and a woman, or a husband and a wife, or did you?
I actually did suggest that they go back home to the grandparents where there was a stable home, because actually this homosexual couple was a second couple, and so there were 3 moms.
I just didn't understand. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Rather than take our 5-minute break, the way I mentioned, assembly members are going to be periodically leaving and coming back to stretch their legs rather than taking a break. Go ahead, Mr. Fisher.
Madam Chair, members of the Assembly, Mr. Mayor, my name is Victor Fisher. I've been in Alaska. I came to Anchorage in 1950, so close to 60 years. I was a member of the Constitutional Convention. I have a copy of the Alaska Constitution with me. There were 55 of us. There are 3 of us still alive. The Constitution of the state of Alaska says no person is to be denied the enjoyment of any civil or political right because of race, color, creed, sex, or national origin. Now, think back to when the U.S. Constitution was written. At that point, there was discrimination on account of sex. There certainly was discrimination on account of race. This country has changed. Just in response to a previous testimony, I'm a veteran of World War II. We fought a war for democracy, for rights, for civil rights. Change is what this is about. Moving forward is what this is about. The Alaska Constitution was written in 1955-56. Conditions were totally different then. At that point, the Alaska Constitution did not prohibit discrimination on account of sex. We amended the Constitution, we added sex. By the time the Anchorage Municipal Charter was written, there was sex was included. In addition to sex, here it reads, there shall be no discrimination based on race, color, sex, religion, national origin, marital status, age, physical or mental disability. We have moved forward. We keep moving forward. The proposal is to add sexual orientation. This is one step forward. Where if we never move forward, if we did not believe in change, we'd still be in the Neanderthal age. But we have changed. We've changed. Rome was not a family-oriented society. It was a male warrior-oriented society. We have changed. This is a matter of change, and this is a matter of basic human rights. I think you should adopt this ordinance. I think there's no need to fear what is going to happen. A lot of statements have been made about child abuse or this and that and so on. We have laws that protect people. We have laws that protect children, that protect adults.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your effort.
Don't leave. Ms. Johnston.
Here, over here. Do you think we'll ever get to a point where we could have a code that lists what we can discriminate against as opposed to what we can't discriminate against?
I think there should be no discrimination account of any aspect. We have protection in the Constitution for religion. We have freedom of religion. You cannot pass an ordinance prohibiting the free exercise of religion. This is not, nobody's rights are going to be taken away by this ordinance. This is in the Constitution.
Ms. Drummond? Oh, no? Mr. Coffey?
Good evening, Mr. Fisher. How are you?
Down there at the end.
I'm over here on this end. They put us on opposite ends.
You're on the right.
We fight with each other, so they keep us separated.
I used to sit between them.
I wanted to ask you this because you were there and helped craft the Constitution, and then you helped craft the Charter for the Unification. And I'm having a problem with some of the definition terms. And have you read the ordinance 64S, the one in front of us?
I have not read the ordinance.
Well, what I'm having a problem with is, for example, it says sexual orientation means actual or perceived heterosexuality, homosexuality, bisexuality, or gender expression or identity. As used in this definition, gender expression or identity means having or being perceived as having a self-image, appearance, or behavior different from that traditionally associated with the sex assigned to that person at birth. Now, the words that cause me trouble are things like perceived and, by whom, for example. And so my question to you is, in the absence of clarity and understanding, don't you create situations where conflicts, litigation maybe, and those sorts of things can occur? And shouldn't we be as clear as we possibly can be?
Mr. Coffey, so far as I'm concerned, this is a matter of drafting. This is a matter of wording. Yeah. When I served in the state senate, we wrote detailed legislation under the Constitution in response to whatever issues were coming up. I certainly agree that it should be as clear as possible. It should be as simple as possible. So far as I'm concerned, if you did not go past the initial definition and put sexual orientation in and refined it, that's your baby. I'm not getting into the issue of how, perceived or not perceived. If the Assembly decides this is too vague or it needs to be more specific, that's your job.
People are asking.
We're paying you for that.
People are asking or pointing out things like this, and as one who's drafted two very important documents with our state and our city, I thought I would ask you that question. So I guess the answer is clarity is far better than lack of clarity.
Definitely. And let me clarify this. No. You don't know what I'm going to say. I was not on the Anchorage Charter Commission. My wife, Jane Angvik, was on the Charter Commission. I was on the Constitutional Convention.
From what I understand, that was virtually the same. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Please come back. Please come back.
Mr. Fisher, I'm sorry we can't let you sit down yet. Mr. Gutierrez has a question.
I'm very sorry to make you sit down and come back up.
It's a real pleasure. It's more exercise than a little thing.
It's one of the luxuries of having such a young state that we have one of the drafters, one of the framers of our state constitution here. In general, and I know you said you haven't read the substitute version that's here tonight, in principle, do you believe that what we're attempting here tonight is in line with what the intent was when you wrote the equal protection parts of our state constitution?
I will not say that was the intent. I think what we tried to do at the time was to deal with basic rights. I mean, we were working for self-government. We wanted to be able to stand on our own feet, to be a civil society. We were optimists, but we built a constitution that was subject to change, and we had no idea what Alaska was going to be like 50 years hence as we are today. It's just like I came to Anchorage when the city had 12,000 people. Look at Anchorage today. I mean, it's totally different. We have different issues before us. I'm not going to say this was the intent, but I certainly believe in this change.
I do have one more question, and it deals specifically with something that's in the S version that I personally am having trouble with. It would add an exemption under public accommodations. It means any business or professional activity, and here's the part that troubles me, with the exception of a business operated in the business owner's home employing no more than 4 persons. What that means is if I have a home-based business and I employ no more than 4 people, I can discriminate against African Americans, Hispanics, gays. That's what that means. It exempts those people from Title V entirely. And I just want to know how you would feel about that.
I feel that would be completely wrong if it applies to, certainly, as I said in the beginning, I believe in, I abhor any discrimination on account of any reason. But if that exemption applies to every aspect of this ordinance, you could then discriminate on account of race, color, national origin, whatever.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's all.
Sounds awful.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher. I'd like to call John Kerry, Jane Angvik, and Jackie Buckley. Go ahead, Mr.
Hi there. Thanks for the opportunity. My name is Paul Svetzoff. I've been in Anchorage about 30 years. I've been living in Turnagain for the last 21, my own home for this time. I have 3 children, put them all through school. One just graduated West this year with honors for scholarship, Air Force, and engineering. And I'm speaking against this ordinance. First of all, I want to preface my remarks by saying I hope nobody's offended. I hope I don't mean any disrespect, but I have never seen, in watching this assembly, watching primarily the mayor's office for the last 30 years, I have never seen anything like this in my life. I think it is corrupt. I think it's sleazy by putting, first of all, veterans into the ordinance in order to make the ordinance more palatable, more politically palatable to pass. And then you had to, of course, withdraw it because veterans groups everywhere said, get it out of here. We don't want it. We don't agree with this. Don't put us in with this. That was corrupt. I've never seen anything like that in 30 years on the Assembly. Second of all, I don't really appreciate the fact, Mr. Klayman, that you who ran for election, and again with no disrespect, you ran for election, got 4% of the vote. You throw an ordinance like that out here 3 weeks before you leave office, and you don't give the new mayor an opportunity to actually comment on it or veto it or uphold it, whatever he wants to do. That's below the belt. And I hope I'm not offending you or anything, but I am in your district. I'm your constituent, so remember me. Second of all, I'm putting my kids through school. I spent more time in school than my children did. My son went through Lake Hood, my youngest one went through Lake Hood, Romig, and West. I know more people in that school, and I was in that school as a volunteer, all 3 of them. I don't know where the guy who spoke before was talking about discrimination in the schools. All I can tell you is that in regards to sexual orientation, they're all over the place there. You've got people putting up posters, people openly saying, I'm gay, I'm lesbian. Those kids have never mistreated those children. They have never done it. I've been to that school. The one guy that wears a fluffy shirt and stuff that makes him dress like a girl, he dresses in stockings and that sort of stuff. Everybody likes him. They don't associate with him outside of the school, but everybody likes him. They don't discriminate against him. You know, when you have something like, when you talk about life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and you talk about rights, that doesn't mean you take away one person's liberty in order to give it to somebody else. Say I've got a 5-plex, and I live in the 5-plex. I live in one of the buildings, and and I have my children there, and I have my wife there, and all of a sudden, some guy comes up and he has a couple.
Sorry.
I guess that's it.
That's it. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Thank you, though.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Diane O'Connell, and John Kerry had to leave and would respectfully request that he could speak on the 16th.
Okay, we'll put him down there.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, just a minute. Could Cody Lister and I think it's Joran Tarr and Susan Nyman. Go ahead.
Madam Chairman, members of the Assembly, my name is Jane Andick, and I'm pleased to be here tonight, and I thank you for the time you're devoting to this and all the hard questions you deal with week after week after week. I respect the governance structure of the municipality of Anchorage. I had the privilege to participate in drafting the charter in 1975, which unified the city and the borough of Anchorage. The preamble of the charter says, all persons are equal and are entitled to equal rights, opportunities, and protection under the law. That's the framework of the government in this community. In the United States of America, it is the responsibility of the majority to protect the interests of the minority. We have evolved in our country and in our community to understand who are minority people and what kinds of discrimination they have faced, either in employment, in access to opportunities such as education, access to housing, or access to economic opportunity and financial interests. I believe that this ordinance provides the opportunity for us to further provide protection for citizens, for community members of our community. I got to serve on the Assembly with Dave Rose and other members who in 1975 had the opportunity to amend this very provision of this law to include sexual orientation. That was in 1975. It didn't stick at that time, and I wanted to say that was 34 years ago. It was an appropriate thing to do then, but it's way overdue now. I don't believe that this ordinance provides special rights to anyone. It, in fact, as the Charter says, provides equal rights, opportunities, and protection under the law for the citizens of this community. I thank you for your time, and I appreciate your consideration. Please vote to support this ordinance.
Don't leave. Mr. Gutierrez.
Oops, sorry. Same question that I put to Vic. The idea of exempting the home-based businesses 4 or fewer employees from all of Title V. Do you feel that that's appropriate? Do you feel that's a step back, not a step back?
It doesn't sound like a good idea to me, but I think you want to chat with the municipal attorney about whether or not it affects all the provisions that are protected under Title V. And I think that what we seek is the opportunity to protect people who have, I'm really moved by the eloquence of people who have come to you tonight on both sides. And I believe that what we're talking about is people who feel and who have experienced discrimination, and it's your obligation to protect them under the law.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's all.
By the way, I thought Arliss was ahead of me, so I don't know where she is on the
Not on the
list.
list.
She signed up ahead of me.
No. Arliss, I would not discriminate against you. Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, esteemed body, my name is Jackie Buckley. I've lived in Alaska since 1980 and in Anchorage since 1983. While living in Anchorage, I've experienced discrimination many times. In 1985, I was harassed by coworkers at the company I worked for after I did a piece in the Daily News discussing the need for protection from discrimination for GLBT people. I eventually had to quit my job because the coworkers that I was associated with in a very friendly way before were sabotaging the vehicle, and I was very concerned that I had to use for work, that eventually that would cause some serious damage or harm to myself or someone else. In 1985, I lived with my partner, whom I've been espoused to for 25 years, in an apartment. We paid our rent on time, babysat the neighbors' kids, took care of their pets. Then I appeared at a press conference, once again, to discuss this topic. And the following day, the property manager began harassing us, towed our vehicle out of our designated spot with our number on it, began leaving notes at the door, started entering the home when we weren't there. And it's very difficult to prove that unless you've got the funds to hire private detection. We got nasty signs placed on our door, and all kinds of other unpleasant things occurred. I went to the property owner to complain that this was a serious problem, and her response was, "Oh, gays make really good tenants, and they're really neat." Well, she'd clearly never been to our house. But after a few months, we really felt unsafe there, and so we moved. In 1986, I marched in the Gay Pride Parade that occurs down by the Park Strip. My picture happened to be in the Metro section on the front page of the Daily News. The next day, I was called into the executive director's office of the nonprofit where I was a director to sign a document making me promise never to appear in the media while I worked there, and I declined to do that and was promptly put on work probation. Interestingly enough, it was the first time that the program for the organization had been profitable ever, and they still were concerned about my appearances outside the organization. I have to differ with one of my previous folks up here. Crosses have been burned on lawns up here in Alaska. I climbed out of a club window back in Boston where I was happily drinking ginger ale with a whole bunch of other gay people because the police raided in the front door. There were police raids back in those days. Fortunately, those things are not currently happening. In 1994, the Municipal Assembly could not make this ordinance stick, just like in 1975 they couldn't make it stick. In 1998, as we fast forward, Matthew Shepard was left hanging on a fence. There is still no hate crime legislation in Wyoming. So, generally speaking, we're not making a lot of progress here. In 2004, I was personally once again discriminated against when I went, I had worked for 7 different principals. I got a new principal at the school where I was working, had a wonderful program going in the school and exemplary reviews. At any rate, I was badly treated by the new administration, who stated unequivocally she did not want anyone with that lifestyle in her building.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Come forward, please.
Good evening. My name is Garen Tarr, and I'll be reading on behalf of the Anchorage Women's Commission. And we have just 5 short sentences to you, so I've dedicated 1 hour this evening for each of these sentences. The Anchorage Women's Commission, which is tasked with advising the mayor and the Assembly on matters pertaining to the status of women, asks the Assembly to vote in favor of the ordinance adding sexual orientation to the municipal non-discrimination law. We strongly support this ordinance. We believe that all Anchorage residents should receive equal protection under the law, and that discrimination against any individual is wrong. Including gay and lesbian citizens in the non-discrimination law will codify a community value of inclusion and celebration of diversity. This ordinance will not harm any businesses or individuals. It does not grant any special rights, and the only agenda it pushes is that of fairness. It is time that the municipality recognizes all residents equally. Signed, Katie Lister, Commissioner, Rhonda Johnson, Commissioner, Precious Council, Commissioner, myself, Garen Tarr, Commissioner, Karen Bitzer, Commissioner, Kristen Winson, Commissioner, and Mia Nolan, Commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Susan Nyman in 1993 when we did this all over again. My then about 15-month-old daughter and I sat about in that last row, and she sat on my lap and until it was time for us to talk. Now she's in Florida, but she's here with us. I'm going to read something that she wrote for her school newspaper. My parents are lesbians. Here's the first line. An inspirational memoir about growing up in a non-traditional family unit. When I was little, I thought I was special. This is 3 minutes and 30 seconds. I thought I was this exceptionally blessed, extraordinary child who was just so staggeringly lucky. Led astray by the mere fact that I came from a 2-mother household, I thought I was cool because my parents were lesbians. So I lived blissfully unencumbered by prejudice for 5 magical years. And then I went to kindergarten. I arrived that first fateful day of kindergarten toting my 2 mommies in my lunchbox. My mommy stood among the cluster of other parents, making small talk and beaming at me for a shining star. Then we marched single file into the building, and the throng of parents followed immediately after. While staring at all those happy moms and dads, I realized I was different. My classmates and I flourished in our new environment. We built with cubes, poured fluids from one pusher to another, attempted to read books about mittens and kittens, and didn't hate people for being themselves. So at the ample age of 5, I proudly announced to a gaggle of my peers that I had 2 mommies. As kindergartners, unable to understand the concept of homosexuality, they blinked and went back to tying their shoes. And then they forgot. They forgot where I came from. As young children, uninfluenced by their parents' viewpoints and willing to accept anything new or different, my contemporaries were all perfectly willing to play with me, even though my moms were lesbians. Fast forward a year. Now it matters. In the 1st grade, my lesbian parents became an issue. I'm not going to delve into any psychologically jarring memories, but I will say I was unable to socialize with a small number of students and unable to conduct sleepovers with some because I might conduct myself inappropriately. In quotation marks. I would like to say that my experience was uncommon, and that most of the children who come from gay and lesbian parents endure little to no scrutiny from their classmates. However, that would be lying. One student in my school with 2 dads has dealt with similar, if not more shocking personal experience. Not wanting their children to play with the offspring of gay men, parents would order their children inside when this child wandered through the neighborhood, going as far as to not allow her on their property. This person has also dealt with problems at elementary school from bullies and teachers alike who are prejudiced against her homosexual fathers. Around 4th and 5th grade, I began to hide the fact that my mothers were lesbians due to a homophobia craze at my elementary school. I refused to go anywhere with both of them. When I was seen with one, I hoped people would assume I came from a single-parent family. I never point-blank denied I had 2 moms, but I did discourage any sort of questioning.
Thank you.
Oh, ask me for the last paragraph.
Thank you. I'd like to call Kate. Oh, I'm sorry. Dr. Selkirk has a question for you.
I would like to hear, did you have something else?
It's the last paragraph is the most important, and I'll read that. I'm mature when I realized that hiding my parents was stupid. They were still lesbians regardless of whether or not I kept it a secret. Prejudiced people remain prejudiced regardless of whether or not I told them. And I still love my mothers regardless of whether or not I admitted it. So I don't care anymore. If people want to be homophobic and ignorant, then I don't have to waste my time with them. I'm done hiding my loved ones just to make someone else more comfortable. If they want to think I have cooties, they can go right ahead. They're wrong. And she's a heterosexual, bright, top-of-the-line kid. Thank you.
Thank you. Arliss Kerzulowski, Katie or Cody Lister, and Sigvold Juliusson, and also Mark Essert. Arliss, could you come forward? Okay.
I don't know how you do it. You're wonderful. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Assembly, and Mr. Mayor. I'm Arliss Kerzulowski. I've been a resident of Anchorage since 1952. Vic beat me by a couple of years. I do speak in favor of the ordinance that is before you, adding protection for sexual orientation. I wanted to present for the record a copy of the recent Compass piece supporting the ordinance. I collaborated with a former another member of the legislature on that, so my testimony will be very brief. I was raised during the Depression in a family, 3 generations. My grandfather was a Methodist minister, and I learned some really, really important lessons. And that was about God's love and the difference among people. We didn't have blacks, we didn't have people that were different in our community, but that lesson was ingrained in me when I went to the big city and I met more people from different parts of the world. But throughout my public career, I've advocated for and I continue to support equal opportunity for all. And I was on the Charter Commission, and at the time I think we did a good job, but I saw what happened when the ordinance came up in 76. It was horrible because hate was brought into our community. We have no place for that. And so I really do encourage you to thoughtfully discuss this. You have some questions, answer those, but do take action on it. I think it's important, and that's kind of a community I want to live in. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Barbara Brink, Eric McCallum, and Kim Patterson. Are any of you here? Very good. Thank you. I'm sorry, Barbara Brink, Eric, I think it's McCallum, and Kim Patterson. And then since maybe Brian Hubbard could come forward too. Go ahead, sir.
Sorry. Madam Chair, Assembly members, Mayor, my name is Eric McCallum, And I'm here just to talk about the business perspective. You've heard a lot about other points of view. I'm just trying to look at it from the business point of view. I own an industrial supply company that is also a manufacturing company here in Anchorage. We were the 2006 Manufacturer of the Year for the state. And I'm here to talk about the value of a diverse workforce in dollars and cents. Having retired 4 years ago, my employees run the company for me now. The two people in charge are women. I have a black man that runs the main shop. I have a Filipino that runs the sewing division. And yes, there are gays working at Arctic Wire Open Supply. So we're extremely diverse, especially compared to others in our industry. But how do we measure diversity? How do we measure if it's actually good for business? Which is, I think, the bottom line. I think that's really what we all want to know. We participate every year in a blind study our association conducts that compares financial indicators from companies like mine all over the country. My little company here in Anchorage is number one in the nation on two of the most important business indicators the last 3 years in a row. And those two indicators are revenue per employee, or sales per employee, and also net profit per employee. So you could probably say, well, you make a lot of money because you're in Alaska and that kind of thing. But that wouldn't explain why we're number one in sales per employee. And you also may say, well, maybe I'm a smart business guy, but I haven't been there for the last 4 years. And these figures are from the last 3 years. So I think the point that I'm trying to make is when we hire, we don't pick the best heterosexual white male for the job. We pick the best person for the job. Why limit your choice to 35% of the population when you can pick from 100%? If you want to create a diverse economy, you need a diverse workforce. I just think this is a non-issue for business. And, we're always dealing with real problems every day, the things that are always coming and going, and it's all we can do to keep up with them. We're really not concerned ourselves with improbable or unrealistic problems like this. So, thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the Assembly, my name is Kim Patterson. I am a lifelong Alaskan. I've lived in Anchorage for 38 years, and I also live in Mr. Gutierrez and Ms. Elk Your district. I'm a taxpayer, I'm an educator, I'm a minister, among many other things, and I stand before you this evening to encourage your no vote on this ordinance. Dr. Martin Luther King is noted to have said, "Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere." Further, the United States Declaration of Independence, as has been established tonight, establishes that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal and that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights. This ordinance refutes these principles by unjustly reducing the religious and moral freedoms of one segment of the Anchorage populace to award greater freedoms to another. No law that creates unequal classes of people within a democratic society can be said to be just. Further, it has yet to be established if the resistance experienced by individuals engaged in a lifestyle of homosexuality can be compared to the discrimination that African Americans, Hispanic Americans, Native Americans, Asian Americans, and other ethnic groups have experienced since this country's inception. Research and dialogue will aid in resolving this issue and will help to keep Anchorage an exceptional place to live. Your astute vote, no, will help to accomplish this. I thank you for listening, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, sir.
I have a question.
Wait up, hold on. Dr. Salkrig?
I'm interested. It's a similar question as I asked earlier. When you talk about research and dialogue, what do you mean?
I'm looking for scholarly research that actually shows not just incidences, stories, that shows a trend where there is systemic discrimination against people who claim a homosexual lifestyle, be it perceived or actual as it's written, but scholarly research that's documented that shows the Anchorage experience. That's what I'm looking for.
And the dialogue?
I'm looking for a dialogue in which we can actually, what concerns me is the fact that we're even here having this discussion. But I would be more than happy, I think you mentioned earlier, I would be more than happy to be on a task force to discuss this issue as long as all views are equally looked at and there's not a bias that says I have to change my view at the end of the discussion, but where I can actually bring my viewpoint with others to actually discuss, is this even a need? Is this conversation even valid?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Byron Hubbard, Shirley Rivas, and Michael Travis. Go ahead, you're first. I'm calling 3 at a time.
That's what I figured. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the Assembly, Mr. Mayor. My name is Barb Brink. I live in South Addition, and I've been a resident of Anchorage for the last 28 years. And I have a confession to make. I'm a lawyer. So I have a few legal opinions that I'd like to share with you about the proposed ordinance. In case there's a question, I'm in support of adding protection against discrimination for people due to their sexual orientation. What I've heard in the last few weeks is a lot of misinformation, and so I'd just like to share with you some of the misinformation that I think we should correct. First of all, this ordinance would not allow any man, gay or straight, to put on a dress and walk into a ladies' restroom and wreak havoc, okay? The ordinance deals with discrimination in the workplace, in education, in financing, the sale or rental of real property, and public accommodations. There are plenty of laws on the books that prevent and outlaw such vulgar or lewd conduct in public restrooms. I was a public defender. I'm still working at a public defender for my entire legal career. I've defended plenty of people accused of sexual misconduct. That stuff is already illegal. This conduct will still be illegal if you pass this ordinance. I've also heard misinformation that organizations such as the Boy Scouts or the Salvation Army will be denied public funding or will be forced to hire homosexuals to supervise their small children. Nothing could be further from the truth. The United States Supreme Court in Boy Scouts of America versus Dale let the Boy Scouts of America expel Eagle Scout and Scoutmaster James Dale. What can't happen is that the Boy Scouts or the Salvation Army can't expect us as their government to provide them funding if they don't want to follow anti-discrimination rules. So the Boy Scouts can discriminate against anybody they want to. They can do it on their own nickel. So this ordinance is not going to change or force any organizations to hire people that they don't want to hire so long as they are not publicly funded. Another piece of misinformation I've heard is that sexual orientation is a dangerous legal term, that we should not open ourselves up to litigation. This is already the law in 20 states and over 100 local governments. Lawsuits have not run rampant. Lightning has not struck. Volcanoes have not erupted. This is language that is understood and dealt with every day in many other municipalities. It is not going to change what happens here. This law does not make discrimination a crime. It will not force people to go to jail or pay fines if they discriminate.
Thank you. You do have questions. Mr. Flynn.
Yeah, Barb, thanks for coming down and for your admission about being a lawyer. Being able to do a couple of them, I understand it's kind of a condition. But when you were a public defender, I knew you in that capacity in one of my previous lives. Could you talk a little bit about maybe instances where people did exhibit lewd behavior in a restroom and how that was prosecuted?
Oh, sure. There are plenty of laws on the books against the lewd exhibition, indecent exposure. In fact, the legislature even made indecent exposure into a felony. I mean, there are terrible penalties and punishments available to prosecute those people who engage in that behavior. This law is not going to make that behavior okay.
Thank you.
Ms. Drummond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Brink, for coming. If you didn't finish your testimony, would you please? I'm interested in everything you had to say.
Thank you very much. One other piece of misinformation is somehow that passing this ordinance would somehow interfere with the exercise of religion, and that is not true. Frankly, to paraphrase something we've all heard before, I don't care what consenting religious adults do in the privacy of their own church. But when they take their beliefs to the public and interfere with my life or any other citizen's life, that's different. That is not the free exercise of religion. What we have to understand in talking about this ordinance is that discrimination against anybody is negative for all of us, even if we're not the person being discriminated against. It affects us all as a community. Laws like this, and the one you're considering, are designed to replace discrimination with principled action, and that's what I ask there of you today. And frankly, there can be no better demonstration of how necessary this is and how important this is than the conversations and dialogue you've had today. That's proof positive that people continue to discriminate and want to be able to continue to discriminate. And finally, I would ask you not to create a task force, not to table this, not to send it to a subcommittee, all things I'm familiar with in the political world that can be used to delay action. This has been on the table since 1975. We've had 30 years to ponder this and research it. It is time for Anchorage to move forward. It is time to pass this ordinance. It is time to make this a better place to live. Thank you very much.
My name is Byron Hubbard. I've been an Anchorage resident for 10 years. I'm a veteran who served in the Gulf War to protect the rights of people to be able to say that I am asking for special rights because I just happen to be gay. I don't agree with that, which brings me, I'm not a great speaker, but it brings me to bullet points. Special rights. I think we should all exercise caution when we start, I believe, recklessly speaking or saying the words special rights. Looking at the discrimination clauses. It seems like the two of the chosen ways of life, if you will, happen to be marital status and religion. I've had so many people tell me that I want special rights because I'm gay. And many of the same people, actually most of those same people, it begs the question, at what point are we going to say, okay, if a right you have is a choice, not black or white, your race, your national origin, if it's a choice, then maybe we ought to look at the double-edged sword there and be cautious before we say so quickly that one group wants special rights. It could bite us in the butt, if you will, later if we happen to be a minority, say religion. Demographics there are changing, and I think that we just should all be cautious before we just start recklessly spouting off special rights. That's my first bullet point, since I'm not a great speaker. Interpretation. I hear a lot of people say that, well, God says this, God says that, and that we were founded on a Christian nation. And that begs the question, interpretation of what year, what Christianity? Is it the Christianity of 1775, when undeniably most Christian religions were okay with, say, slavery, women not being able to right to vote, blacks and white not being able to marry? It was based on, most of it was based on religion, and that's pretty much indisputable. I just want to ask this, like, I'm thinking slippery slope. If we start just saying, okay, well, what is the latest interpretation of a religion? You know, what are we one religion nation? I thought that's what we got away from in Europe. Do all other religions have prorated versions of rights?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, chamber members and Mr. Mayor, who isn't there. Thank you for allowing this testimony. My name is Shirley Rivas. I've lived on the east side of Anchorage since 1963. I do live in Anchorage. I'm a WASP, white, American, Anglo-Saxon, Protestant woman, heterosexual. My husband and I have 5 children. One of them is gay. And in listening tonight, I've heard homosexual is a sin, not a choice. Homosexual people are not discriminated against. Homosexuality cannot be proved. And why rush this ordinance? And now I'm hearing, this has been going on since the 70s. So it doesn't seem like it's a rush. It seems like we're kind of slow in getting this ordinance passed. I was a Bible student. I grew up in Louisiana in the Bible Belt. So, I studied Scripture from 3 to now. And I cannot find where Jesus ever said, I know there's places in Leviticus and places in the New Testament in the writings of Paul, but I have not discovered ever once that Jesus called homosexuality a sin. I don't think he addressed the issue. He only said, love your neighbor, love God, love yourself. His message was clear to me. It's love one another. And so that's what I'm about. And yes, I do believe that people are discriminated against because of their sexuality. I know that my son is and was. He went to Bartlett High, and all of a sudden, he wouldn't ride the bus. The bus stopped in front of our house. At that point, we didn't realize that he was gay. In fact, I didn't even know very much about gay. It wasn't part of my vocabulary. But Nathan would prefer taking a taxi to school or being driven. He was harassed on the school bus, which we weren't aware of at the time. If there had been an ordinance and we discovered the discrimination against my son, I could have gone somewhere to someone and said, my son is being discriminated against on the bus, on public transportation. That should be just a normal, everyday occurrence. For a gay child, that's not always true. Another instance of discrimination is my son has a partner. He worked in a large organization here in Anchorage, and he was harassed. My goodness.
You do have a question. Ms. Drummond?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming, Ms. Rivas. Your son refused to drive the bus, or ride the bus. What year was that, approximately?
It was in the 80s.
Okay. The sexual orientation as a basis for discrimination in the school district has not been on the books for very long. And I'm sorry it wasn't there when your son went to school. Hopefully that would not happen today.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Robert Graves, Yvonne, I think it's Begley, and Maureen, whoa. We're thinking it's Peterson. I'm sorry. I'm having trouble. Go ahead.
Good evening, Assembly members and Mr. Mayor. My name is Mike Travis. I am the chair of the Gay, Lesbian, Straight Education Network for Alaska. This network is a national network of 40 chapters supporting gay-straight alliances in over 4,000 schools around the United States, 19 of which are in Alaska, 9 of which are in Anchorage. The purpose of GLSEN is to help make sure that schools are safe for all students and staff. We support staff training on LGBT issues, provide support to student-led clubs in schools, and provide citywide leadership training for students. 8 years ago, the Anchorage School District Board of Education saw the need for a non-discrimination policy to protect LGBT students and staff. Several of you who now sit on the Assembly were members of that school board. After extensive hearings, the board approved a non-discrimination policy. Now both students and teachers are protected by this policy. Anchorage already has a way of assuring rights for LGBT and questioning youth in our schools. In addition, the Alaska Professional Teaching Practices Commission has a policy of non-discrimination against LGBT students and teachers. Teachers may lose their teaching certification if found guilty of discriminating against students or other teachers. Today, students are learning to value each other and get along with students who are different like them. Students are realizing the amazing strength diversity brings to the classroom and to their schools. They know that all students are protected from discrimination. They are making a society that has the same expectations of valuing all and discriminating against none. How can we not provide protection for LGBT individuals when they go into the workforce, look for housing, or participate in our wonderful multicultural city? Our young people are our future leaders, creating a vibrant, diverse, multicultural city. Will we say discrimination is not permissible in the school setting but is in other parts of our community? What message are we sending to our youth, our future, our leaders, if we don't prohibit discrimination in employment, public accommodations, and housing? In the words of my Tlingit sister, kids, keep it darn simple. I urge to the Assembly to pass this ordinance.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
My name is Yvonne Bagley. I'm an Anchorage resident, and I have family members who are alternative sexual orientation and friends. And I'm pretty appalled that they don't have the same rights in Anchorage as someone who is heterosexual. And I've been on the bus when a tranny girlfriend of mine was being harassed terribly. She had people yelling from the other end of the bus, using all kinds of insulting words, and the driver did nothing. And he was under the impression that he could do nothing. He didn't even think about the noise or disturbance to the other passengers as a way of taking care of this, because he was so convinced that it's legal to do that. I have met 2 lesbians who weren't in Anchorage who had a horrible experience. Their partners were in intensive care dying, and their families did not approve of their lifestyle, so they were able to exclude them from visiting their dying partners in intensive care. And their partners did die, and they did not get to attend the funerals either. And the one that I got to talk to the most did not even know where her partner was buried until she hired a detective. And I don't think that anyone should ever have to go through those kind of experiences. And it's horrible to see it being legally possible for people to do that sort of thing. I can go to the Equal Rights Commission and get something done about discrimination against me because I'm disabled. But my tranny girlfriend cannot do anything about being terribly discriminated against. I would really like to see that young deed so that Anchorage can join the modern world and give equality to all of its citizens. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. I said Robert Graves, and we think it's Maureen Peterson, but we're not sure. Elizabeth Brandt, Carol Iben, and Sue, it's either Tolinsky or Polinsky. Are any of you here? Good. Thank you.
My name is Carol Iben. I'm a longtime Anchorage resident, and I would like to read some excerpts from an article I found on the internet. It was written by two gay men, and it's titled "The Overhauling of Straight America." The first order of business is desensitization of the American public concerning gay and gay rights. To desensitize the public is to help it view homosexuality with indifference. At least in the beginning, we're seeking public desensitization and nothing more. We do not need and cannot expect a full appreciation or understanding of homosexuality from the average American. You can forget about trying to persuade the masses that homosexuality is a good thing, but if you can get them to think that it's just another thing with a shrug of their shoulders, then your battle for legal and social rights is virtually won. And it goes on to say you do six things to accomplish that. Number one, talk about gays and gayness as loudly and as often as possible. The principle behind this advice is simple. Almost any behavior begins to look normal if you're exposed to enough of it at close quarters. And when we say talk about homosexuality, we mean just that. In the early stages of any campaign to reach straight America, the masses should not be shocked and repelled by premature exposure to homosexual behavior itself. Instead, the imagery of sex should be downplayed and gay rights should be reduced to an abstract social question as much as possible. First, let the camel get its nose inside the tent, and then later, his unsightly derriere. Number two, portray gays as victims, not as aggressive challengers. In any campaign to win over the public, gays must be cast as victims in need of protection so that straights will be inclined to reflex to assume the role of protector. If gays are presented instead as strong and prideful tribe promoting rigidly nonconformist and deviant lifestyle, they're more likely to be seen as a public menace than that justifies resistance and oppression. Number three, give protection a just cause. A media campaign that casts gays and society's victims and encourages straights to be their protectors must make it easier for those who respond to assert and explain their new perspectives. Number four, make gays look good. In order to make a gay victim sympathetic to straights, you have to portray them as every man. Number five, make the victimizers look bad. At a later stage of the media campaign for gay rights, long after other gay ads have become commonplace.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
May I just make one sentence?
No, ma'am. I'm sorry. Thank you. Wait a minute. You have a question.
Okay.
Dr. Selcraig?
Yes.
There's 6 points?
Yes.
What's the 6th point? Thank you.
Solicit funds for the buck stops here.
Okay. Ms. Drummond? There are no other questions.
May I give this to the clerk for you to...
You may. Did I call your name? Okay, good. Please come forward.
My name is Sue Polinsky.
Okay.
And it says I'm supposed to spell my last name?
Could you pull the microphone down? You know you don't have to spell.
Okay.
Was it a T or a P?
P,
Thanks.
like papa.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I thank every one of you for being here, every one of you. I'm proud to be an American.
And
okay, talk to this. And I'm proud that we can disagree. I have friends that disagree with me about this subject, and we can talk to each other, and I'm glad. However, I do not recommend a task force because there's no end to it. Because the division is so emotional. And you people here have a really difficult job. And I hope that, I know that it's going to be the right decision. You all are going to do it right. And I thank you for it. Vote for equal rights.
Thank you. Chuck O'Connell or O'Donnell? It's O'Connell. And Richard Irwin and Brian Hutton. Just a minute.
Please noting that it's about 5 minutes to 11 and we're required to adjourn by 11. I would like to move to extend the meeting to as long as we can to take care of as much of this testimony as we can.
I would recommend a specific time, Ms. Drummond.
Midnight.
Second.
All right, this takes a supermajority vote, which means it takes 8 votes to extend past 11. I'm already seeing shaking of heads, so I'm going to put this on the board. All right? If you want, excuse me just a second, sir, we'll get to you for sure. If you want to extend to midnight, please vote yes.
Oh, she's moved to go to midnight.
And that fails. Go ahead, sir.
Madam Chairman, I'd like to move to go to 11:30.
Second.
All right, there's a motion to go to 11:30. I'm going to put that on the board. If you want to go to 11:30, please vote yes. Otherwise, no, obviously. 1, 2, 3, 4. Nope, that one fails. All right.
Move to 11:15.
Second.
All right, there's a motion to move.
Madam Chair, I'd like to speak to the motion.
All right, speak to the motion.
Just very briefly, I have to tell you, each and every one of you on both sides of this issue, I sit here in absolute awe of all of you. Speaking before the Assembly can oftentimes, under normal circumstances, be a very intimidating thing. And you've all come out here to do it because you feel strongly about this issue. Some of you quite frightened to do so, and there are a lot of people who feel very differently than you. This has been the most awe-inspiring exercise of the democratic process that I've ever had the privilege to see, and I don't think we ought to cut it off yet. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, Madam Chairman, just a moment. Folks, we now have 6 people in the queue, and we've got people waiting to speak. Make it very succinct, please. But just a minute, Dr. Selkirk. Ms. Johnson is first. Thank you.
I just going to have to apologize. I've got a plane to catch, so I'm going to be leaving in 5 minutes. I'm sorry.
All right. Mr. Gutierrez, did you have anything else to say? Mr. Starr.
How many people in the queue to speak? Not in our queue, in their queue.
In their,
Public's.
we
How many names on the list?
We won't begin to.
How many names on the list is the only question I have.
All right, I'm trying to
Are we
find
in
the
the
last
400s?
page. 317 names. This gentleman, we're at number 88.
Thank you.
However, what's happening now is we get everybody. Now when I call, we're missing 2, missing 1. People have left.
I just feel that we've got people out here tonight. Is it my turn yet?
No, Mr. Starr.
Sorry.
Mr. Coffey.
Madam Chair, it's obvious we're not going to get through it. If people want to testify, they're going to have to come back. And so what's 15 minutes now? I mean, it's late. We make bad calls past time, and we'll go home and we'll see them all on the 16th. Thank you. I'm a no vote.
All right. Now, Dr. Selkirk.
Well, it just seems that if 15 minutes is 5 more people who don't have to come and sit through a long period of time, if we can go another 15 or 20 minutes and hear a few more people, it seems to me valuable.
Okay, I would urge you just to vote on this if we could.
Thank you.
Could you clear so we could do the voting? Madam Clerk, I can't start it. It started? All right, vote, go to 11:15, please. Yeah or no?
Okay, we're done.
Mr. Coffey?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No. All right, we're not extending, but sir, please speak to us.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, just for protection, let's make sure we extend to allow this gentleman to finish his testimony. So moved, because we're right on a couple of minutes.
I'm assuming there's no objection. All right, I want to announce I am keeping this list. I am going to call people from the list where we stopped. You didn't lose your place. And then I am also going to call the people who didn't come the first time when I went down the list. Nobody is going to get knocked off. And I'll be happy to have asked to anybody who has questions about process, I will stay after the meeting and talk to you. Yes, sir, please go ahead.
Okay, before I start, I'd like to say what a boss of mine once said, actually said it quite a few times, and he always said it with great respect and affection, and that is, you people have more guts than an elephant.
Okay, how about your name?
And I want to thank you for taking the time.
Okay, and your name is?
My name is Charles L. O'Connell.
Thank you.
I'm a 59-year Alaska resident, and my wife and I have lived in Anchorage for the last 42 years. Unfortunately, human history, and especially history in America, is not very pretty. For example, my grandfather, John O'Connell, arrived in New Orleans from County Cork, Ireland in 1848. He found life in America very difficult. He could not find full-time work, had to live in substandard housing, and suffered extremely discriminatory treatment his entire life. He worked as a day laborer on the docks of New Orleans, and after years of living in a ghetto, he was able to move north and get a full-time job for substandard pay and terrible working conditions, building, along with others like him, the Transcontinental Railroad. He was a Mick, and he was the brunt of a lifetime of ethnic jokes and hateful cartoons. He was preceded in our society by the savages, the niggers, and followed by the Chinks who built the other end of the railroad. Then came the Wops and the Bohunks and the Greasers and the Spicks and the Japs and the Wetbacks and all of the other people who we could treat differently, like the handicapped. We needed their labor, but we still wanted to treat them as lesser human beings. Well, thankfully, all of that racial and ethnic discrimination was made illegal in this country and in our state and in our community. And there is absolutely no question that we are now better off because of legal civil rights. Now, once again, we have some of those folks, other folks, whose society can be better than. They are the gay, the lesbian, the bisexual, the transgender, in their personhood and in their private lives. To not afford these people equal rights.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. I'm going to make one more announcement. I will probably be calling another continuation meeting after the 16th because we have business that is time sensitive that has to be dealt with.
Madam Chair, It bears saying while the public is still here, you've done a masterful job tonight. Thank you very much.
All right, seeing no objection, we'll adjourn. We're recessed.